Wait for it. Wait for it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts bootcamp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the week. This is the week. This is the big one. We have Jerome Powell, Bank of England, Bank of Japan, a summary of economic projections. Everything for the first 3 months is going to boil down to Wednesday. So, Chatadonia, I hope you are locked and loaded. We're starting off the week with a little bit of relief. People are worried about bond yields. People are worried about currencies, the dollar, the yen. Some people don't even think the yen is going to have a crazy impact. We're going to talk about that one all day today because today is the pregame, but all in all, man, you have the market setting up 50-50, and they are all getting ready for what is about to happen on Wednesday. So, Chad, I hope you're locked and loaded. We got a lot. We got a little bit of data today, a couple of headlines over the weekend. We're going to go over all of that, but I hope you're rested. I hope you're ready to go, but Chatadonia. Good morning. How are you? Happy Monday, baby. What's going on, Awaz? What up, Tim, Andrea, Bob, Dodd, Devlin, Ansel, Daniel, baby? Good morning. What up, Mavis? Shane McBride, baby. Laker, Jay, good morning. What up, Wandering? Open Face, Rodney, Kenny, Aliska, Jay Samuels, Dirty Bird, baby. Gunner, good morning. Nope, Marcus Hanlon in the house, baby. Good morning. What up, Humble? What up, Stein? El Chapato, baby. John Riley, Mark J, Tony Garlinger, Ben Stone, baby. I'm more business in the house. Good morning. What up, Winning Loser? What up, Stevers? What up, Mix My Sonar? Good morning. What up, Kira? How you living, Darius? Good morning, Zoraz. I know Sippin got that law tar. Good morning, Courtney. How you living, Jay Rees, Christians, Floor, Nick, Zach, Claiborne, baby. Jammer Sunday, 10% Alex, baby. Good morning. What up, Evan? What up, Andy? What up, Apex, Kroger, G-Unit, baby. Nook, Jai Turkey, baby. Mo Kanan, QX, sipping on gin and ghost. Lay back with my mind on the long term and the long term on my mind. Tell him, baby. Carissa Hines. Good morning. What up, Conditions? How you living, Matt? What up, Payside? What about the Twitch? What about Lightning Blue GT? Good morning, baby. Lucky J, Sencal Hustle, Cortex AD, Sidonian Sasquatch, KJ Lemur, baby, LV Lover, LX Alpha, Real Mookie Betts, You Nanny, S Jones Jex, Most Dope Andy, Hailstone, Charlie in the Tree, baby. Good morning, Blowing Dough, Cooler Vortex, Most Dope Andy, Nikki on Snatch, No Step on Snack, baby, Smeely Dinero, The Pajan, Danny V, Uncle Nick, Nicky on Smash, and BDA Cookie Monster, and Robo Hand Tech, baby. Good morning. What up, baby? What up, Joshua? What up, Monica? The best place, baby. So I hope you're ready, man. I'm telling you guys, this week is historic. There's a lot in store, and it's funny because, like, some people are kind of even, like, downplaying this week, but it's going to be a big one. It's going to be exciting, and then at the same time, nothing may happen. We will talk about that all today. So I hope you guys are ready. I hope you like the video. I hope you got questions, all the good stuff, because we have a lot that we're going to talk about. But now, let us get into the news, my friend. Let me get my assistant here. I'm going to have Josh AI help us out with a little bit of this. So I'm going to go through a speed run on the news. We'll go over that, and then we'll go from there. And then I'll have the rest of the news and the plays, and then we'll be ready to go, baby. Good morning. Good morning. So I will be RB. Follow me on Instagram and pay attention and try to get as much info as possible. It is in English. And like the video. If we get 1,000 likes, you have a gift. All right, let's go, baby. Let's go.
U.S. futures get an AI tech boost with Fed in focus. U.S. equity futures rose as a fresh bout of optimism over artificial intelligence spurred tech stocks, and investors awaited key policy decisions from the Federal Reserve and Japan. Contracts on the S&P 500 advanced and the Nasdaq 100 jumped more than 1% after Bloomberg reported that Apple Inc. is in talks to build Google's Gemini AI engine into the iPhone. Google parent company Alphabet Inc. rallied more than 5% in pre-market trading, while Apple was up 1.4%. Chipmaker Nvidia Corp and Tesla Inc. added around 3%. European stocks were little changed. The main focus for markets comes Wednesday, when Fed policymakers gather for a meeting that may offer fresh clues on when a switch to rate cutting will start. In Japan, bets are mounting that the central bank will end its negative rate policy at its meeting Tuesday, while a policy decision and inflation data from the UK are due later in the week. While Fed Chairman Jerome Powell indicated the central bank was close to having the confidence to cut, bond traders appear to have capitulated to a higher-for-longer reality. The 10-year Treasury yield held near a 3-week high on Monday, having risen more than 20 basis points last week. A gauge of the dollar was steady. The recent market repricing has put policy expectations essentially at Fed estimates, said Anthony Tsauvalet, multi-asset strategist at State Street Global Markets. The decision will likely provide another signal that easing of economic conditions is coming, pushing equity markets higher, Tsauvalet said. Priced in. In Japan, the Nikkei 225 index climbed the most in a month and the yen traded weaker against the dollar, amid signs markets have priced in the potential for an interest rate increase. Japanese stocks are rising, driven by weakness of the yen, and expectations that the currency won't strengthen even if the central bank hikes, said Charu Chinana, a strategist at Saxo Capital Markets based in Singapore. Elsewhere this week, the Reserve Bank of Australia is set to extend its rate pause while Bank Indonesia and the Bank of England also deliver policy decisions. Eurozone inflation data is due as well as Reddit Incorporated's initial public offering. In commodities, oil hit a fresh 4-month high, building on the biggest weekly advance in a month, as macroeconomic data from China came in ahead of expectations. And Ukrainian attacks on Russian refineries heightened geopolitical risks. Key events this week. Eurozone CPI, Monday. Australia rate decision, Tuesday. Japan rate decision, Tuesday. Canada inflation, Tuesday. China loan prime rates, Wednesday. Indonesia rate decision, Wednesday. UK CPI, Wednesday. US rate decision, Wednesday. Brazil rate decision, Wednesday. ECB President Christine Lagarde speaks, Wednesday. New Zealand GDP, Thursday. Taiwan rate decision, Thursday. Switzerland rate decision, Thursday. Norway rate decision, Thursday. UK rate decision, Thursday. Mexico rate decision, Thursday. European Union Summit in Brussels, Thursday. Japan CPI, Friday. AI Woodstock. Nvidia's annual Artificial Intelligence Conference starts today, an event that could be so important to the stock that Bank of America analysts have dubbed it the AI Woodstock. Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang is scheduled to deliver a keynote address in the afternoon, with expectations running high for the semiconductor maker. Huang typically kicks off the event with an introduction of new products and an outline of his latest vision for where technology is headed. Nvidia's shares still rose even in a volatile week last week, marking its 10th straight positive week, which is the longest winning streak in Nvidia's history as a public company. Alphabet rises. The shares are up more than 3% in early New York trading on news Apple is in talks to build Google's Gemini artificial intelligence engine into the iPhone. The two companies are in active negotiations to let Apple license Gemini to power some new features coming to the iPhone software this year, people with knowledge of the matter told Bloomberg. A deal with Apple would be Google's highest-profile partnership for Gemini to date and could be a major win for the company's AI efforts. Apple has more than 2 billion devices in active use that could potentially become home to Google Gemini later this year. But a partnership between the two Silicon Valley giants would also likely draw the eye of regulators. S&P 500 cracks. U.S. stocks are set to open higher today after the S&P 500 last week saw its first back-to-back weekly decline since October, while treasuries are relatively flat after a tumultuous week. Morgan Stanley strategists say bond yields are approaching a key level that could potentially disrupt the stock's rally, with the team viewing 4.35% on the 10-year U.S. Treasury yield as an important technical level. There's evidence that systematic funds last week trimmed their bullish positions on the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100, according to analysis by the team at Bank of America, who say there's potential for similar reductions this week. Meanwhile, JP Morgan's Mislav Mateka says his team no longer has a preference for U.S. stocks over those in the euro area, warning also that the risk for a market pullback is high. Powell's silence. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell has been reluctant to make a call on how the U.S. economy has changed since the pandemic, adding to rate volatility and making it hard for households and businesses to plan. There are big risks for a central bank coming to grand conclusions, and Fed officials still have scars from saying in 2021 that inflation was mainly a phenomenon of transitory supply chain clogs. There's also political sensitivity ahead of the November election, which Powell experienced this month when he mentioned at a congressional hearing that immigration had taken some of the pressure out of the labor market. Bond investors who were once convinced that the Fed would start cutting interest rates this week are painfully surrendering to a higher-for-longer reality. What to watch? Economic data today includes February numbers of existing home sales in Canada. Chile releases its fourth quarter GDP report and Colombia reports its trade balance for January. There's also the CERA Week Energy Conference in Houston, which starts today and is running through March 22nd. There are no S&P 500 earnings scheduled for today. Plus, cocoa futures have officially doubled in 2024, setting a new record. Top overnight news. China's YTD industrial production came in solidly ahead of plan, and fixed asset investment beat expectations too. While retail sales were essentially in line and property investment remained in the doldrums. RTRS. China's marriage rate rose in 2023, the first increase in 9 years. SCMP. Brazil launches a slew of anti-dumping investigations into Chinese products. This is the latest sign of pushback by a government concerned about China responding to slow domestic growth by flooding the world with imports. FT. South Ossetia, a region that broke away from Georgia and calls itself an independent state, has discussed becoming part of Russia with Moscow officials. Russian news agency RIA cited the head of South Ossetia's parliament as saying on Sunday. RTRS. Trump advisors presented him with 3 names to become Fed chair: Kevin Hassett, Arthur Laffer, and Kevin Warsh. Wall Street Journal. Mike Pence said he will not endorse Trump, reflecting the deep divisions between the two men. The Hill. Evidence is mounting that many Americans have reached their limit for tolerating higher prices, raising questions about how much consumer expenditures will continue to power U.S. economic growth this year. FT. One of the most pressing issues facing Donald Trump is the financial disparity he and allied groups now face with Mr. Biden and the Democratic Party. Democrats have boasted of entering February with $130 million. The Trump operation did not release a full total, but his campaign account and the Republican National Committee had around $40 million. NYT. Google is in talks to license its Gemini AI technology to Apple for use in the iPhone. Apple will incorporate some of its own AI technology in the next iPhone, but lacks the powerful generative AI models of Google and OpenAI. BBG.
BBG. Ta-da! So again, a lot of headlines. That Apple news is actually pretty big. Still got a little bit more. S&P futures are up by 0.6 Monday pre-market trading near the best levels. Comes after stocks finished mostly lower last week, with the Nasdaq down for a second straight week and the Russell off more than 2%. Big tech put in a mixed performance, with Nvidia posting a 10th straight week of gains. Treasuries a bit firmer, with some curve steepening following a big backup in last week's yields. 2's up 25 basis points, 10's up by 23. Dollar index little change. Gold is up by 0.2. Bitcoin futures off by 0.9, and WTI is up by 0.4. Several high-profile events in focus this week, including Nvidia GTC, FOMC, and the Bank of Japan decision. AI, which seems to be a tailwind for risk sentiment to the start of the week. The big secular growth theme in the market right now is a key driver of big tech overperformance and related concentration scrutiny. When it comes to the Fed, focus will be on the dot plot. Previews highlighted expectations for a median dot plot to remain at 3 cuts, though the risk clearly skewed to the downside following firmer wage agreements. Bank of Japan increasingly expects to exit NERP this week. Move would mark the first rate increase since February 2007. Nothing on the U.S. economic calendar this morning. Highlights this week include February housing starts and building permits on Tuesday, Philly Fed, manufacturing, initial claims, existing home sales, and S&P flash PMIs on Thursday. Powell, Barr, and Bostic all scheduled to speak on Friday. Recent macro headlines have flagged conflicting signals for the Fed. Market rate cut expectations back in line with the Fed's December dot plot, and some signs of U.S. consumers pulling back on spending amid depleted excess savings and still elevated prices. Overseas developments include firmer China January to February activity data and weaker Singapore exports. Google up on Bloomberg report in talks with Apple about building its Gemini AI engine into the iPhone. Tesla to increase prices for all Model Y cars in the U.S. by 1,000 on April 1st. Boeing in the headlines again after 737-800 landed in Oregon on Friday, missing an external panel. Okay, that's good. Logi week on news, CFO departure, HTZ replacing CEO, bad bet on EVs, HCP considering strategic options, including a sale. Moody's raised NYCB credit rating following capital injection, but still in junk territory, and NVEA confirmed it has received expressions of interest. And then I have tinfoil on Tesla. Remind me about that. Or just get it up to 1,000 likes, and I got you. I got good Tesla tin for you. Financial Times Chicago Booth poll suggests that the Fed will make 2 fewer cuts this year, the first problem between July and September. Fed's new economic projections this week may be the wild card, potentially flagging less rate cuts for this year. Some 90% of Bank of Japan watchers see a chance of negative rates ending on Tuesday after strong wage negotiations. Bank of Japan may pivot, but analysts say unlikely to materially shift 3 trillion of yen that Japanese investors have parked abroad. Majority now expects Bank of England to cut rates in June earlier than previous expectations. RBA expected to leave the cash rate at 4.35 on their Tuesday policy meeting as the economy shows signs of slowing. Strategists monitoring 4.35 level for 10-year Treasury yield, highlighting risk for U.S. equity rally. Bond traders surrendering to a higher for longer regime from the Fed and a murky path forward for the markets. Markets frustrated by Powell's reluctance to call on how the U.S. economy has changed since the pandemic. China's strong factory output investment growth may raise doubts over how soon Beijing officials provide more stimulus. China's economy improving, but weakness in property sector remains major overhang on growth prospect. China's Xi's new economic catchphrase, new productive forces, seen as benefiting manufacturing of intelligent tools and machines. Sources say Apple in talks to build Google Gemini AI engine into iPhone. TSMC bulls ignore Buffett's warning by betting on company's AI-driven growth prospect. Elon Musk released chatbot code behind Gronk in latest AI war escalation with OpenAI. Fractured Mag 7 trade shifts with spotlight in the U.S. megacap valuation concerns. Pfizer plans to sell $2.5 billion of shares in UK consumer health unit Haleon. Commodity trading industry has reaped its second best year ever in terms of profit. Putin wins landslide Russian presidential election with no real competition. Israel military targets Gaza hospital Al-Shifa, citing Hamas activity. Netanyahu says to press on with the Rafah plan. Israel sends delegation to Qatar to offer a 6-week Gaza truce under which Palestinian militants would free 40 hostages. And that's it. That is it. Wow. I felt like I was just reading for days. There's going to be more. Not too bad. Not too bad. And then, again, you have more primaries on Wednesday as well. Don't worry. I got a couple of pre-market movers. Like I said, I got some good Tesla tin for you. It's like Tesla practicality tin. I don't know. You may want to hear it. You may want to hear it. But we got some pre-market movers. So Google is leading, up 5.2. Apple in talks to build Google's Gemini AI engine into iPhone. VRT is up by 4.2. Tesla up 3.8, raising price on Model Y in US and EU. Rivian up 2.5. Myrna up 1.8. RF up 1.8. Citi upgrade to buy. Carvana up 1.8. CEG up 1.8. Palantir up 1.7. Pepsi up 1.6. Morgan Stanley upgrades to overweight. Apple up 1.3. Apple in talks to build Google Gemini AI engine into iPhone. Nuvei is up 32.7. Confirms receipt of expression of interest in the company. Forms special committee. HCP up 11.3, considering selling itself. 6.5 SGH. SMR up 5.6. ACMR 4.1. ACHR up 3.6. Pinduo or PagerDuty up 3.6. Truist upgrade to buy. RXRX up 3.6. ERJ up 3.2 off earnings. DLO up 2.8. PAGS up 2.7. New Street Research upgraded to buy. Lucid up 2.6. CSIQ 2.6. IonQ 2.5. PNW up 1.5. Bank of America upgrade. STI up 55.7. BNAI 41.1. TSVT up 21. FDA advisory votes in favor of a BECMA for triple class exposed relapse refractory multiple melanoma. GoEV up 21. Oklahoma City manufacturing approved as foreign trade zone. HLTH up 19. Babcock up 11.1. Agreed to power plant full switching port. Valued at $246 million. ITRM up 10.3. Cook 10.0. Insider buy. MVST up 9.3. Veri up 9.0. Files to delay 10K as part of integration. FENC up 8.6. Licensing agreement to commercialize PED Marquisi. ANIX up 6.0, Fusin 5.6, NNOX 5.3, REKR up 5.3, BMR up 4.5, CTMX up 4.4, milestone achievement of ProBody T-cell. Huma up 4.3, AQST 4.1, EBS 4.1, 3.4 on FF, PWFL up 3.3, guidance to delay 10K, SWIM up 3.1, Stifle upgraded to buy, weed stocks trading higher by 3%, semis higher by 1.7, and China stocks all trading higher. Logi on the low. They're down 7.8. CFO departs effective mid-May to pursue another opportunity. Lee Auto down 5.4. Ford down 7.6 as bid from potential suitors have failed to sufficiently value the company. SAIC down by 6.8 off earnings. Jern down 2.7. AU down 2.1. AMBP down 2.0. Morgan Stanley initiates underweight. United Steel down 0.4 on guidance. CJET down 16.3. Son D down 15.5 off guidance. Riley down 11.9, continuing to work off of their 23 10K as soon as reasonably practical. Swin down 7.9, and then ABEO down 7.6 off of earnings and FDA inspection update. Wow. A lot of plays, a lot of movers. So Chattadonia, not too bad. I got a couple. I'm going to be watching Google and Apple again. That was the biggest news here in the morning, and Google was already getting clapped, so we'll see. Marvel is going to be my chip play. Otherwise, watch out for Nvidia. All the other chip plays, FedEx and Nike, they have earnings on Thursday. Another plane landed without a door on Boeing, so we'll see how that plays out. And then JRVR, that was the buyout from last week, still holding that one. NVEA, I like that. It's up 30. I'm going to watch that one off the morning. I already looked into it. There's no details on pricing, so they're lagging behind. They also have premium, but NVEA, that one's going to be an interesting one. And then CTMX data, but they didn't move a biotech. And then we're going to talk about the yen all day today. We have all day to talk about the yen because people are thinking it is going to be gentle. We have a very interesting setup here for tomorrow in the Bank of Japan. So we'll see how it all plays out. But Chattadonia, we need 1,000 likes on the video. I need y'all to say what's up bright and early and get some plays ready. But I'm going to go to the bathroom. When I come back, I want to see likes, and I hope you have some plays. Okay? Amen? Amen. All right, I'll BRB. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. BRB.
The United States of America on the corporate front. Does that issuance continue unabated?
I think we'll get a temporary reprieve around earnings, as we typically do when corporates enter their quarter-end blackouts. You're right, the fund flow dynamics into corporate credit have been exceptionally strong to start the year. I would say that even understates demand a bit because that doesn't capture the entire universe of buyers. We talked initially, what would spreads do if rates backed up a bit? Yeah. There's a large cohort of yield-based buyers that would actually welcome deploying capital at even higher all-in yields. Again, presuming that backup in yields wasn't disorderly. So I think that the demand should remain robust for U.S. corporate credit. The reprieve that we will get from corporate supply will likely be a bit of a technical support mechanism in the next few weeks, I would say, until we get past the next earnings season. But it'll probably look to pick up as I think corporates will opportunistically take advantage of the strong tone to refinance upcoming maturities and really make sure their capital structures are in order.
Amanda, great to have you with us. And context there, yeah, back up in yield. A lot of deployers will be licking their lips. Amanda Lynham there, Michael Purvis. My guest this morning setting the stage for a big week in central banks. Coming up on the show, your morning calls, and it is a monster week for big tech. The conversation's still ahead with LPL Financial's Quincy Crosby joins me for the Woodstock of AI preview. That is the A. That is
Woodstock. That's what they're calling it. Bank of America. AI Woodstock, baby. AI Woodstock. Chattadonia. God bless you, man. Happy Monday. We got a couple minutes till the bell. It's that time. I hope you're locked and loaded, but tell me, you've heard the plays, you heard the TV, you know the schedule for all of the events this week. Now tell me, what is your first play of the day, baby? What do you got? Post it in the chat. Post it in the chat. Good morning. What do we have, baby? YCL calls and shares. Google, XOM, Yen Long, RXRX, selling MO calls, Apple calls, Nvidia, CNHI to the high calls, Google call, Google, Apple, Google, 6J Long, NQ Long, setting up for Micron, HIMS, run the gap, Apple Long, Nvidia, ES Short, 5235, Micron calls, ARM, AMD, Meta, Nvidia, Microsoft, AMD, Long O, Amazon, Soundhound AI, QQQ, Hertz CO resign, Boeing puts, scalp Apple, Micron calls, sell Tesla in the money, short nat gas, ANNX, XOM, Google, Mara, ARM, FedEx, FTX, Google puts, Nvidia, UAL, CVX, Stellantis, Oracle call, NVO call, Snap long, Sound, SoFi shares, Visa, Google put, Tesla call, Nike long, Bitcoin dump, closing SPY calls, BABA long term, UAL puts on Nvidia, Nvidia calls on dip, Micron, Twilio, Tesla, cake to the long term, Apple, and the final plays. NASDAQ short, RXRX, Nike, SPY puts, GBTC, and Micron. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? So, Chattadonia, God bless you all. I hope you are locked and loaded for all of it, but now it's game time. And you already know what we do here at the Colt. Before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Colt, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families. Thank you for making the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you for doing what you have done, regardless of whether you have agreed or not. And if it was for people you knew or not, you have given us all our freedom. So thank you, thank you, thank you. The least we could do is say thank you. So God bless the vets. Shout out to the veterans, baby. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the garbage men, the janitors, the coaches, anybody giving back, making things run, baby. That's where it all happens. So God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Set the digits! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna, let's go. Oh, wait, I can't find it. I need a backup, man. Oh, no, hold on. We lost the horn. Oh, no. This is awkward, chat. So, hold on. I'm finding one. I'm fine. Oh, that one's broken. Hold on. Oh, that one's broken, too. What the fuck? Chad, what's that? Okay, baby. I'm sorry. I claimed my room. I lost my horn. You know what I'm saying? I lost the horn. Okay, we good, baby. We good. But, and then honestly, man, I don't know. I thought we'd have a little bit more time, but it's about 2 minutes. And I think I'm going to share it with you guys. The funeral is today in New York, but until the bell, I would like to have a moment of silence for one of our Chads who passed away last week. Some of you know him. A lot of you. He was here when we only had 20 viewers. I'm getting kind of like emotional saying it, bro. It's fucked up. But let's have a moment of silence for your brother, Jake Babinski. He passed away last week, sadly and unfortunately. So let's have a moment of silence until the bell. All right, round one, baby. Let's fight, man. We love you, Jake. We doing it for you, baby. We doing it for you, man. All right. I didn't. You guys, if you want the funerals in New York, if any of you guys want to go, we already sent some stuff there in like flowers. But if you guys want the details, email me. I could forward you all of that stuff. I don't know if you guys could show love too. It's on you, man. But still, very sad, bro. Fucking love the dude. But let's see what we got. Again, there's a couple of different movers here. You're not going to get anything till a little later. Actually, there's no data today. Boring sues Corinthia over private credit staff poaching. And then OpenAI in talks to hire ex-Airbnb policy chief. Wow. So AI is going to be ran by the person who made the policy of cleaning fees. It's kind of scary. All right, and then NVEI, that's the one I want to watch. Again, they don't have a price. So NVEA is up 25%, but there's literally no price. Watch Google. See if that one keeps going up. Nvidia, again, everyone's very, very excited for this little Woodstock thing. I mean, even Marvel went up for a little bit. I forgot MO and all of those are going back up again. SMCI, Nvidia's climbing up. I got NVEA up there. Again, there's two biotech movers. One of them, where was the other one? One of them had data. Oh, I don't think I sent out the list. Oh, yeah, it was CTMX. That was the other one. And then the JRVR from Friday as well. Yeah, JRVR is still kind of moving. Watch NVAI. E7 on Google. Damn, those contracts already ran. I mean, it was big news. And then I said it before I left. You guys were like, Josh said Google got clapped. I was talking about prior. So I don't know if you guys remember. I guess it did kind of bounce there last week. But remember, it was just a couple of days ago, I guess a week, 2 weeks now, we were getting killed on Google. Roblo, Boeing dump. Yeah, again, Boeing had another plane arrive with a door that fell off. Again, there was another missing door. And this time it didn't blow out midair and there wasn't a video. But again, there was negative news on that this morning. Again, I was in Seattle. Bond's trying to catch a bid. Oh, shit, those MNQs came back up. And then weed stocks are ripping still, too. They said it happens. Yeah, Boeing's drilling now to the bottom. Honestly, I keep an eye on that. It's still very early. I may be down to play the first bounce. I think I kind of already missed it. And then Google, too. You already got 100% on Google contracts. Google has already shot up 2% from the time the market opened. MO. I totally forgot about MO. I forgot last week was that, like, craziness. So they're still holding up at 44. SMCI on the high. SPY is still there. NASDAQ's up 1.4. SPY is up by 0.9. Russell is barely green, 0.14. And then Dow's up by 0.4. Surprisingly, the VIX is in the green, too. Apple's coming up. Oh, I need to open up the other one. PayPal ripping. MGM. Citi on the high. Again, watch of banks. Mara. Again, crypto. I feel like crypto had a very volatile weekend. I'm surprised we didn't hear more coming into today. All ears for the bank. We are going to talk about it all day today. Because, again, tonight, I might even go live for the event again if you guys want. It does depend on my schedule today. But for the most part, tonight at 8 p.m., I mean, that's going to be the event. But it's very wild, the current mentality towards it. So right now, I believe it's about 80 or 90% odds that they are going to cut rates or that they're going to raise rates tomorrow. But the potential effect is going to be kind of mind-blowing. So we're going to talk about it because some people think it'll be small, some people think it'll be big, and that's really what it's going to come down to. I talked a little bit about it on the watch list, but it'll be there. Oh, I forgot to do the random play. Did I ask for it in the watch list? 5168? Wait a minute. What level is this? Okay, we're not at highs, but you're 20 points off the high. That's a pretty big gap up. Beto on the high and ARM. Yeah, I think I forgot about the random. And then watch if Boeing could get a real good green, that could be a good one. Then where's the other one? NVAI. They're still holding up. Yeah, Oprah tonight and the Ozempic. Ozempic. They dropped again today, tier 2, though. Oh, dude, they keep adding new contracts, though. I was saying that on Friday on NVO. They added a... Dude, they are throwing in... Those market makers are definitely trying to monetize. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, bro? And then if you are going to play NVO, try to get close to the money. Because I'm telling you, we hit those. But the out of the monies, I mean, it's just such a slow mover. It don't really hit the same. Well, they just got a big pop there, NVO. I'm looking at some of the contracts. There's Eli Lilly as well. All right, I'll take that one. Eli Lilly coming down. All right. Oh, we don't have 1,000 likes. All right, well, I just made a play. Not a recommendation, but y'all don't have 1,000 likes. Y'all waking up slow, baby. Good morning. Good morning. No, JRVR, we haven't. I thought we were gonna get a confirmed like buyout price on Friday. I'm still in that one though. And then Apple's still climbing. Marvel on the low. Pinduoduo. I forgot about the China names. Man, Pinduoduo is running. Baidu's barely up there. Alibaba. We have 1K. Now you have 1K. But the bell already rang. So we do minimum 1,200 after 9 a.m., bro. I can't. You know what I'm saying? The bell go ding ding. I can't control that. That's just, it's like McDonald's breakfast. You know what I'm saying? It's McDonald's breakfast. Yeah, wheat stocks are going up. Again, this 930, this is kind of near the price that I wanted on it. As I was saying, that gets back up to like last week's highs. $3M pop. Are they still holding up? If they go above 105, yeah, that's actually big. They may have 107. And then wheat stocks taking a candle, Gap on the high, and Nvidia. And then SPY is just holding up right here. NVO x Divi on Friday. JRVR, they're moving up. Well, Gap's on the high. Yeah, remember, JRVR hit $9, I think, on, was it? Oh, we hit 879. But again, I still haven't had anything confirmed on that. But that's good, though. Nothing good, nothing bad on JRVR. But yeah, I'm still riding that one. Oh, yeah, I forgot about Coin. ACMR on the high. Disney finally looking good. Yeah, 113. And then even MO holding up. I'm surprised Pfizer didn't go up. They sold off a unit for $2 billion. Nike, we might play Nike before earnings. Yeah, I'd say give it a little bit. I mean, I would be looking at the option chain, see what's priced in, all that good stuff. But, you know, we're going to go through these events, Powell and all that, and then I'm sure by the end of it, we're going to start getting something on it. So, like, a little closer to or after the data event, then start looking for the earnings plays. And then Marvel came down. They were looking good. AMD slipped a little bit. And then Intel also coming down, but they're all up 1%. Yeah, Marvel was good in the morning, but then just gave it all back up. Apple 184 or 176. Like 184, what are you saying? Google up 6.8 still. That one's still holding. Is oil on the high? Oil's coming down. Gold holding. Tesla's still selling. The data event's on Wednesday, Powell. So, and then even then tomorrow, that Bank of Japan, tonight pretty much, we're going to get a little bit. But realistically, after Powell, and then the big earnings are Thursday, Nike and FedEx. It's kind of funny we're already at those. Yeah, Meta's trying to climb up a little bit. SMR on the high, didn't they move? Snap on the low. Airbnb, green, but not really doing much. Microsoft moving around here. And then again, Disney was holding up. Where's that NVEI? Nuvei. How much time has it been? 10 minutes? They haven't moved at all. I didn't make any new plays on Japan. I'm probably going to grab another yen today. But we got to talk a little bit about the theory behind it. It's going to be very, very good. Did you miss the Tesla tin? No, I did not say it yet. We didn't. We just hit 1,000 likes. I mean, but then the bell rang. So we're looking for 1,200 now. Again, for the otherwise, we don't do all day breakfast. It's not how we do it here. So you need to hit the like button. If San P keeps pushing with the RSI, San P 500. Lunar on the high. And then there's Apple, your big tech playing along. Remember, last week it was like 50-50. The interesting part about right now is that the Russell is in the red. So SPY's up just under 1% right now. NASDAQ 1.6. But the SPY or the Russell is like barely in the red right now. And then bond yields are comatose. They have not moved at all. PayPal bouncing. Microsoft's running up there too. There's ACH. Then JRVR, that one's kind of running up again. So that one's still moving. And then TLT finally. And again, you had, what's it called? You had a TLT trying to get there. And then Meta, they're trying to wake up. Pult. NQ is pumping up there. ACLS undervalued semi-stock AI. Well, keep your eyes on it for this week. Again, after this little Nvidia Woodstock, everybody's kind of juiced. So everybody's expecting a lot of these little random-ass events. Oh, I forgot. We had those JD contracts still. And the MOs are up 263%. I totally forgot about those. Uber getting reds. DTST, that was a hype play. Yeah, Uber's not doing too hot. And then CCJ, they didn't flip. Where's Marv? Marvel flipped. So that was Chipmaker, green to red. That was green by a couple percentage points, too. TW on the high. CL gave up half. You're calling. That's not what I'm calling it. No. That's what Bank of America. So in a weekend note, Bank of America analyst, I don't know if it was Hartnett, but they described this event as the Nvidia Woodstock. They call it the AI Woodstock event. That's their colloquialism for it. Verb pumping, Roblo down big, SPY going up. I mean, I'd watch out, the bonds going up. And then dollar staying pinned there, has a weird little gap move. CSGP on the high. Google might be approaching all-time highs. And then Pinduoduo, that's like the real runner out of any of the China names. All the other China names kind of stayed pinned there. I guess JD's up 1.1, but Pinduoduo's up 5. And then SPY's just staying pinned. Again, you guys know we are like 10 points, 20 points off of the all-time high. So you did get back up to the Tuesday, Wednesday level of last week, and that's where you hit the fry on that Friday. Oh, yeah, Pinduoduo does have earnings. The Tesla tin? No, we haven't unlocked it yet, sir. We haven't hit 1,200 likes. But you're getting there. You're getting close. You're getting close. Will Japan affect our bonds? It should. It will. But the timing of it, that's what we have to talk about today. Everybody it's so funny because everybody is now agreeing that Japan is going to raise tomorrow, but nobody can agree on the impact. And that's, honestly, I think it sets up a really cool opportunity for tomorrow because the expectations are kind of all over the place. So people have an idea of what's going to happen, but the impact of it, I mean, remember, it's been almost 20 years since you've seen Japan do anything like this. So let's get the morning out the way and we'll start talking about it. And then Tesla's going lower again. They were only up on price hike news. Nuve ain't doing shit. Apple's starting to run 176. That's getting some steam. We're going to raise. Japan is going to raise, not us. But Bank of Japan. I'm surprised Pfizer's selling off like that because they had some of that value rotation last week too. Oh, yeah, Russell is still dumping. Again, Russell, they didn't get any love last week too. And then again, I mean, Nvidia headlines, Apple, Google. Today does seem like a mega cap day more so than not. Marvel trying to go back to green. I guess it did go green. Amazon's on the high. Well, everybody's just hyped on the GTC. It's the Nvidia conference. Like I'm saying, you know, a lot of people brought it up. I brought this up last week. But last time they had a GTC conference, Homeboy came out with a leather jacket and started pumping orders. And then the stock went up like 10-15% that week. So people are just kind of getting excited. And then the last time you had a Nvidia event, it was actually fruitful. So I do think people are like very like, oh my gosh, this Nvidia event, oh my gosh. So like that's why we're all running on that. Yeah, the jacket, bro. Remember, it was a big deal. It was a very big deal. Yeah, they have it's like a B-52, or that's a stealth ship. It's like a B something chip that they're releasing. People are very, very hyped on that one. So there is but again, as long as they talk about new chip and how much they plan to sell of it, that's all you really need. MPW, Pfizer, Snap, Walgreens, Uber, all in the red. Yeah, today's not really. I mean, Russell's down, but you don't really have as much value boost today. Is it B100? It sounds familiar. I know it has a B in it. B something. Oh, where is ARM? AIS. Isn't that Airship? We've seen that one run once a week, I feel like. Exxon to invest in lithium discrete chunks to match demand. Coin dying, 237. Yeah, Mara, they were green earlier. Rivian had gains in the morning with Tessie. SPY coming down. Oracle's just dead. Like, it's not moving over these 5 days, but like it is in a perfect setup to break out and rip. Where is it? Oh, those gapped up. Damn. Oracle. It's not bad. There's some decent contracts. Ours are down from last week. I have April, so we have time on there. But some of them already pumped up. If Oracle gets a little drop, though, call that out. I'd be down for a double dip on those. And then Kroger's still going. We got out of those last week. Yeah, Boeing. Again, another plane landed in Seattle with a door missing. I don't know. Let me find the exact headline. I don't want to be that guy. Bloomberg reported U.S. Justice Department. Oh, wait. Yeah, and then federal grand jury in Seattle has issued a subpoena over the January 5th door blow. No. There's supposed to be another one. Boeing, back. Was it Oregon? Let me see it. Oh, maybe it was, I don't know if they were just investigating it. It's weird. The headline's not, I've read something crazy in the morning, but I can't find it anymore. It doesn't say it as, all I'm seeing, American Airlines 70 under investigation after weekend incidents. Yeah, the FAA has launched investigations over 3 incidents involving Boeing 737 planes over the weekend. In the most serious, an external panel blew off a United Airlines 737 mid-flight on Friday, yeah. No, yeah, there was another one. The plane UAL F-433 landed in Medford, Oregon after departing San Fran. A post-landing airline inspection revealed a missing panel. According to the statement, UAL said it will conduct a thorough examination. Also on Friday, American Airlines 737-800 landed safely in Boston after the crew reported a problem with the flap. The plane was traveling from Dallas. And then in another incident, 737-800 landed safely in Chicago after the crew reported a problem with air data indication on the plane during a flight from New York. So that's 3 events this weekend. That's crazy. So literally a plane in Oregon landed with a panel missing. Then a plane landed in Boston that had a problem with a flap. And then another 737-800 in Chicago, air data. No, United, American, and then United. 2 United, 1 American. This sounds like a bar joke. Okay, 2 United and 1 American walk into a plane. Which one go down? The one made by Boeing. Okay, what? I don't... Makes no sense. That makes... But yeah, that's crazy. That's all this weekend. They're all Boeing planes. Every single one of them. The first one was a 737 normal, and then the other 2 were 737-800s. That's so wrong. I know, the Boeing jokes are fucked up, man. But I hope this type of humor brings awareness to the lack of accountability we provided to America's great plane maker. Because Boeing been killing people for a long time, and I have not been able to opt out of those flights. You think someone gets fired? I think it's more likely the person who finds the problem gets murdered. What? You can't say that. I know. Good morning. Happy Monday. It's a big week, man. I'm just excited. It's a big week. Yeah, but why? Again, I wanted to bounce on Bowen to play it, but like, dude, it's just once again another plethora of bad news to start off the week. Robo clap. Yeah, that is true. Nobody did die yet. I feel you. From any of this stuff, which is good. It's very, very good, man. And then MO breaking out again, so that's still going. Yeah, if you go on Kayak. Yeah, I saw it. That's what I'm saying. It's good. They do have a way where if you go, it's like Kayak and Expedia, you could filter by plane. But then unfortunately, there's not a lot. Home confidence data shouldn't be too significant. I believe it's our only thing we have here on the day, but for the most part, I mean, you got a lot of juice this week. You know what I'm saying? So, like, housing data comes out in 5 minutes, but, I mean, realistically, you got Bank of Japan tomorrow, and then you have Powell. So, if anything, I mean, it could move us, but the other stuff definitely more bang for your buck. What would be good housing data, bad housing data? You know, or I guess stable, but I mean, a lot of people from the Fed to economists, I mean, they're trying really hard to find a sign of shelter inflation slowing down. So, I mean, in general, I think a bad number would be good, but you could also kind of hold the same number. Everybody's been kind of, mindlessly saying, well, it's good even if it doesn't move, but we'll find out. But I do think bad is better. No, Vanny play, no. You have May 15th. So we're going to kill a little bit of time on there, but it might move. But I think Vanny is just a liquid play because of how small it is, but I think you're going to hear about it at least a couple more times before the end of the year. Does the Redfin narrative change with the 6% rule? No, but, I mean, do you guys, it's kind of fucked up. So, the real estate thing that happened last week, that settlement, it is going to change real estate commissions. So, pretty much there's going to be new laws on how realtors get paid. But are you ready for it? Do you guys, not, it's just, the sad reality is that, you guys realize, we live in America. And, a lot of things, we do certain things for optics, but, sadly, nothing really changes. And what I mean is that this realtor thing is very similar to how, you're saying buyers will pay commission. Not even. It's it's very similar to how we sanctioned Russia with oil. You know what I'm saying? How we were oh, don't buy Russia oil, right? And then nobody bought Russia oil, but then India bought the oil, and then they just sold the oil from India. That sound familiar? Well, yeah. So same thing here in this case. Well, no, they're changing the wording. So what's going to be happening now moving forward is people are going to offer buyer credits or agent credits, and they're going to include that in the listing. So just like medical marijuana type shit, you know what I'm saying? Where they're going to say, yeah, you can't charge a commission, but then it's just going to create a new way of literally changing the language so that the credits are kind of embedded into the deal. That's what people are starting to do. Or that's what it looks like, the direction that it's going to be taking. But I will say there could be some big changes. I don't think that it's one of those things where you're oh, nothing happens. But generally, I'm already seeing a lot of just loopholes of language being used to already circumvent this. Or it's not that's where people aren't really worried about it. Definitely downward pressure on buyer agent, yeah. But I think sellers' commissions are going to probably be the same. And then again, it just depends on how people are going to word it. There will be a couple opportunities where I think some people might get clapped by it here and there, like agents, or then you're going to do the work and not get paid. There won't be a credit, but I think everybody is ganging up to just change the language with each other, and then they're going to use language loopholes to still get their commission is what it looks like is going there. The buyer's agents are misleading, which I don't disagree. Yeah, I buyer's agents have always been misleading, or buyer's commission. That's why I've always told everybody, one of the biggest fun facts when I tell people, and I'm like, hey, when you're a buyer, you don't pay for your agent. You're not paying anything to your agent as a buyer. A lot of people never know that. They didn't know that till they bought a house. So it is good, but then again, it does incentivize it. I've always told you, I call them the mafia. I've called it the mafia for years. Does it make things difficult and I have to explain and negotiate your worth with people who don't understand? No, I don't think so. I think there's gonna be there's going to be a quality gap, like a skill gap, if that makes sense. So I just think you're going to have very different things. Altria down on housing data. So housing data came in stronger, 51 versus 48. Altria is the only thing I'm seeing moving. As I'm like, what? So slight beat, stronger housing data. Watch if the bonds go down off of that. Equities might like it. You never know. You're about to take your license? Don't worry. It's okay. It's good, though, man. Because, like, I was talking about it in the past. I said, last time on one of our, like, yearly Cole real estate meetings, I told them, and I said, you are going to have there is going to be a moment where people get washed out of real estate. There's been a lot of inflows of like agents and people getting into the industry. I remember it always happens. There's always a very big down period. It kind of happened in 2021, 2022. But for the most part, it's like there has to be some washout. So this event may just give the opportunity to really, kind of shift the market share. So I wouldn't be too worried. There's always opportunity, though. Always opportunity, which is great. But we will find out. And then NASDAQ came down, so did wheat stock. SPY right at open. Housing data came in strong. Didn't really move too much off of it. You didn't get the notification? Oh, we live every day, baby. Every day. And then do we have 1,200 likes? I think now I could tell you the tin. Oh, yeah, we do have it. All right, are you guys ready? You guys want Tesla tin? Does anybody want some Tesla? It's not even tin. It's something I made a while ago, and now it's coming back. It's actually crazy. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? So thank you for liking the video. God bless all of you. But Tesla hacking is coming back. You may be able to start hacking car prices on Tesla once again. Yes. So if you remember my OG video. Oh, let me see. Remember I showed you guys the OG video about Teslas. This was back when they weren't doing as good and they had crazy inventory. Well, guess what? It's back again. So Tesla, oh, where is it? It's not loading up, but their website, they're selling the certified pre-owns again. No, so this is what I told you guys a couple years ago. This is how I stole my Tesla. I got my Model S, unlimited charging, barely any miles. I think unlimited warranty on it too, or like I think 10 years from Tesla because I bought it used from their inventory. But like if you go to the Tesla used inventory, that's where you get some of the craziest deals because now when Tesla is in pressure and they need to move units, they start selling them themselves and they fire sell them. Like I saw a Model Y, 20,000 miles with I think a 2-year warranty, certified pre-owned 2022 for $23,000. I'm going to get everyone arrested. Nothing about this is illegal. It's just about understanding how Tesla behaves. So I've watched Tesla for a very long time, and literally any time that their pressure and their inventory goes up, they start selling direct used cars. And that's where and they put them on their website, and I'm telling you, they come with more benefits, more warranty, and then usually they're like 10, 15% cheaper than the used car market. So it's just something to keep in mind. If you're in the market there, just start paying attention to the used Tesla site. They're starting to pop up. So fun fact. Fun fact, I did this years ago and got some killer. Some even other Chads did it too. You could find some killer deals. So Tesla's inventory problems could be your benefit. SMCI red. Dollar just had a little pop and lock. Yeah, SMCI is down 1.2 now. Even Marvel drop. What about Nvidia? Nvidia's coming down there in the green. Intel, AMD. Intel's actually barely in the green. Yeah, it's only online. You can't buy these any. That's the whole point. They have a used car online certified thing. Yeah, they always sell their vehicles. They just didn't, like, lately they just haven't had any deals, but like now they're starting to offer. Some of them have charging deals. Some of them have 1 year, 2 year, or 5 year warranties. It just all depends on every car has their own different types of them. But now the inventory's climbing again, where these deals are just starting, like they're slashing the prices on the Tesla website. I like the Model S. I think the Model X is big. It's kind of pricey. The Model Y is cool. They're all the same car. That's it. It's literally the exact same car. There's no way to, like, Model X is the same. It's just different sizing of how you sit on the ground. That's all, but it's all the same car. Yeah, Hertz is still selling them, but that's why it's like you could buy them from Tesla for cheaper than Hertz, and then you get a warranty when you buy it. That's the benefit of all of it. So, like, if you wanted one of those Hertz Teslas, you just go look on Tesla's site. If it's the same price, you'll at least get a warranty. Model X 40K, that's not bad. Again, Model X's start at like 80 or 100. Remember, the Model Y is the cheaper one. ADM moving, JPM moving too. Our ADM play is still the same damn price. Ain't no love in the heart of the Intel. Ain't no love in the heart of power. Model 325, yeah. I saw one literally yesterday. What happened with Google? They're going to be building. Apple is going to be using their AI to build into the iPhone, the Google AI. It's a crazy partnership when you think about it. Why is it showing me this in Europe? Yeah, look. Bro, look how crazy this is. So these have a lot of miles, but 25,000 for the Model 3. Let me see the Model Y. Yeah, 30 grand. This one's not bad. And I don't know if this has the, what's it called on it too. It should include a $4,000 tax credit. So that's the other thing I forgot to mention. You also get a $4,000 tax credit if you buy used from Tesla. So yeah, 29,000, 30,000 miles, full autopilot, 2021 Model Y. It'll probably be like 26,000, 25,000 after rebate. They should be cheaper though. I'm surprised. We'll see. Isn't that crazy? And then just put in your zip code and see what they have. You'll get a bunch of different ones from all over. No, it's usually the same. I tried a couple different ones. You hope everyone gets stuck at the top of the market. Okay, you had a nice weekend, it sounds like. It's filled with love and joy, and you're like, blessings. Woohoo. Only seeing 1 year, 10,000 mile warranty. Go through. You might find a couple of other ones. Or see if they have a filter for like what it includes. And then the tax credit also. And then look for the ones if some might, I don't know. I haven't seen it. They used to have them back in the day, but they used to have free charging. Baba, big candle up. Oh. Yeah, Baba's waking up. Again, Pinduoduo was running earlier. Baidu's even catching a candle. SPY's coming up. 3M on the high. Intel, a couple other chip makers moving. All right, let me go to the bathroom. How much time has it been? It's only been 40 minutes. We'll talk about the yen in like 50 minutes or at the top of the hour. Yeah, MNQ's coming back up. I am green on the rollover, but I got to make back a little bit more. And again, weed stocks are still up too. Marvel is down. Yeah, Netflix is in this home of 600, man. It's good. Remember, it hit 626 on Friday and then sold off. You guys remember that? Remember, it went crazy, that pre-market? So watch out for Netflix, but new high on the SPY now. NASDAQ up 1.5. Russell is still down a quarter. Bonds are pretty much flat. I think dollar's slightly up. Yeah, I was trying to climb up there. Kind of wild. Stocks rise on AI-driven tech optimism. What does that mean? It's just general. It's speaking very broad. It's talking about this hype of this Nvidia event. No matter how the stocks move, everyone's like, oh, but then we got this Nvidia event today. Nvidia after the bell. Nvidia after... No, it's not today. It's actually next week. spinoff. It could change some things. I have no idea. That's the thing. Some spinoffs, the stocks go up, the stocks go down. It's hard to say, but what I do know is that you're going to keep all of your shares of 3M, and then you're just going to get 4 shares, or for every 4 shares you own, you're going to get 1 share of Juventus or whoever. What is it? Juventus is a soccer team, but Solventum, I forgot what it's called, but yeah. So I wouldn't read too much into it, but it is going to change things around. It's just hard to predict. Usually stocks go down, but I think it might go down, or it's just going to do nothing, and then people get excited and then take both. But we'll see. I think Nvidia events on Thursday or Wednesday. It's 1 for 4. I just don't know how the stock is going to trade, but it's been doing good off after that CEO left. That little rally, we're almost filling the gap now. So this is the bottom end of that level. If you break here, we could go 107 to 109, but I think it's like March 18th is when the split happens. But you're going to keep your 3M shares, and then you're just going to get new shares of this new spin-off healthcare company. Does this feel like 2020? We had nothing but government money and go straight up. Nah, this one is just this is a front run. Honestly, it's gonna. I'll talk about it here when I get into Japan, but it kind of reminds me of what's happening with Japan. Like I said on the watch list yesterday, you guys don't think it's weird? I mean, maybe you do, but like ever since the last SEP, all we did was go nuts. You have not looked back since there. So just like, I think the market is just waiting for this whole soft landing or no landing, and then that's like, I just think everyone's front running. That's why I think we're in this like weird golden path and everything else. It's just, I think everybody's just, we're waiting for the policy shift, and that's it. That's so it doesn't feel like 2020, because 2020 had money, it had events, it had this, it had that. Just like, this is simply all because of this idea that we've rose rates, and then we're going to be lowering them. And people getting really, really excited about the cut is what I think has everyone doing that. Bitcoin to rally to 150,000 this year, could touch 250 in 2025, Standard Charter says. But people have talked about it. Like, look at the bond yields, look at gold. There is a little bit of a worry of like policy credibility and just like debt kind of factoring into everything, which could be a negative effect. But for the most part, I think this is a very big social game of waiting. It's more like, again, I do think some things are moving linked to the economy, but for the most part, I think it is the understanding of a policy shift and lower rates, and that's what's getting everybody in this just main setup. And then not to mention just things haven't gotten worse while feeling this for several months now. Dot plot is on Wednesday, yeah. Is that Weight Watchers? Fucking scammers. They're on the high. And then SPY dancing around a little bit. 7:15. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning, baby. Happy Monday. I will BRB.
To that, worked with the CFO of Cisco, Scott Heron, and so we had a prior relationship. He was on my board at an earlier company. So there were some good things, but it took a while. But the conversations went well. We took it slow. We were very thoughtful about the process, and from my perspective, I wanted to make sure I was doing the right thing for our shareholders.
And we're going to get into integration and, of course, product fit here. But I want to talk a little bit more about Splunk, because it had long been rumored as a takeover target. You had the likes of Starboard, Heelman, and Friedman taking stakes in the company. Did you entertain any other bids in addition to, of course, what you got from Cisco?
So if you go back and look at our proxy that we filed, Cisco was really the only party that we were talking to at the time. But I would say we had incredible support from our board members that were private equity firms, both Silver Lake and Hellman and Freeman. And Starboard was always a very supportive relationship.
And let's talk a little bit more about this marriage, of course. Or rather, Chuck, where do you see Splunk really fitting in with the product and also the financial strategy?
Yeah, I think there's two big areas that we have. There's an emerging area called observability, which is effectively trying to help our customers understand application performance, what's going on in their technology infrastructure, particularly in this world where you have hybrid cloud, multi-cloud, private cloud, SaaS, and so that's one big area. And then the other big area is cybersecurity. If you think about the utilization of AI by the bad actors, we're going to have to do a better job of doing real-time analytics and real-time detection and response. And in my view, we have to be able to take 3 or 4 different things that we're seeing happening at the same time, and those 3 or 4 independently might not indicate a problem, but together there's a problem. And their data platform with our detection and response capabilities and all of our endpoints and all of the sources of threat intelligence that we have and our massive amount of intel that we see on a daily basis, we think brings our customers the ability to actually do that in real time.
And of course, when you talk to the sell side, there's also this narrative out there that you're trying to remake Cisco as a provider of networking services and really trying to lessen your reliance on one-time sales of equipment. How do you see this deal as really pushing that effort forward?
Well, that's an accurate narrative. So we have been moving into more software. So I think the 3 metrics I would share is that last quarter we hit a milestone that we had set to try to get to 50% of our revenue coming from recurring revenue, and we did that last quarter, which is a big move from 8 years ago. The other thing is combined, Gary and the team bring $4.2 billion of ARR growing in mid-teens.
15% as close to the end of the year.
And combined, we have ARR now of almost $29 billion. And we're over $20 billion from just software sales in the company now, which is when we add Splunk software sales to it. So I think we've made a lot of progress, and we're going to continue marching down that path.
Well, as this integration goes forward, of course, both of your companies have announced layoffs.
That's Cisco. I think UMC earnings was actually bad. I think they were able to bounce a little after, but I don't think it was like crazy. And then that Nvidia event is today. So it's near the close. That's actually kind of nuts. So literally 30 minutes before the close, we get the Nvidia event. That's actually wild. Yeah, NVO popping off. So that was my first play of the morning. I didn't grab NVO. I grabbed Eli Lilly. So y'all were sleeping on the likes. But I was gonna grab the NVO, but those mess with me. I grabbed the Eli Lilly. Tesla running. Yeah, even, I mean, SPY near the high, DraftKings on the high, Booking, Airbnb. MO is still climbing again. MO had that little give back and then started. Did it go this high last week? Did we get past 40.48? Oh, no, I think it hit 40.60 at one point post-market. Netflix still running. Yeah, SMCI is dumping. And then 3M 106 now. So that's a pretty big deal. Oracle back up. Yeah, literally. So that's who you were listening to. That was Oracle. Homie was talking. $100 move on SMCI. Yeah, I guess so. Down 2%. Top to bottom, though. So it only shows down 21, but yeah, it was literally at 114. Now it's at 104. PayPal. Oh, they've been hanging on there. Watch Square 2 holding up at 80. VLO on the high. You said gold is running? It's crazy. Gold was down pre-market, man. I was break even on my gold short last night. Oracle. I was just talking about the double dip, but some of them are still a little up there. Google's still holding 6.5. Microsoft, too. I've seen that a couple of times. Oh, NVEA. Where's Nuvei? Yeah, that one's running. I wanted this one today. Again, there's no info on their price. So they just created a unit. They got an offer. And then they've traded at much, much higher prices. They are breaking out for the year. Well, they didn't even go down here. Netflix 620. Apple pop as well. Yeah, Apple waking up. JFin. And then JRVR still up. MO contracts back up to 500%. Micron had good news, but they started slipping. I forgot what it was. They got a bunch of upgrades, and something happened. And then CCJ climbing. HIMS is on the high, too. HIMS is up 4. ATMU, where's Baba? Myrna's on the high. Pfizer's trying to come back. Again, Pfizer sold off a unit for $2 billion today. I'm surprised they didn't get no love off of that. UWM-CX divvy today, tomorrow. DraftKings. Yeah, DraftKings getting big volume. 43 now. I don't know. DraftKings was higher. A little bit. A couple dollars off the high. And then bonds are trying to get a bid too. GCT. Remember, GigaCloud went crazy on Friday. Yeah, Babo's, it moved up earlier. We don't have any headlines. Again, China, kind of a mixed bag today. Pump it up. Uranium on the high. I don't know. Is it pump it up time? 18 points away, 19 points away. You are above 5170, though. So this is its own little level. Anytime above here, maybe 5175, then 5180. But you're holding up pretty decent. Google A and C. One of them has voting rights. The others don't. So I think Goog L has voting rights, and then Goog is just economic. I'll have to double check. But I prefer Google. Yeah, wheat stock's looking nice. They got to keep running, though. So I like it here. Again, this is what we're up on it, but we don't want it to top out. If we could get past 930, 960, this thing may start looking crazy, and then hopefully we get more election pump. Futu, I sold out of the Futus. I got out of that play. I took like 500%, I think, on Friday. So, yeah, we got out before the pop. Boeing still getting clapped. They held up a little bit. That one, you're going to get another headline by the end of the week, just like the first time. But this time there wasn't a video, so they're lucky. So, again, that plane that landed in Oregon or whatever, it didn't. I think it landed and then they discovered the problem, but like they didn't, like, you know what I'm saying? It didn't blow out midair and then you had people filming it. Spy pop, yes, sir. Through the high, 3M on the high now. Walgreens, MO a high. All of big tech looking pretty good, some more than others, like Netflix breaking out here. Microsoft kind of hugging the high. Same with Apple. But I think you're doing pretty good. Let's get a breakdown of the market. Aramco CEO says AI helps cut costs and reduce emissions. Aramco planning $7 billion venture capital, investing big time in digital. Bro, there was 3 Boeing issues over the weekend. One had another like plane or like a plug missing. Then one, the flap issue. And then the other one was the plane failed to like the communicate. Or like they couldn't identify the plane. That was all from Friday till today. So right now, S&P 500, you have 137 names in the red, 364 in the green, 8 names red on the Dow Jones, 22 in the green, and then NASDAQ 100, 16 in the red, 83 in the green. So Google running, I think everything's starting to run right there. Again, you just had 2 candles to the high side, still holding 51.75, so that's level number 1, baby. Then watch like 51.80, and then if we get above there, we're going to get another shot at hitting an all-time high. Ahead of Powell, ahead of Nvidia, all of it. I might be live for the Bank of Japan tonight. It just depends. Because Bank of Japan, like, they come out with their release, and then they wait like 5 hours for the press conference, and then I can't speak Japanese. So, like, I can't even, like, read the I have to, like, wait for translations and shit, too. So, but it just depends on my schedule. But I'm very excited. Very, very excited. GCT still selling. And then again, SPY's holding. Yeah, GCT down 18. Damn, they went up 26. Adobe's on the high. Oh, I forgot about Adobe. Dude, I totally forgot about Adobe. Weed stocks are going up. MNQ's on the high. Yeah, I totally forgot about Adobe. You've never been confused about making money. Hotter data, the hotter we go. Rate cuts higher. Well, view it as what you like. You notice something. It keeps going up. That is the theme. The theme is that everybody feels perfect. There's no other way to put it. Everybody genuinely believes that everything is amazing and is only going to get better. People do not believe that the market is going to have a hard landing. They do not believe the economy is going to slow down. And if I don't know, you tell me, does that explain what you just said? Right? It's like no matter what happens, it keeps going up. There is like a general broad optimism that you are fighting right now. And that's all it is. So until that shifts, and that's why I'm saying I think it all boils down to policy and Powell and this communication, because until that shifts, everyone's going to be there. Yeah, it kind of is scary that nobody has fear, but like it's genuinely, I think that's what we're experiencing. I mean, just look around. It's just like everybody thinks everything is going to be perfect. That's it. Even when the bond market reprices stuff or not, everybody's general idea, if you have any piece of news, you're just saying, well, data hasn't moved aggressively yet and Powell's still going to cut rates. That's it. No matter what, Powell's still going to cut rates. Well, yeah, but it hasn't happened yet and Powell's going to cut rates. So everybody feels really good, but that's why it's like, it's confusing because the little data points, you're like, that should change something, but you are going against a broader attitude where everybody, like big money, small money alike, they do feel very optimistic about the path of things forward. So until something gets in the way of that, I mean, I would be prepared to see a lot more of that. There is a weird element, though, of like people, it's creeping in the background. I don't know if you guys have heard it yet. I talked about it a little bit with government spending and the policy credibility, but there's also like a underlying, like deep in there, there's people just buying because they don't want cash still. At the same time, when they're like, hey, like at the end of the day, like if you even have the money, they still just want to own assets. It's weird that they'll buy like all-time high assets, but there's still a lot of people who just don't even want cash. They just really don't want, like they want to buy, but for whatever else happens, they think their money has more credibility in a higher cap equity than something else. What can get in the way? Powell. That's the beauty of this week. That's why I'm so excited, because like you guys got to realize Powell will determine everything. You're right. Nothing will change it. There is this optimism. The only thing that's going to get in the way is Powell, because like I said, if that dot plot goes higher, now everyone could be like, oh, well, Powell's going to cut rates. But now if he raises it, that dot plot, now everyone's going to be like, yeah, he might cut rates, but maybe not. That could throw that whole story into the ringer. And like literally from the last dot plot, it created everything you've dealt with. You guys have to like be honest with me. You're telling me the market wasn't completely different pre-dot plot December 2023? I think it was. It was a whole completely different attitude. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, happy Monday. Bradley Frizzle in the Peach, baby. Are you kidding me? Peach Nation, get your ass up. Oh, no. Let's go, baby. Good morning, Bradley. Oh, my goodness. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach is here, baby. It's here. NYCB just blew up and they're going to raise rates? Nah, man. Well, they don't have to raise rates. He could just not cut them. So like I'm saying, everybody's logic, bad data, good data, what's the answer? Powell's cutting rates this year. It doesn't matter what the fuck you say, because Powell's going to cut rates. So if that dot plot comes in and shows now 2 rate cuts instead of 3, that's going to be a new level of paranoia for the market. And that's all it comes down to. And like I was saying, from last dot plot, we changed completely. Everybody was still paranoid, even though we rallied. Everybody was still paranoid, and then the last dot plot came in. Rate cuts, we ran since then. It's going to be the same situation here. If that dot plot shows 2 cuts, oh, man, that's a game changer. If it shows 3 cuts, then everybody goes back to the same story, and then that's it. But that's why it's like something can change this week, and that's it. Yeah, and if it doesn't change, that's the funny part about. So here's the thing I said on the watch list, and I will reiterate this again. This is a very important week, and there is very big catalyst. That Powell could move it, like we just said with the dot plot. That could cause big, big things. And then the Bank of Japan, that's also going to be big as well, too. But the problem is, if the Fed comes in, dot plot doesn't change, and then the Bank of Japan raises rates, but they do it so gently, nothing even changes, very well we could start moving into a non-event. That's the irony of this week, is that the data is so big and there's so much event risk. I'm sure the market's even pricing in a ton, but the irony of all of it is that there is still a way that this week goes by and then we don't change the story at all. So there is still that element of all of this hype and all of this week turning into absolutely nothing. I can stand by that. Just because, like I'm saying, the dot plot doesn't have to move. Powell could buy himself a lot of time by keeping it on 3 months. So why would he have to move that? And then the other factor, what was the other one? Bank of Japan, people are already downplaying the impact. So it's like if we don't get any big events out of here, I mean, you may very well be very hyped up to be in the same story. But then again, like I'm saying, if you are asking when this is going to change, you know what I'm saying? This is the week that could potentially happen. That it starts with that dot plot, because last time we had a dot plot, we very much changed, and the market has not been the same since. So if we get another effect like that, then our work is cut out for us. Otherwise, you're going to be doing a lot of juggling this week. Wednesday is Powell. So Wednesday, you don't have to wait too long. Tomorrow morning, you're going to have Bank of Japan. So we're just one after the next. We're going in one to event. You're already kicking off this week with a lot. Even then, Nvidia this today after the bell. Or right before the bell. What's priced in? I haven't checked, but I'm sure it's a lot. I think it's a little too hard to tell now. We'll do tomorrow. Because it's still the beginning of the week. Will the administration force them to cut? The interest on debt is insane. The administration won't force them. Just as a reminder, this administration chose, or at least Janet Yellen, chose to issue the most amount of debt for the United States at one of the highest rates ever. So as rates were hitting a record high over the last 40 years, Janet Yellen decided to issue new loans at those rates. So you're like, what point will they cut to solve that? I mean, like I don't think that's the problem, because they literally they leaned into that issue more or less. So it's still an issue. That's why people are saying gold. Like, why is gold creeping up? I was reading this over the weekend. It was Bank of America. They are fully blaming the government. That's it. They're saying gold, it's one part the Fed, it's one part like policy, but they're like the deficit is going up $1 trillion, or government debt's going up $1 trillion every 100 days. So and then the credibility, and then even the Fitch stuff and all, they're saying gold is just climbing up because of credibility. So people, no, not war. It's just government spending. So even if the financial world is in Goldilocks, Janet Yellen could fuck up your bond market. We've had this fear on and off for the last 12 months, right? Every quarter we're going back and forth to what Janet Yellen is doing, but essentially, I mean, it's not gold is showing cracks of that. It's a kind of a lack of faith in the credibility and the, sustainability of this path forward. But then again, I mean, we do this every couple of months, and then things go back to, you get demand, and then wait till the Fed starts quantitative easing again in general. Well, oil, I don't know. Oil is too crazy. I don't want to try to mix it in. But all I will say is this, as I've told you guys, if oil's higher while we are into this scenario with rate cuts, we have a problem. I still believe in that. And that's the thing this year that is, besides the dollar, that's also kind of like, hold on, not so fast, buddy, because oil is still climbing. So again, imagine by June, if we really do get a rate cut and oil is still high, oh man, that's not good historically. I'm shocked oil isn't higher, but then I also think oil should be lower, just because of, again, I think it's of the utmost importance to keep oil down in this environment, but it's not. That's why I'm like, interesting. That is probably the next thing down the road. Just keep it in your rear view or your side mirror. Just don't see how QE will happen in the near term. I don't know about the near term, but eventually, I mean, Yellen in the bond market, everything going on. We're going to need a buyer of bonds. We'll find out. And then again, Bank of Japan, isn't that crazy? What the fuck happens tomorrow? And then again, what happens when the Bank of Japan raises? Do people actually stay? Do they leave? What happens when Japanese money? And then hypothetically, let's say 9 months down the line, let's say by the end of the year, Japan keeps raising rates. Are people going to pull back out of American bonds? And then if so, who's going to step in and buy? We may need Jerome Powell. That's why he's talking quantitative tightening this week, probably ending. But in a weird way. I don't see it in the near term, but there's a lot of question marks over, I mean, who's going to buy bonds, especially if we need to sell more. If the elite goal is for people to own nothing and be happy, and they are rich getting richer, couldn't we come to the conclusion the stock market will keep pumping like a reverse stock market crash with all the money printed by the Fed in 2020? Yes and no. So what you just said on like a short time frame, I don't fucking know. But what you just said is exactly why I'm holding a long term for 30 years minimum. Thank you. That's why you get a long term. It is. So what you said, I don't know, without like elite this or that or like, you know what I'm saying? But I see it on a broader scale. What you said is exactly why we have a long term. On the short term, I mean, again, we've watched the market and things go up, down, back and forth. But ideally, people have assets, the stock market, like you do want to be aligned with that in the long term. And it is, again, Warren Buffett figured this one out a long time ago. It just goes up. All it does is go up. So short term, we're going to get back and forth. Again, we're talking about the monetary policy and certain things on this year. But when it's all said and done, I mean, down the line in the long term, you know, you are going to want to own stocks and attach yourself to that wealth effect. Yeah, IWM is trying to bounce. It's only down 0.1%. It was down 1/4 before. Bonds are giving up. Adabe. I forgot about Adabe. Tesla melting up. Nike and FedEx have earnings. I was 90% sure, 99 were going down last year. I forced myself to hold on to the long term against every instinct. And it proved to be correct, though. You know what I'm saying? And, like, that's why I'm always grateful for those experiences. Not only for me, but for you guys. Because, like, some of y'all, I got to be with you through your first fucking freak out. You know what I'm saying? But like you said, I love how you said every instinct. And ironically enough, every instinct would have wound you up in trouble. So you have to develop a new instinct of longing for long. But it's very crazy how it works. But I do agree with what you said, though, in the long run. It's just like it is going to get richer and richer, and people will get richer and richer, but that's exactly why you want a long term. You timed me out for selling my long term, but I learned long term. Yeah, I don't remember that context specifically, but I'm sure I've given people timed out. I said, just think about it. They be talking. I said, just think about it in the chat. Just think about it. I'll give you a timeout and think about it. You have to reverse engineer the system. Yeah, kind of. In terms of the wealth, like low key. It's like you got to think about it. If people wanted, like, if the small group of people wanted to just make a lot of money and keep people out of it, you're not going to cause a bunch of gigantic moves. You're just going to do what most people can't do. Save and hold. That's it. Like, you guys got to think about that. Like, that's the exact way you could, if you're like, okay, how can I extract as much wealth and make sure, like, dude, just timing, slow and steady. If you could save and hold, more of that money will hit you in the face than anything. Some way, I don't know. I think 3M, though, might just be getting cushion ahead of the spinoff. But I would love a positive spinoff. That'd be nice. You always hear people say, I wish, all the time. That's what I told you, I realized this when I was young, and I was like, oh shit, and I looked at the stocks I did hold, and I was like, holy fuck. Trust me, once this clicks, don't ever forget it. Don't ever forget it. And then again, like I think some of you could speak from experience. Like you had instinct. Every bone in your body was telling you to sell at the low, and then 3 months later, it's at an all-time high. Like, what? You know, but that is stuff you witness over the years, and that's why, like, long-term, it's what you want, man. I remember you said you'd buy gold when the Fed cuts rate. Do you still stand by that? Yeah, I have been. I've been ever since December 13th, I turned on the green light for gold. So I put a little short after it popped like $150 in a day, but I am generally bullish on gold. I don't know if I would keep top ticking it at $2,300 or whatever, but like I'm saying, even for the Fed here today, that will have a potential to move it. Feel like people don't consider the long term because they consider the only thing about current wealth, not generational. Well, and I mean, we're hardwired to want things quickly. You know, that's short term and immediate. And then again, in the Angelus, you're like, you were right. I was worrying about 10% in 2022. Now I'm up 15 in less than 2 years. It's the same thing too. It's like, and then you watch your money, and then if it goes down, and then you feel a certain way, and then you're like, I spent this amount of time doing this, but you fail to realize that like in a couple days of the stock market, you can make a year of gains just by it all moving, and then that opportunity's gone. But all in all, man, it just, you got to have a goal with it, but it's just like long term is really where it's at. And it's like if your goal is to make money, and if you just attach yourself to the market from the moment you learn about it, I mean, your wealth is going to move with it, and most likely for the positive if you hold out for the long term and stay with quality. GTC? They've just been dying. They had good news on Friday with their earnings. I know, what was it? GTC or GCT? GCT. Leaps and covered calls. I like covered calls. Leaps are, it just depends on the name, right? Like certain leaps, you bought them a couple years ago, even if it was a big name company, you expired worthless, even if you were in the money. But then there's some leaps like Meta and Nvidia. If the stock had a crazy run, it'll go nuts. So I like covered calls for the long term. I don't like leaps. If I was going to do leaps, I would be going leaps on heavy tech names with like crazy upside, because those are the only ones that if it like really hits, it actually pays out something worthwhile. Otherwise, if the stock, you buy a leap 30% out the money, 2 years, stock goes up 20%, drops 10%, cucks for another year, I mean, you might be $10, $20 in the money by the time expiration comes out, and not that much. But if you get one of those heavy growth stocks and that leap, and you know that stock goes 10, 20, 100, 300, 400%, those leaps are going to pay out hand, arm, and leg. Vermont Senate bill scales back psilocybin legislation bill, pivoting focus to working on psychedelic-assisted therapy. I don't like energy and oil for the long term, but like I was just saying a little earlier there, I do think energy and the price of oil as we get into rate cuts should be a top theme, to say the least. You make 10x off leaps if it's heavy growth. Like those Nvidia and Meta leaps, you would have made a killing. So when we bought Meta at 90, if you bought a leap, you would have made way more money. But then again, you need a stock to go up 400%. But like if you get like this, like let's say like Adobe, like let's say you bought one of the leaps here, right? You would have hit on this one, but then if it like, let's say you're here and you buy a leap for like 660 or 640 and it shoots up and then comes down, and then you spend another year and it goes up to like 670, that contract's barely going to be up if it takes a year to move. Where it's like if you just get one-way direction straight up, hundreds of % on the underlying, then there you go. MSTR leaps would have probably killed it because that moves, aggressive growth. You want hundreds of, if the stock could move over 100%, then I would consider a leap. If not, you're just, you know, you're trying to convince yourself of why, of like, oh, you really want leverage, but you're trying to convince yourself it's shares when it's not. At the right moment. Well, we got 10 more minutes. Let's talk about Japan, and TLT is going to come into it. We have a lot to talk about coming into tomorrow, man. Tesla. And then bonds still dying. Xpeng related to Japan? No, I think Xpeng's Chinese. How does Leap sell with Theta? You could sell at the first large increase. Hell yeah. But that's I'm talking about, like, actually, like, riding it through at least, like, 6 months, you know, trying to, like, swing trade and get, like, a big one. But, yeah, 100% you could sell. The only issue with a Leap after the first pop is that usually Leaps are liquid and the spread's probably going to be large. That's it. Envy's on the high. Well, bonds are part of that credibility problem, but bonds are creeping back above 425. Again, like I said on the watch list, we're kind of worried we might hit 4.5 again. And if bonds go to 4.5, I mean that, and Powell's dot plot could definitely motivate that for better or for worse. Yeah, Nvidia hour before the bell, or like 30 minutes, I think, the GTC conference. I'm still in JRVR. I'm up like $100. It was up a little more. We haven't got any updates. That's why it's like good news, better news, but we haven't heard. So that just means as of now, everybody is still rumoring. So they got that offer on Friday, and we haven't heard anything else besides it. Yeah, we'll watch it when it comes on. I will put up the Nvidia thing. Watchlist on YouTube. YouTube.com/TheTradingFraternity. Every single night I post a recap of what happened. If you missed the stream, I go over the plays, what I'm looking at, any of the events, and a couple of other things. But it's a good little recap every night around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Nvidia CEO, they're having their event. They're going to release a new chip. Maybe he talks guidance and numbers, so that's what everyone's hyped for. Last time he did it a year ago, things went crazy. The event's about 30 minutes, I think, before the bell. Uneasy bowels, baby. 1 year anniversary. 2K lifestyle, baby. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Amen. And Opera. I think there's going to be a couple. We're going to hear from other companies. Remember, that was at the GTC. That's where you started hearing about all these random names partnered up with Nvidia. This person doing that, and this one doing that. It's crazy. EU allocates 5 billion euros under European peace facility to aid Ukraine. You got 2K. Yeah, there's a big skill gap. It's very easy to be bad at 2K. I think it's Pacific time. Because I thought it was like 30 minutes before the bell. If you go to their website, they have it. Just search like Nvidia GTC. It'll show up. It has a counter. SMCI new low. Yeah, 1 p.m. Cali. Cytokinesis. Our play's expired, but remember, they are still a buyout candidate. Damn, they got a bunch of volume on Friday. 2K gonna spend that I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I used all my VC. I ended up doing it. I made a new build. I felt ashamed, but I had a lot of fun with it. I made a new build. I'm sad. Yeah, these are still mad expensive. All I bought today was Eli Lilly, and did I make another play? No, just Eli Lilly. April calls. That's about it. Oh, build. It's awful. It's fun, though. You guys will judge me hardcore. It's a shooting guard with 99 three-pointer and then 25 pass accuracy and ball handling. It's great, though. It's great. It's great. I'm still putting up stats. New MLB The Show. Wow. Wasn't it just the World Series? I have not kept up with baseball. 25 and you play rec? Yeah, I don't. I barely turn the ball over. I just shoot. It's good. I got like 4. I'm averaging like 4 assists, bro. It's dope. Yeah, I did, but then I made sure he had good. It's good. You'll see it. You'll see it. You'll see it. You'll see it. Qubit new CEO. Any of these new CEO headlines been helping these companies. Adabe is running up. We got a little bit of an Adabe move. 3M. Oh, 3M did come down off 100. I can't believe it's at 105 though. That run was nuts. Is SMCI still flushing? SPY's just holding on here again. I think we're like 12 points there. $5,170. Yeah. 5 points off the high, still 19 points off a new high. Dollar looking, that's not going to be good. Again, dollars, it's crazy. Day ahead, even the yen. Last 2 days, bro, yen is, it's going to be an interesting one. Ooh. CYTK, the options are fucked up, though. Anything with more time, you can't. It's still a buyout candidate. I wouldn't sleep on that one, but you can't play it cheap. That's the only problem. It just shot up another 2%. Win on the high. You're at a community college 40 minutes away and you have to go to the bathroom. Like you have to take a dump and you don't like going in public places. You either got to hold it out or you're going to have to go to like a Whole Foods or something. Try to find the nicest. You know they got bathrooms at Nordstrom's? That's a little, as somebody who don't like shitting in public places, I've learned the places with good bathrooms. Nordstrom's has very nice bathrooms. If you're ever like worried though, and like if you are near a Nordstrom's, they got some high quality bathrooms there. Like I wouldn't mind taking a dump in, like I would mind, but like it's not that bad. Like for real, if you are concerned, no, they got really good bathrooms out there. And then Starbucks, they just can't refuse you. 7-Eleven never has bathrooms. They're haters. So, but Nordstrom's can't go wrong. Oh, Lexus dealerships? Yeah, actually. Any car dealership, usually. But yeah, that's it. Just be like, hey, I'm looking to a car. Can I use the bathroom? And then boom. They'll even get you a water after. That's it. All right, little green shoe. SMCI at the low. Apple holding. Baba's holding. Pinduoduo holding. And Bidenius. Netflix. So it hit 626 on Friday, but that wasn't during the cash market. So it never counted as a 52-week high. But it's starting to hit. Oh, wait, Europe didn't have daylight savings, did they? Is it still 9:30 this week? It should be in another hour. I have seen bros. I still didn't. Oh, fuck. I didn't even go to Kava this week. GCT on the low. Yeah, bros, their earnings were good. Like I said, I liked their last earning. I think they're 2 earnings ago. I don't think their last earnings was that fire, but the one before that, I was kind of impressed. But I've never been to Dutch Bros, unfortunately. DocuSign gains. Our options on that little earnings are buyout one hit. Just up a little bit. Netflix going up, about to hit another 52-week high. I am not short on Nvidia, no. You've been 10 years with bros? No way. It's a long time. Well, yeah, well, SoftBank was supposed to dump ARM last week. We never got any headlines on that. And then Adobe's coming up here. I'm making up some of those losses from last time, so that would be nice. Netflix 626. That one's I sold those contracts. Would those have gotten in the no? We were at like 660. I forgot we sold out of those Netflix. We hit that bounce. Where's gold? Bro, it's crazy. Bro, I was green on gold last night. That's crazy. Gold's moving crazy. Snag more divvies. I feel you. Well, it's crazy because I felt like we just got our deposit, but like, man, we're almost done with March. So thankfully we'll have one. We'll see. We might let it sit. We let the other deposits sit for a little bit. The 5, they're up 60%. Not bad. I think if it starts if it gets past 515, it'll go nuts. I'm only down 2% on my shares now. I was down way, way more. I was down like 9. Carvana. Netflix still going. Do you ever fast? I think like every morning. I kind of stopped eating cereal. But yeah, I kind of have a baby fast every morning. Did Netflix start selling Ozempic or something? That's funny. Ozempic. Weight loss parts. Former U.S. President Donald Trump unable to pay $464 million court bond. Regent's Pizza in San Diego? No. Is it downtown? Sounds familiar. Caterpillar on the high. Bro, Netflix 627. That's crazy. Yeah, you could get Ozempic on Amazon now. SPY to push. I think just a little bit of relief after a crazy last week. And then the anticipation for the Nvidia event, Powell, and Bank of Japan. And then over the weekend, not really bad news. Nothing too bad out of Europe. China, they had some bad things with real estate, but industrial production surprised to the upside. Regents, it's UTC? Really? No, I've never been. Trump can't find an insurance company to underwrite his bond to cover the $454 million judgment in New York. His lawyers told a New York Court of Appeals. Whoa, Nvidia, SMCI, chip makers just got a collective flush there. Then high ticker going up, but a lot of things on the low right there. Yeah, Nvidia's flush in here. I mean, I guess Nvidia's down almost $30 on the day. I think volume is decent. Yeah, 18 million. Damn. It's an hour and a half. Yeah, volume's really, really high. MNST on the high again. Chip makers, they're starting to give up. I think SMCI is kind of leading the way down. Again, they've dropped a couple $100 here, or $100 today. Cigna Prime Creditors Back Restructuring Plan. Cigna, S-I-G-N-A. Not Cigna C-I. Oh, Abivai's in the green. Tesla's on the green. Yeah, Tesla's going up into it. Visiting San Diego, anything you recommend checking out? Do you like hiking? Get a Torrey Pines hike. Go to that, what's it called? Potato Chip Rock. There's even the Skinny Cave. Torrey Pines is beautiful. I forgot the name. There's like this like really skinny hiking trail, and you go through like this super skinny cave. It's kind of scary. I've done it before, but it's super dope. That one, I forgot what it's called. A lot of Ozempic Trail. Then definitely food. Annie's Canyon. Yep, that's what it is. Annie's. It's beautiful. You should try it. I like Annie's a lot. It's actually beautiful. A nice little exercise, and it's cool. You think you won't fit, but you'll fit. Yeah, Annie's. Annie's Canyon Trail or something like that. Like, look it up. You'll see it. There's, like, pictures of, like, a super skinny, it's, like, part of the trail, but it's, like, it's nuts. It's just a cool experience. That and then food. What do you like? What's your favorite food? If you want like a steak, something, I'd say Born and Raised or Anime or Huntress or Lumi for sushi. Oh, there's another spot I went to recently that was fire. Taco stand. Tacos El Gordo. You can't, that's really San Diego. And Crack Shack, yeah, that's a good one. Honestly, that's like 7 food places. If you try all of those, you will not be disappointed. Three stocks for my 2-month-old long term. What do they have in it now? Does he have more growth? Does he got more dividends? The beauty for your kids is that if you get them dividends now, those little mother effers are going to be compounding for 10 years and they'll still not even be able to watch PG-13 movies, you know? And then maybe even think about putting it in a Roth for them or something with like a tax benefit, but it just really depends on what you have in there. But growth works the same way too. They could have 10 years of growth under their belt. But just get a good balance, and like I'm saying, watch out for the names that don't have a premium. Those are ideally where I have been, that's where I've been getting drawn towards, more or less. You just started watching every day and opened an account with my mom? I want to say hello to everybody. Hello. That's dope, bro. You know, I call my YouTube, my big account, I call it Mom's Long Term. Because, like, even when I started the long term, even though I was like, I did it, I wanted my mom to have more insight. I was like, here, and I gave it to my mom. That's why I tell her. I say, it's for you, Mom. Here you go, because I know you won't do it. and you have no idea what it is. So it's good, man. It's good. Be wise, though. Be wise. You doing stuff with your parents, though. Don't gamble. Okay? Long term. Long terms. Quality. Mr. Beast and Amazon just announced a new deal for Beast Games, a reality competition game show promising the winner $5 million cash prize. It's believed to be the largest single payout ever in TV history. That's coming out now. Amazon and Mr. Beast. Yeah, everything's still kind of slipping there. Root on the high. JRVR, they came down a little bit. Mattel, MGM. I've been seeing MGM and Win on the high. Mr. Beast, the new Bob Barker. I don't know. I think Mr. Beast is more energetic. That'd be crazy if Bob Barker was like, oh, on this next episode of Price is Right, we are going to offer you a new car, but you have to guess the price before a train blows it up. How are you going to do it? Go. Do, 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 do. What? $1. That's the Jeopardy song. I know, we mixed a lot in there. We mixed a lot. CVS on the high. Again, Walgreens was down. Pepsi on the high. They're killing it. Someone was calling that out earlier. They're up 4 now, 4-2. 10 women, baby. Instructions unclear. $1. I'm holding Altria until I have a child, and then he asks me if he is allowed to smoke cigarettes, and I tell him no. And he's going to be like, then why did you buy Altria? And I'll be like, well, now I'm selling it out. So now what are you going to say, punk? So other than that, until I have a child and he turns 18, I'll probably be holding Altria. Utilities on the high. Kind of low volume. I mean, it's not bad. We're almost 2 hours in, almost at 20 million. I actually think the volume is pretty active in the morning. Yeah, we're at 20 million. It's not even the second hour, so we're a little bit above average of like 10 million an hour. And then Nvidia is still flush in there. Apple AI ain't hyper real. Well, I think it's real, but I do think something weird is happening in AI land. And what I mean by that is that your big dogs are struggling. And what I mean is that like Google and Apple, I feel like they're really far behind. Because they are both fucking up, mainly Google, but then it's just like even Apple is like, fuck it, let's just partner with Google on this. Like I feel like both of those parties, they are the big leaders, but I feel like they are really just, I don't know which way AI is going to go or where's going to be the money, like the real crazy money. But so far, like Apple and Google, they are kind of in a weird purgatory on the issue. So I do think, though, like Nvidia's killing it, obviously. SMCI, the people selling the picks are doing great, but everyone else is kind of, it's weird. But Google and Apple, like all these partnerships, they're, Apple all of a sudden trying to scream AI after not saying anything. Google AI mistake after 10 years of DeepMind. And so it's like, it's kind of weird to think about. But that's how I view it. But I think AI is real for now. But then again, like I do think, though, there is Not every AI stock is created equally, and some of these even bigger companies, I mean, to say they're all going to get a piece in the same size piece, that is hard to say. AFCG, Nvidia is still flushing. When the AI hype and growth will slow down. Once there's not any like new products, or we start getting, like numbers, and we start seeing that it's not making that much money, that would be the only way. Otherwise, it may be like cloud. It'll be that thing in the background that anytime it produces massive amounts of money, everyone's going to cheer. And then anytime it doesn't, people are going to sell it off. My Futu play was good. I closed out of it. We got like 400% on Friday. $900 on the video. Procter Gamble on the high. MRUS. Wheat stocks chilled out. SPY a little bit above open, right above VWAP right now. Again, we don't have Euro close till another hour. You think Apple and Google accidentally made AI that's self-aware and they can't control it? Nah, they would love their stocks to go crazier, but I feel like they're behind. Something is just, it feels weird that you're watching so much progress with other names, and then you're even watching some people make so much money, but I feel like the last year I've watched Apple and Google scramble, try to play it cool, and then scramble, and then now they're just like, fuck it, let's partner, let's do this, we're gonna come out with this and that. But I just think they're behind. I think your Apple and Google got comfortable, and then now this new tech, and then there's just a lot of weird things. We still don't really know what is making all the money or not. Yeah, last two kids to find a lab partner, for real. But then they're the smartest kids. That's why it's like, but then it's like, so we'll see, because then if they may come out with something or they may not. It might be a good thing. Wait and see. You don't want to end up like Meta. Yeah, but shit, look at Meta now. But I feel you. I love it. Tesla's still going up. 6.6. Nvidia is still at the low. RTX on the high. Tesla's Rudy. Japan and yen is tonight, yeah. Oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you guys. So, are you guys ready to talk about the yen? Let me send out a stream alert. Tesla's still going. Can I explain the in-depth relationship between interest rates, bonds, currencies, and other countries? Samuel, you've been here for 3 years. I think you've heard me go over it once. What makes you want that answer right now? Because it is a very complex topic, especially as of late. Because there is still things that are kind of in their own unique way of moving over the last couple of years, but generally it's very complex, and it just depends on every unique, like, who are you comparing? It's just like a currency. To say that answer broadly is one thing, but it's just like you have to kind of pair it up with something to get a general idea. Girl math is simple. Money gets expensive, then that's it. The price of money changes everything. That's all it is. That's literally all it is. Bonds are girl math, boy math. It's just the price of money. That's it. Interest rates, higher, lower, value of currency, depending on how much the money costs, and then how you have to buy the money with that money, you know? That's all it is. It just cost of currency changes. And as the cost of currency changes, the usage of the currency will change. And that is simply the answer. And then everything from there just starts to get really complex. That's very broad. Very, very broad. Am I going to do the ZQ? Maybe not before the FOMC because that one fucked me up last time, even though I walked away with a profit. But I am kind of down. I do love that play. I'm a big, big fan of it. Let me check, though. I want it lower. Let me see. Where was it? Oh, I want Fed interest rate monitor tool. Yeah, Pepsi's killing it. Green shoot on the SPY. Tesla going up. Oh, shit. March odds are 100. It's 9.8 for May. Yeah, May still won't drop. So May's came down like a little bit from when we first saw it, but it's not at like the low. It's getting to the low of this. It's actually lower than December. Maybe on the Ks. You'll have a 9% risk, which could still be big. I might be down to play it, but not with size. Because remember, last time I did 4 or 5 of them, bro, I was down $10,000 in a minute. I know it was $4,000 in a minute. Alrighty. So, Chattadonia. That being said, are you guys ready to talk about the Japanese yen? Are you all ready for the Japanese yen? I don't have any notes for you. I will probably have some tonight. Maybe we just do the live watch list tonight, and then I could go Bank of Japan live as well. But if you aren't familiar, the Bank of Japan is expected to raise rates tomorrow. And this will be the first time they have raised rates since 2007. And even in, like, was it 2014? I believe they pursued a policy of, like, yield curve control and YCC. And pretty much, if you don't know the story, Japan has had a very wild 40 years. Their stock market's finally hitting all-time highs, and they are finally getting inflation in an economy that has not seen inflation in 2 decades, pretty much. Okay? So, very, very wild. Very, very wild there. I have a lot of videos on this. This is probably one of my favorite plays. I was early on it. I've lost money on it. I've also made a lot of money, too. We even shorted the yen before the yen started dropping, if you guys remember that. But I have a lot of videos. If you search the Trading Fraternity Yen, you'll be able to follow up with it. I'm not going to go as in-depth today. I'm kind of just going to carry on from where we've been playing the yen, if you guys have been following along. So here is my issue with tomorrow. It's fucking wild, honestly. But the number one thing is that tomorrow, if they do raise rates, it is going to be a big deal. Traditionally, the idea is that if Japan raises rates, their currency will strengthen, and then people will be incentivized to move their money back into Japan. Because right now, Japan has 0 rates. Negative in some areas, I think. So this will even be the first time ending negative interest rates across the globe. Do you guys realize that? Japan still has negative interest rates. So if they go tomorrow and raise rates, We will no longer have any negative interest rates anywhere in the world. That will be over now. The era of negative interest since 2010 maybe, 2014, that is over now. No more negative interest rates. But the idea would be that if those rates start going high in Japan, people will pull their money from other countries and start investing into Japan. This is why people like literally Warren Buffett have been going hand over fist in Japan. Because not only has it benefited off of the yen, but now when the rates go up, there might be a reason to start pulling money back into Japan. So that's like the weird effect that people are worried about. But here's the deal. Coming into tomorrow, everybody has ignored this. This is the craziest thing about tomorrow. So like I told you, any other time we would be talking about Bank of Japan rate hike, everybody would get really worried about repatriation. Here is the irony. Coming into tomorrow, 80% of economists believe that Japan is going to raise rates. 80% of them now all believe that it's going to happen tomorrow. That's huge. However, last 48 hours, the currency is selling off. And now what economists are talking about is that although they think rates are going to go up, they are factoring in less strength on the yen. Oh? That should be making you scratch your head a little bit. It is for me. So this is the problem with tomorrow now. Do you guys get it? Is that, and this could be the problem with America too down the road. I'm not trying to rule it out. I'm not trying to say tomorrow has to be a big day for them, but it is pointing to some things. So literally, the way analysts are looking at it now, and economists, what they're factoring in is that they are factoring in that the Bank of Japan is going to raise, but they are factoring in that the currency is not going to appreciate strongly because they believe it's going to be gradual, it's going to be very gentle, and they think this slight little rate increase, it's not going to set off a tsunami. I think it will eventually set off a tsunami. So I think it should happen right away, but now with everybody kind of being all timid, I would say maybe this happens by the end of the year, but literally it has to be where little by little, every single event has to either cause repatriation or something else. But literally the irony is that people don't think the event is going to be big tomorrow. They think the first event is going to happen, but they are now not expecting a lot of yen strength. They actually still expect the yen to either stay weak or only get a little stronger and then remain until interest rates keep moving. So that's what we have tomorrow, and that's where I'm saying for the play, I'm still holding. I got closed out. I need a rollover. I lost $2,000 on my front month yen. I had one front month yen for March. That expired. I have a yen for May or June. I'm still in those. I'm down 2%, but I may add one more yen play today, but I kind of want to hold it. But the way I'm looking at it is like, well, we're either going to get a tsunami tomorrow or it'll be kind of like a nothing happened event and then 1 day, 2 day delay, and then little by little we start watching the dominoes fall. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe all these economists are right and maybe the strength effect isn't there, and that's it. So pretty much if there isn't a big movement on the yen and we don't watch repatriation, we don't watch changes in bonds or other countries, then it'll probably be around end of the year. Higher interest rates will finally clap everybody in Japan. Otherwise, then that's it. Repatriation is pulling your money out of other countries and going back into Japan. Like I'm saying, and their interest rates are high now for the first time. You could bring your yen back to Japan and get a return on your money now. That's never happened before. Not to mention you can invest in their market, all-time highs, all of that good stuff. So this could bring down U.S. stocks. It could bring down dollars. But like I'm saying, a year ago, people were more afraid of this than today. 1 year ago, when there was any rumor of Bank of Japan raising, people flipped out about the repatriation. Today, 80% of economists expect it to happen tomorrow. Nobody's worried about it. So this is the weird opportunity, because if we do want to add and double down on some of these yen plays, and it really does set off fireworks, nobody is prepared for it right now. Just like there's people on the yen, but like, dude, the yen is trading substantially lower ahead of a priced-in event. That's insanity. So it really does depend on what is said and how gradual. So like that's the next idea is that they think Ueda is going to raise, but they think he's going to be very gentle about it. So if he's gentle about it, then there it goes. Pretty much this is going to be the answer. FX, this is going to be like TLT. This is why I hope you guys are paying attention. If the yen raises rates, I hope you all feel me. Listen to this very closely. If the yen raises rates and there is no crazy reaction and there is no tsunami, are you following with me? If they raise rates and there is no big reaction and YCL, FXY, only goes up a little bit and then chills out because they're like, well, it's gentle, we got to wait for the next yabba dabba dabba, right? That is exactly what's going to happen with TLT when we cut rates. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me, Chad. Y'all don't feel me, man. You know that? Y'all better like the video. Y'all don't feel me. I'm giving it to you, baby. Y'all don't feel me. Let me say it. I said it slow, but I'll say it again. If Japan tomorrow, if the yen doesn't have a huge reaction, in the end of all of that doesn't change anything, right? Do you realize that's what's going to happen with the bonds? It's the same exact story, homeboy. Think about it. We cut rates. Imagine day before cutting rates, it's all priced in. And then everyone's like, oh, it's only going to be small. It's going to be gentle. It's not going to do much. It may have a little pop, and then it'll just meander. So in a weird way, whatever happens with the yen, it can really be telling us about how TLT is going to play out. I love it. Yeah, but it tells you something because although the situations are different, one is rate cuts, one is rate hikes, right? Do you see how they are very similar? Because again, everybody is debating rate policy and then the impact on bonds or the currency, and then everyone's like, "Oh, this will be huge. This will not be." It's right in line with this same event. And then again, right ahead of the rate cut, I think it'll be interesting to see how people react. But literally, right ahead of a rate increase, you got the yen with this little popper, and then or the drop after it popped, which is like, what? It's selling off, even though people think the event will happen. And if it is going to be gentle, just like a rate cut, if we get a rate cut that's gentle, why would TLT go to 130? You see what I'm saying? So I don't know what's going to happen. I hope you guys get that. I love this. I've studied this event. I've been following along with it. Again, I think the real question for tonight is, do we want to gamble on it and go for this little discount and take it as a big event? But I don't know what's going to happen. So I might make another play on it by the end of the day. But when it's all said and done, like I'm telling you, no matter what happens, we will be able to take that info and run with it. You know what I'm saying? We could do something with it and attach it to other things, and I'm sure it's just part of this historic story that's explaining a lot. You feeling all up on me? What's up, man? Get a long term. You got a long term? But yeah, best play on the yen would be FXY because it won't depreciate like volatility, otherwise 6J. You sold out of your Snap long term because they banned your account for posting your flu medicine? That's an interesting one. It's an interesting one. Do you think the dollar's strength could mute the yen move? Well, yes, but it shouldn't. That's what I've been saying the last 2 days. That's why I was like, damn. The last 48 hours, even on Friday, when I just saw, I even had good news on the yen, and then the yen went down and the dollar got stronger. I was like, damn. And then again, even here today, more good news. You see the whites of the eyes at the event, and they do it again. So I was like, damn, I don't know, man. So the dollar shouldn't overshadow the yen, but if the yen move is small and you don't watch that tsunami, is what I'm calling it, then yeah, it's going to be it'll fall back, and then the dollar, I think, will be the stronger one. ATEC on the high. This is huge, yeah. And then, like I said, yes, we don't know when it's going to affect U.S. stocks. Like I'm saying, maybe tomorrow's big, it has an effect right away, or maybe it takes a couple of days or a couple of weeks, and then we start noticing after the SEP and then Bank of Japan, if there really was a reason to repatriate, then we got to watch out for that. But we don't know. We have nobody knows. We haven't seen this in 20-something years. So you haven't witnessed the Japanese rate hike since 2007. We have no idea what is going to happen, not to mention it's happening at a time where we're about to cut rates after the biggest tightening policy. And then not to mention the end of negative interest rate policy around the world. It could pull people to have security, but people would leave bonds as well. That's the irony. But now what people are saying is that they're saying, no, their people are pretty much assuming Japan is going to raise rates and the Japanese aren't going to move. But the idea would be people in Japan can sell their U.S. bonds to get their money and bring it back to Japan. So it's going to be, the irony is that there's going to be a lot of selling and buying of everything. There's a reason to sell stocks, sell bonds. There's a reason to buy other stocks and buy other bonds too. ACB pop, new high of the day. Again, ATEC 4%, small cap. Yeah, weeds up. MSOS on the high too. But then again, we don't know if pretty much how people are viewing tomorrow. They're saying the rate hike is going to be so small that nobody is going to take their money out of bonds or anything. So people are essentially forecasting that we are not going to watch any repatriation effect. People are not really believing that's going to happen in the next 48 hours of Japan. They don't think that they don't think there'll be a higher enough incentive to leave an asset and bring it home when it's until and that's why I'm saying maybe at the end of the year, several rate hikes, maybe that's what gets people going. So that's what we got to figure out here, and that's what's on the table for the next 24 hours. They will have plans to raise rates. That's what I'm saying. So how they elicit those plans, how strong those plans are, you see what I'm saying? That's all the info. Just like a Fed meeting in the United States, that's what we're going to be looking for with Japan tonight to be able to have this idea. Prim on the high. Prim? Peta! Peta! Why pull money back to a 1 to 2% interest rate? Because you believe the currency will bounce 20%. And then you believe that financial assets in Japan have 90% upside even after going up 100%. Because they're nowhere close to where they were when there was high rates. So there is a reason, even at a small rate, there is. I just don't know how much. It all just depends on that inflow. And then there's still people like myself. I still, even though it's 80% priced in, I still kind of feel like they won't do it tomorrow. We still don't even know if this is even going to happen. The Bank of Japan is a tricky, slimy mother effer when it comes to that. They like to surprise and come out randomly, so we don't even know if they're going to do it. So that's the other factor on top of all of it. But even at slow rates, there's incentives if you think the currency will go up. That in and of itself, if you believe that the rates are going to cause a stronger Japanese yen, then repatriating and just buying anything in Japan would be a better idea than holding the stock market. They may go zero instead of negative, yeah. Or I think they're at negative to zero right now, so they would have to go 0 to a quarter on their range. Because I think Japanese bonds are already trading in positive. Or like one of them. Remember we looked at the 10-year? Yeah, no, shit. Yeah, the Japan 10-year's at 0.75 already. So their short term's negative. How do you play the 20% that nothing happens? Are you saying for Bank of Japan? Or are you saying for the, like the Fed? How does that range work? They just set a range, like it fluctuates based on like the demand. I mean, usually you're not hitting the lower end, but like let's say like things got a little tighter, demand drawed up, they would be able to like stimulate and lower to the lower bound of the range. But usually you're trading near the market's usually trading near the highest point of the range. TPHS. Why does that sound familiar? I don't really know much about it. Oh, Nuvei started running up. I would say it's for the yen, you could even short the yen coming into tomorrow if you think nothing is going to happen. But that's what sucks because the yen, I think motherfuckers already took that trade. So usually, like ahead of the yen event, we would be up, especially if everyone was pricing in a rate cut. Yen should be at the high on every yen event and then die when it comes out a dud. But I think people already shorted it because the way you would have played the non-event, you would have shorted the yen, easy money right there. But now it's already dropped like 4% in the last couple days. How do negative interest rates work? You get less. So like if you bought a 10-year negative 10%, you would get back negative 10% or whatever you agreed to. So if you had $1,000 and you had a negative yielding 10% bond, you would get back $900. But it makes sense in certain areas. Why would someone agree to that? It all depends on the scenario. Why would you do that? It encourages spending. It de-incentivizes saving. But there is a time where a mother effer in the world was buying a negative yielding bond and it made sense to them. Why? Not tax incentives. Know your return. Even if the return is negative. I put 1,000 and I got back 900, I'm still happy. What scenario? There's only one scenario I'd be happy with that. There it is. If the currency increases heavily in value. Think about it. Massive deflation. So imagine the currency skyrockets in value. You have a crash or deflation, and now you're guaranteed 10% less. You could get $900 back for your 1,000, but now 2 years later, $900 buys you 3 times as much. Ta-da! Even though you yielded negative, you had gains in purchasing power. So in the instance of buying negative interest rates, if you think the currency is going to keep getting stronger and you think of certain things, it makes sense to buy negative yielding bonds. That's what some people were doing. Again, in Japan, at one point, their bonds were negative and people were buying them because the currency would keep getting stronger. That's it. You can just hold on to the cash, but it's just going to come back to where you keep it, and then guess what happens? If there's a negative yielding 10-year bond, what do you think's happening at the bank? So that's the point you guys are missing. You guys are like, why don't you just hold cash? Because chances are, if your long-term bond yields are negative, your cash is also probably going to be negative at your bank. So you're not going to be, no, it won't be easy to, well, it kind of will be easier to borrow, but in general, your bank is still going to charge you to not use your money. So you're getting charged no matter what. And then if you have a gigantic amount of money, how are you going to guarantee that? The only way is guarantee it through the government. You could buy gold, yeah. But gold is priced a lot higher in Japanese yen after the currency move. That's another, again, the irony of that as well, too. Yeah, if you had just straight cash under your mattress, you'd be better off. But then again, if you had $1 million in cash under your mattress, your house lights on fire, you're fucked. You get robbed. You see what I'm saying? So past a certain size, you have to go with a bond. And then if you're just going to keep the money in a bank, you're still losing money at the bank. So it is again, they just want to spur activity to weaken the currency. It's crazy. This is how the world was. You realize Germany had negative interest rates? Germany, I think the UK for a little bit. And then Japan right now is the last one with negative rates. They're about to end that tomorrow if everything goes as planned. All right, what time is it? 8:47. Oh, we missed push-ups. Let's go, baby. It's Monday. Get your ass up. We're 15 minutes behind. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go bling, 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 blink. Bling, 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 blink. Oh, relax those pretty little eyeballs. Wow. Feels good. Then drop the shoulders, man. Relax the trauma traps. All that trauma in life, all that stress, you're holding it in your shoulders. Okay, so drop the shoulders. Lower those trauma traps. Release yourself, my brother. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Boom, baby. Legs in front of you. Not wrapped behind your computer chair. You are not riding a dolphin. Stop it. Stop it. And relax the jaw. Go. Blah, 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 blah. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. There it is. Little face stretches too, baby. That's it. Come on. Where my resistance? Hey. I have my resistance. Hey. Let's get it, baby. Oh. Wow. Oh, we hit the blink, bro. We said relax those pretty little eyeballs. All right, USO on the high. Or UCO. Supreme Court wary of ban on White House social media contacts. Dude, this is messed up. If you guys saw, I'm doing like a weird stretch with the thing over my head. I looked really weird. Okay. Push-ups done. Let's get it, baby. All right, bond's coming up. Let me hit the wall. Gotta hit the wall stretch. And we out. We out. Oh. Ooh. Echo. All right. I gotta go pee. We gotta get a foot balance in, though. What was that? FXY just had a pop? Well. Force. All right. Pull up bar, baby. It sucks. My like doors, they don't work. I have one of those pull up bar things you put in the door, but my door frames are like hella weird, so I can't hit it the same. Yen's going up. Yeah, cocoa futures have officially doubled in 2024. So I think cocoa futures are outperforming Bitcoin on the year. But yeah, cocoa futures are they're big right now. They're big. Remember we heard the other guy talking about it a little bit. Goldman changes 24 Fed forecasts to 3 cuts from 4. Remember, they had it at 2 and then they raised it to like 7. These guys is crazy, man. Why cocoa? I think it has something to do with the weather. And like some of the crops got destroyed and then now it's just like, woo! And it went just crazy. Can you buy the TLT Japanese, like the bonds? Oh, I guess so. You can try to find like a, but it's not supposed to go up that much. Remember, it's only going to be like a 0.1 move. The real thing is the yen, because don't forget, the yen is probably one of the most heavily shorted currencies in the world. So like that's why I like the yen, because there's the element of a tsunami with it, because you have not only the policy, but it's just like if the yen gets out of hand, there is so many people in the world who are short on that. It would just, it could rocket. Like that's the thing. The yen dies, and then in one day it could make up a year of losses, low key, and then it'll start selling off again. But that's the big issue. But we could look at a bond ETF. Japan is getting inflation a little bit, and the Shunto wage hikes. I brought that up about 3 months ago. There was another round of wage hikes or like wage negotiations, and they all agreed to very high prices. That was the first wage increases in Japan, I believe, since 1997, or the biggest. So now they're actually getting higher wages, which is nuts to think about. Like their wages are going up more than ours. So that's the big driver of the inflation. That really, I told you guys this a couple months ago. That was like right by the end of the year, but now that the wage hikes or the wage negotiations are over, it's like there is real evidence that their inflation is going to have more pressure, and even then, the wages are a big part of that. Vladimir Putin says he's ready for peace in Ukraine, but only on his terms. Vladimir Putin says he's ready for peace, but only on his terms. Warning that if NATO put boots on the ground, it could mean nuclear war. Japan wants a wage price spiral. That's the fucked up part. If Japan can get a wage price spiral, they would love it. Isn't that hilarious? They just can't. So like if they would, that would be the best thing. All right, yen's going up again. I'm doing the rollover on the yen. I added one more 6J. I have the June contracts. I want my big size for the event. I'm kind of feeling like nothing will happen, but I want my exposure. It's just a rollover from the last 6J. I bought a /6J. It's a yen play. I already had it. I just, again, it closed me out. I think it was this morning or Friday. Best way, FXY. I'm even thinking about doing a shit ton of shares in FXY. But that's why I have a future. But like low-key, FXY, this thing is just going to stay pinned to the chart of the yen. That's it. So there's no, you're not going to get like, if the yen pops and drops and then runs up 6 months from now, you're still going to have the same valuation. YCL, you would be negative. So YCL gets you leverage. So if you think tomorrow is going to be huge, I would go with YCL. If you think the yen is going to go nuts. Why? Because you're going to get more leverage on that one. If you don't know what's going to happen, but you want to play kind of the bottom and then again and have like more safety but less gain sizing, FXY. And that's everything. That's assuming you're not going to be going for a future. Oh, shit, that's the 6JM? Damn. So I'm already on this month's contract. That's crazy. These are the ones, so yeah, the active contract is the one I bought a couple months ago. Damn, we might need to go to September's. Interesting. You could do YCL 2 standard deviations. Why not? The options suck, though, on fucking YCL and even FXY. That's why. So you may be seeing cheap options. I'd still be down to run 2 standard deviations, but like I'm saying, I mean, these options are usually garbo. We're looking at what, 90, 130, 260, like 64.70. Yeah, these will double. I feel like I'd just put a shit ton of shares. You should, unless you don't want to risk a lot. The options, maybe. This would be 2 standard deviations, though, 64. It's not bad, but this is a slow mover. Even if it gets up, maybe you'll double or triple up your money. But then again, it just all depends on how the yen moves. And like you've seen before, those ETFs, you may be right on the move, but then if it doesn't hold, pretty much FXY, YCL could go up, and then you won't make money on the option. POTUS Live, Women's History Month. Woo-hoo. I love you, Mom. Oh, Kamala. Okay, let me go to the bathroom. Kamala killing it. Fuck yeah, Kamala.
$30,000 per person, and for public servants,
okay, I'll be right back,
including our teachers, of whom more than 70% are women. And 1/4 of this stage. And for those who are in public service, like our teachers, we have forgiven an average of over $60,000 in student loan debt. To lift up the economic status of women, we have also invested in women entrepreneurs and small business owners. Across our nation, millions of women want to start or grow a business, but don't necessarily have access to the capital that allows them to do that. So building on work that I did with many of you in the United States Senate and under the leadership of our president, we have now invested billions of dollars to expand access to capital for women entrepreneurs. To lift up the status of women, We have lowered the cost of health care, in particular, the cost of insulin for our seniors. What many of the leaders here know is that 1/5 of women over the age of 65 have diabetes, and far too many have had to make the choice between either being able to afford to fill their prescription or fill their refrigerator. We also know seniors who are women are 80% more likely to live in poverty. So the President and I and our administration capped the cost of insulin for our seniors at $35 a month. But even as we lift up the women and all people of our nation, there are those who are intent on dragging us backward. At this moment, in states across our nation, we are witnessing a full-on attack against hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights, including the right of women to make decisions about their own body and not have their government tell them what to do. Today in America, 1 in 3 women of reproductive age live in a state with an abortion ban. Since Roe was overturned, I have met women who have had miscarriages in toilets because they were refused care. Women who went to an emergency room to receive care and were rejected because the health care providers there thought they would be sued and potentially sent to jail if they administered care. And it was only when she developed sepsis that she received care. Just last week, I visited a clinic in Minnesota where I met with medical professionals, courageous and dedicated women who provide critical health care and who see, like we all do, clinics across our country which have been closing and forced to close, leaving millions of women without access to essential, everyday, life-saving care. So, in conclusion, I'll just say this. There is so much at stake in this moment, and we each face a question. What kind of country do we want to live in? Do we want to live in a country of liberty, freedom, and rule of law, or a country of disorder, fear, and hate? Each of us has the power to answer that question. With our feet, with our voice, and with our vote.
Where is this, like, rule of order? I haven't seen it. I like that first one, but I haven't seen it. I've only seen it without it.
So let us continue. Let us continue to fight for our freedoms. And as we know from our history, when we fight, we win. There we are. And now it is my great honor to introduce someone that I have known for many, many years, who is an extraordinary leader in every way and has done so much for the women of America. Is she going to introduce Biden or someone else? I don't know. And for the women of my home state of California, and a friend to all of us, the great Maria Shriver.
Yeah, it wasn't Biden. Yeah, I didn't know. I was like, is she talking about Biden or? Wait a minute, who's this intro for?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. As she just told me, that stands for MVP.
Oh, wait, isn't that
I like that. I like that.
Yo, isn't that Arnold Schwarzenegger's wife?
Dr. Biden, thank you so much for inviting me here today.
Yeah.
And all of you.
Until he got with the
I'd like
nanny.
to tell you to sit, but there's no
That was a weird situation with
Arnold.
Arnold.
I want to say how
extraordinary that's Arnold.
It is
what you doing up here, Maria?
To see your faces,
take me back,
to watch you
please.
Listen to the Vice President.
Come on.
See the joy in your faces.
I want to be governor.
I
would have been president if I was born here.
Women's history in this
quickly,
extraordinary
Harry.
Historic home. You can just close your eyes and imagine the history that has been.
I don't want to close my eyes.
See it on the walls.
We must get to the years.
See it everywhere. You can
no time.
Feel it
no time to close eyes. Hurry.
But today,
quickly. Now.
Today is a day to keep your eyes wide open, because you, my friends, are about to watch history get made. For the first time ever in our nation, a president, that guy right there.
The Arnold situation is weird, bro. If you don't know why they got a divorce, that's probably one of the weirdest man moments ever.
He is going to sign an executive order that will transform the way our federal government deals with women's health. This executive order will direct the most comprehensive set of executive actions ever taken to ensure that women's health gets integrated and prioritized across all federal agencies.
Oh, shit.
It will galvanize new research on a wide range of
Zaza
topics.
got killed. It's because of
and
probably
help
off that Goldman
prevent,
comment.
diagnose, and treat women's health conditions once and for all. I also wager, and I'm not even a betting woman, but I'll bet today, that this is the first time a president of the United States has ever signed an executive order that mentions the words menopause and women's midlife health in it. With the stroke of his pen, women will get the answers and the care they have long sought and they so rightly deserve. In the time since I first sat in the First Lady's office last April talking about the need for a new, comprehensive plan around women's health research, this White House, Jen Klein, Dr. Mazuri, Secretary Becerra, the entire White House, women of all ages, races, religions, and all political backgrounds, they came together and they have transformed. They have coordinated a revolution that will transform care for the 165 million American women in this country, women of all ages, all races, all ethnicities, and all political backgrounds. This president has also called on Congress to make a bold, big, brave investment of $12 billion. Think about that. I remember saying to the First Lady, we need to get at least $1 billion. And then she said, how's 12? I'm like, that's good, I'll take it. But he called for $12 billion. Think about that in new funding for women's health research.
You said we wanted $1 billion. They were like, how's 12? I said, fuck yeah. Fuck, I'm not going there. Right? They're fucking 12X.
Extraordinary example
yeah,
of government
fucking casino.
quickly and working
Can't even
for
hit
those
that at
who have
stake.
left behind.
Fucking 12X?
Dr.
Are you fucking
Biden,
me? Fuck
you
yeah,
deserve
$1
to
billion?
stand so proud
Fucking,
in
it's
this
unreal.
moment. It's true. She took this mission up the flagpole, through the halls of government, into the Oval Office, and transformed the way government sees us. She and her husband have launched an entire new era for women's health research. This is an undertaking that could only be put into motion by a president who respects women. By a man who sees women, who understands women, and who wants the best for women, who wants us all to achieve our highest potential. Not too long ago, I was asked, Maria, why do we need women's health research? Why does this matter? I was like, let me tell you. It matters because women do not, nor do their doctors, have the necessary research or data to make informed decisions. It matters because women are sicker than they have ever been, and no one knows why. It matters because women make up 2/3 of those with Alzheimer's, and no one knows why that is. We make up 80% of those with autoimmune diseases, the majority of those with MS. No one knows why that is. Black and brown women are more likely to develop endometriosis and face pregnancy-related complications, and we don't have the research to tell them what to do about it. This matters because when women ask questions, they can't get answers because the majority of the research that's been done in this country has only been done on men. Most of the medications women take have only been tested on men. That's not right, that's not just, and it's going to change. So now that the president has done his job, we have to do ours. We have to get Congress to approve the $12 billion investment this president has called for to implement this bold vision. So every woman, every philanthropist, every innovator, every advocate, every researcher, and every instigator in this room and out of this room needs to get in on this and join us in this massive undertaking. And make no mistake, this is a massive undertaking. But as those of you who are gathered in this room know very well, women have never shied away from massive undertakings. We have changed history over and over again, and guess what? We get to do it one more time. You know, today when I walked in here with my son Christopher and my brothers Timmy and Mark is the one that got me in the door, so I have to thank him. I couldn't help but think of our mother, Eunice Kennedy Shriver. Our mother spent a lot of time in this house pressuring her brother, President John F. Kennedy, to make changes for families who had children with intellectual disabilities. She pressured him to understand that it mattered whether they were included in research and whether they were included in all areas of life. She got to change history because he listened. She was a force of nature, but she was also a woman who struggled her entire life and our entire lives with her health. She had stomach issues, she had gut issues, she had sleep issues, and every doctor she went to, and she traveled all over this country visiting doctors.
Oh yeah, Oracle is climbing back up.
Trying to get answers. She couldn't get any answers because they told her, we don't have any answers for you. Everywhere she went, they told her to relax. They told her that maybe she was under stress, that maybe it was in her head. That didn't go over well. They gave her medications that made it so she couldn't sleep, that she couldn't eat. She ended up in a cycle that so many women find themselves in. Instead of getting better, she just kept getting worse. Her needs were dismissed time and time again, and she was the sister of the President of the United States. So imagine what it's like for millions of women who have no connections, who have no help, who can't even get time off for work to visit a doctor. The research and answers and the hope they need will now be on the way because of this man. Imagine how long this has taken for us to get to this moment. Imagine what it has taken for us to bring about this transformative change. Women of America, this is our moonshot. I call it the Minerva Challenge. It's way bigger than any one of us standing here or any one of us listening out in the country. We need to come together to bring this $12 billion home.
What is Minerva?
If we want our children, our sisters, our mothers, and our grandmothers to be able to hold the world upon their shoulders, which they are already doing.
Like, that's a word?
We owe them our best efforts, and we owe them the best research that we can. So let's come together and do this for every single woman who has felt her health concerns have been dismissed, for every single woman who has been told to relax, for every single woman who has been told this is in your head. You don't feel what you tell me you feel.
Who's this
God
face?
forbid.
Why is she looking forward?
Today we join forces and we begin.
That's tripping. All I see everybody looking back, and I got this little exercise head.
With this moonshot and by working together, we can finally signal to women of all ages
right?
that at long last we really do love them
freaked me out.
and value them to the moon. And
you see her? Look at little exorcist head spinning around there. I think it's very natural.
Now it is my great honor to introduce the woman who, without none of this would be possible without her ability to take this up the flagpole.
She's not going to announce Joe, right?
Without her persistence.
She's going to announce
without
Jill.
Her passion. My great friend, Dr. Joe Biden.
Okay. I'm getting to. They give these like intros and like this person did this and that and this and I'm like, who's she talking about?
Quote, if you don't have an idea that materializes and changes a person's life, then what have you got? You have talk, research, telephone calls, meetings, but you don't have a change in the community. End quote.
Mara on the high.
Eunice Kennedy Shriver.
She just brought the Kennedy quote to start after she was talking to Kennedy.
Maria,
you
live your mother's words purely, lovingly, and relentlessly. Thank you for your life's work.
That's
and
crazy.
For being
her mom
an amazing partner in this
fucking
effort.
Kennedy.
Thank you.
Arnold said, "Where's the housekeeper?" Screw the Kennedys.
So good morning.
Mistake. I know.
In the early 1970s, researchers in the United States studied estrogen's effect in preventing heart attacks. You see, it was observed that women who had gone through menopause, therefore who had lower levels of estrogen, were likely to have heart attacks. So a study was conducted asking whether estrogen prevents heart attacks. 8,341 people were selected for that study. All of them were men. This is how things were done. Even though women are half the population, women's health research has been underfunded and understudied. Too many of our medications, treatments, and medical school textbooks are based on men and their bodies. But that ends today. Finally, women will get the health care we deserve. In just a few moments, my husband, President Biden, see, Joe, now I just have to say your name. Will sign the most comprehensive executive order in history to advance research on women's health. So on behalf of all of us, thank you, Joe. If you ask any woman in America about her health care, she probably has a story to tell. You all know her. She's the woman who gets debilitating migraines but doesn't know why, and can't find treatment options that work for her. She's the woman going through menopause who visits her doctor and leaves with more questions than answers, even though half the country will go through menopause at some point in their lives. She's the woman whose heart attack isn't recognized because her symptoms don't look like a man's, even as heart disease is the leading cause of death among women. So many of us and so many of the women in our lives suffer from health conditions for which we simply don't have the answers or the solutions. Think about it. You might have the best doctors or the best insurance, but when it comes to Alzheimer's, endometriosis, thank you.
She's Biden.
And I'm an English teacher. IBS, or disruptive
just keep
menopausal
rolling. Don't worry,
systems.
don't clap anyways.
Is that enough?
Keep fucking spitting.
No. We simply don't know enough about how to prevent, detect, or treat the conditions that affect women uniquely, disproportionately, or differently. And that's the result of a choice. Because for decades, business as usual has meant understudying and underfunding research on women's health. Your president believes that this is unacceptable. When Maria brought this issue to me and Joe less than a year ago, he knew it could make a real difference. And that's what Joe does best. He takes action, and quickly. Joe is the first president to make investing in women's health, research, investing in your health, in our health, a top priority for the White House. It's no secret that Joe's accomplishments on health care are historic. You heard about his successes already. Reducing health care premiums and prescription drug costs, protecting millions of patients from surprise medical bills and junk fees, and getting more Americans covered by insurance. But it's important that you know what Joe is doing through this White House initiative on women's health research is different and without precedent. He is investing resources and actually understanding the scientific basis of women's health conditions, which will allow researchers, doctors, and industry to find new ways to prevent, detect, and treat women's health. Thanks to Joe's experience and vision, he's approaching this problem differently, too. As president, Joe created ARPA-H, a new healthcare agency that pursues breakthroughs in health research at lightning speed. Just a few weeks ago, ARPA-H launched its first ever sprint for women's health, putting $100 million into women's health research and development. And during his State of the Union address, Joe called on Congress to invest $12 billion into women's health research, giving researchers the funding needed to make the kinds of discoveries that will change everything. And he's calling, just like Maria did, on entrepreneurs, investors, private industries, and philanthropists to do their part, because it's going to take all of us. Joe is fighting to finally deliver the answer that millions of women need about their health. This executive order wouldn't be possible without so many women who have been at this work for decades. Many of them doctors who are here with us today, Valerie, Susan, Carolyn, and so many others. So today, as we celebrate Women's History Month, let's write a new future for ourselves, for the girls and the women who will follow. A future where women leave doctors' offices with more answers than questions. A future where no woman or girl has to hear, like Maria said, it's all in your head, or it's just stress.
No, I'm here. I'm going to go to the bathroom again, though. I didn't think I was going to listen to all of it, then I did, and then the chat started getting kind of entertaining.
Just an afterthought in a world designed for men,
I'm
but
contemplating
the
my
first
ZQ
thought
Zaza play,
in a world designed for
chilling,
everyone.
Man.
A future where women don't just survive,
I don't
they
know,
lead
man.
long,
I love you guys know, like, I love my mom. So
today
I'm all about women, man. You have no idea. Like, I don't know. Some people get mad about it, and obviously this is like a very highly politicized, like, this is all for votes, man. Come on, $12 billion for votes, man. I love my mom, man, so you have no idea.
And now
I'm a mama's boy, man, so I love all the ladies, man. I just picture my mom everywhere. I'm like, oh, it's my mom.
My husband, the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
My name's Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband.
I love my sister. I mean, fucking Jill. Fuck.
Happy Women's History Month. I'm smart enough to know that when you have Jill, Kamala, and Maria, and all of you, the most powerful, accomplished women in the room, all at once, I just should hush up, as my mom said, and leave. But all kidding aside, just let me say this. Yesterday was St. Patrick's Day here at the White House. Today is Women's History Month. Two of the best days of the year, back to back. The late Irish poet Evan Boland wrote, "I've learned my name. I rose up, I remembered it, and now I can tell my story. It was different from the story told about me." End of quote. That poem entitled Mother Ireland, but she captures the spirit of women's history in America as well. And, you know, in your own way, all of you, or generations of women before you, have risen up, shown your power, and told your story. It's made all the difference in the world in telling the full story of America. We're the only nation in the world divided and defined. Every other nation is defined based on geography or ethnicity. We're the only nation based on an idea. Think about it. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all women and men are created equal, endowed by.
Bro, I'm telling you,
treated equally our
it's
whole
not
lives,
good quality, but the forehead
we've never
waves,
fully
dog.
lived up to that.
That shit tripped me out. He got a do-rag on his forehead. I ain't never seen anybody with forehead waves.
Walked away from it either. Especially when it comes to women. To state the obvious, women are half the population, underrepresented across the board, but not in my administration. State the truth, all the women in our family are brighter than all the men, so it's not hard decision. We're proud to have an administration that looks like America, with more women serving in senior positions than any time in American history. Our historic vice president, who's doing an incredible job. Incredible. The cabinet and staff at every level across the administration, including military women, have gotten confirmed for 2 4-star generals to lead combat commands. The second and third women in history to do so, as well as the first woman ever to be on the Joint Chiefs of Staff. It matters. Together we put the first black woman on the United States Supreme Court. And I'm mildly prejudiced, but I think she's the brightest person on the court. And more black women on the Federal Circuit Courts of Appeals than all previous presidents combined. And together we made historic progress through one of the toughest periods our nation has ever been through. Folks, and as Jill just talked about, we've launched the first ever White House initiative in women's health research to pioneer the next generation of scientific research and discovery in women's health. Think of all the breakthroughs we made in medicine across the board, but women have not been the focus. Research has been taking much too long to get to you all. I've called on Congress, as we've said, I'm repeating myself here, $12 billion for that effort. And today we're jump-starting that investment by dedicating $200 million to the National Institute of Health to tackle some of the most pressing health problems facing women today. With the executive order I'm about to sign, I'm directing the most comprehensive set of executive actions ever taken to improve women's health, ever taken. And I'm going to ensure that women's health is integrated and prioritized across the entire federal government. It's not just in women's health, not just at NIH, the National Science Foundation, the Defense Department, the Environmental Protection Agency. I mean, across the board, this is really serious. And I will spearhead new research and innovation for breakthroughs in a wide range of women's health needs, and that you experience throughout your lives. Because it really matters. It matters. Because we're focused on supporting women together, our administration has turned around the economy. Because we focused on women, by the way. Focused on women. We've achieved the lowest unemployment rate for women in 70 years. More women, especially mothers, in the workforce than ever before. The narrowest gender gap on record, but so much more to do, so much more to do. Historic investments of over 225,000 child care centers, 90% of which are owned by women and staffed by women, so families can take care of their children and get to work and improve the economy. 60% increase in loans to small businesses owned by women, totaling $5.1 billion. We're just getting started. Through my American Rescue Plan and the child tax credit, we cut child poverty in half.
Oh, I forgot we could do that.
That's a fact.
A little silent horn.
Which I might add, when my Republican friends tell me we're spending a lot of money, it's saving billions of dollars. Saving billions of dollars. We're actually cutting the deficit, too. Republicans voted against it, let it expire, but I'm fighting to bring the child tax credit back. And we're making sure that women can access jobs in sectors they've been historically underrepresented: manufacturing, construction, clean energy. And I make no apologies for being pro-union, but I tell you what, we had very direct meetings with the union leadership. Not a joke. I said, I want you to show me on a yearly basis increased number of women in unions and increased number of minority in unions. All kidding aside, there's not a damn thing a man can do that a woman can't do. To state the obvious, if you want to have the strongest economy in the world, you can't leave half the workforce behind. As we advance women's economic empowerment, we're also ensuring their physical security. With the help of so many of you, we've brought the total of Investment Against Violence Against Women Act, which I proudly spent 6 years getting passed and wrote, as my daughter said, with my own paw. We probably wrote, we've provided $700 million in 2023, most ever, funding for everything from community groups focused on prevention, establishing the first ever hotline on abuse, holding predators accountable, etc. It matters a lot. Because of women leaders in Congress, I also signed the most significant gun safety law in nearly 30 years. To keep guns out of the hands of convicted domestic abusers. The idea I had to fight to get that done? Convicted domestic abusers were not allowed under the law. I wrote saying they cannot own a weapon. And so in addition to that, we finally got it passed. Anyway. So our children can learn to read and write, not learn how to duck and cover in school. I mean, seriously, think about that. In the year 2024, we're talking about children learning to duck and cover in school. But I will not stop until I ban assault weapons again in high-capacity magazines. Not a joke. That doesn't abuse the Second Amendment. You've never been able to have any weapon. That never was the case from the very beginning. We created reforms that fundamentally shift how our military investigates and prosecutes sexual assault and domestic abuse. And by the way, she's not here today, but you all thank Kristen Gillibrand for that fight. She's in New York leadership. We also continue to stand with women and girls worldwide against rape and sexual violence as weapons of war and terror. And we've spoken on it. We're one of the few leaders in the world who have spoken against it. Because we're punishing countries that engage in it. But folks, as I said in my State of the Union address, there's no ordinary time in our history. Democracy is literally at stake here at home and abroad. Our basic freedoms are under assault. Freedom to vote, freedom to choose, and so much more. My predecessor and his allies in Congress make no apologies for it. But here's the deal. It's a decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. The Supreme Court wrote, quote, "Women are not without electoral and or political power."
Okay, I'm gonna go pee. I just responded to it.
No kidding.
I think it's almost done. Right.
As they say in Claymont, Delaware, where I spent my childhood, they ain't seen nothing yet. No, I'm serious. Clearly those bragging about overturning Roe v. Wade to support a national ban on abortion have no clue about the power of women. I mean it sincerely. But they're finding out. When reproductive freedom was on the ballot, the American people spoke in 2022 and 2024, and with the leadership of this woman to my left here, they're going to speak out again in 2024. When you send me a Democratic Congress that supports reproductive freedom, I promise you, we will restore Roe v. Wade again as the law of the land. Look, you've been standing a long time. So let me conclude this. You can't lead America with old ideas that take us backwards. To lead America, I was with Xi Jinping in the Tibetan Plateau. I traveled 17,000 miles with him and spent more time with many other world leaders. And the Plateau, he asked me, he said, "Can you define America for me?" I said, "God's truth." And I said, "Yes, I can. One word: possibilities." We're the only nation in the world that believes anything's possible. To lead the land of possibilities, we need a vision for the future, laying out what we can and should do and what we're going to do. I made it clear I see a future I see. I see a future where we defend democracy, not diminish it. A future where we restore the right to choose and protect our freedoms, not take them away. A future where the middle-class family has a fair shot and the wealthy begin to pay their fair taxes. I see a future where we save the planet from climate crisis and our country from gun violence, all within our power. And above all, I see a future for all of America, a future for my daughters, my 4 granddaughters. By the way, they're incredible. You should meet my granddaughters. Oh, you think I'm kidding? I'm not. A future for all women. And I'll always be president for all Americans because I believe in America. And that's without any exaggeration, I believe in you. You're the reason I'm more optimistic than I've ever been in my entire career. So let's rise up. Know our power. Tell our story. And let's remember who we are, for God's sake. We're the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity. Nothing, 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 and we work together. So God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. You are the best. It's a great honor. Oh, really, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I like to embarrass her and hold her hand in public. I'm going to sign this executive order now.
$12 billion. All right, thank you, Joey B. Thank you. Thank you. Look at all the hugs. Look at his. I love his face, dude. Sometimes his like little surprise, like smiley face is the cutest thing in the world. I know some of you guys don't like this. Some of y'all get worked up, but you know, it is what it is. I can't help but smile. But that was exciting. That was good. I didn't think that was gonna last that long. You know what I'm saying? It's good. It's good. It's good, baby. How y'all living, man? How y'all living? It's only Monday, remember? We got a lot of stuff here tonight. And then Wednesday, you're going to forget about that speech before you even know it. My goodness. Thank you for understanding. Well, thank you. Thank you if you were respectful during all of it. Love to see it, man. Love to see it. I mean, there's a lot of other issues you could get worked up about with it too, you know. But like I'm saying, if you took that moment to be respectful, I appreciate it. That goes a long way. Goes a long, long way. You can't understand the mumbling. It's like my dad when he tries to speak English. Like, it's cute. That's all. I just laugh. I have fun with it. Been listening to Uncle. Hey, yo, Uncle. What does he whisper? I mean, he used to hit better when he was younger, you know, but I think it's like a auditory, like talking technique to get the people involved. I can make sure you're listening. Listen! See, you're going to hang on my words a little better. Like, you know, it's more dramatic. Like, have you ever seen a movie clip? Have you ever seen a movie clip without sound? Like I'm talking like the background noise. Like, you ever watch like a scary scene where it's just like bum 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 bum, but like if they took out the music, it's not as like intense. That's why I whisper. You get involved. So come on, you feel me? You can feel me. You're disrespecting yourself in America. If you respect this admin, no. I think you are disrespecting yourself if you are letting an external situation or somebody bother you to that degree. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the way I look at it. Because that's the whole idea of, like, you know, we have a lot of people in this country, and, you know, it's a great country, and you see everybody. But it's just like, you know, like, bro, on a day-to-day basis, you know, imagine all of the orders that are going through and what's getting signed. And I'm not saying that, like, again, I do feel bad. A lot of effects and things that have happened. But it's just like, all in all, there. You say it's a bad take, but honestly, this is just what I believe. Again, I've said it not too long ago. I wouldn't vote for Biden. I think Biden's done a lot of bad things, but I'm not walking around here with this much hate in my heart, tying in 5 issues to one speech, getting mad, getting in arguments with my friends about it and other people I'm in. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying, like, it's like if you really have no respect for yourself, it's like, why are you letting someone's words or actions cause you to go off the rails? That's what I think is, that's what my take is, and I stand by it. Like, I don't think that's that bad of a take, because it's like you control what you control. And like I see things literally, man. I'm losing people left and right. I have a lot of things in life. I see all of the things. I see my own people getting killed in other countries. My people who come here now, they can't even afford half the shit, let alone people who grew up like my parents. They'll probably never be able to own a home, which is wild. But it's not like I'm not gonna rah 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 and then, well, you're not my friend anymore, and you're this, and that's awful, and this is this. Like, no, I mean, just I have no respect for my country on this, because that's what I'm saying. But that's not what you said. You know what I'm like. That's all. I'm like I said. If you guys are respectful, I appreciate it, and you don't have to support and like things, but it doesn't mean again you have to also be like a rah 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 and like go after it, and then anybody who remotely says anything not what you want to hear, you like, oh no. It's like I don't ever believe in that. Yeah, I think you can't. I think you could respect the country and you could respect other people while still disliking the administration, and I'm okay with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's totally fine. And you're allowed to, but you know, you don't have to like draw and say, if you're this, then you're that. If you support this, then you're someone who's like this. If you don't do this, then you're that. It's like y'all just working for the political campaigns without getting paid. Twitch, I don't know. I don't think I saw the Twitch too much. Twitch be getting into mad arguments, though. They do that every so often. Well, yeah, it's chill, man. Don't even trip. I don't say this to y'all. Like, I guess, let me put it this way. I don't disapprove of your behavior, but I say this to like help you. And as somebody who's got to, I've lived life. I've got to see a lot of a lot of different things. I have very strong opinions. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like, this is for you. That's what it sounds like. Nah, it's not. Again, I'm telling you, that's why I'm making it very clear that it's not like I'm trying to say don't do this. I'm just saying for your own good, because you're going to fight with people. That's it. You're going to argue. You're going to come at me, tell me that I sound a certain way. You're going to fight with other people. All for what? Like, you know what I'm saying? And then you represent yourself in a certain way. For what? What are you going to get out of it? It's just like, for what is the reason of fighting with real people that you know and being rude and disrespectful all to everybody around you over what? Your kid's future is not going to get affected in youtube.com/the stock market restreaming. Go out and get to the other 50,000 people then, if that's the case. But like I'm saying, this type of behavior on a day-to-day basis, though, it's only going to destroy you. That's all it is. That's all it is. Well, you're not the only one who is in here doing that. There's like 100 of you guys doing that. So you, Hamza, I could pull up all the Chad faxes and go pick out everybody. But like I'm saying, for all of you, like, it is only going to hurt you. That's what they say. It's like drinking poison, thinking it's going to hurt the other person. That's it. The minute people get you angry, they get you off your balance, they get you fighting with your community and people and all of it. That's it. I know you're saying you're telling me I'm having bad takes and I don't understand things. And you're like, how am I being rude? I'll just say, God bless you. I love you. And you know it. I've banned you before. I've let you in and I've showed you a lot of love throughout the years. Always, day in, day out. I've hooked you up when you needed it. I've never told anybody when you needed it either. You know what I'm saying? I am trying to understand. You are not trying to understand love. You are trying to understand hate. I understand hate. I get it. I have reasons. I have reasons to never show up. I have reasons to never do anything wrong. I see what's happening to the future. I know what's going on to kids. I know what's happening to immigrants and other Middle Easterners who will never have the same opportunity that I did. Why? Because of how things have changed. But I'm saying understand the love. That's understand the love. No, I don't think you get it, man, because you're fighting with us. You're fighting with your homies on this. Like, you're getting and you're riling up people in here now, and even with me, when I'm showing you I love you, and you're like, it's my kids, and they don't. All I'm saying is you don't need to argue with people on shit like that, especially in a setting like this where most people have shown you more love than not. At that point, what are you doing? Let's be real. I'm gonna call it how I see it, dog. I love you, and I have loved you over the years. I'm explaining, but it seems like you're trying to argue it when all I'm saying is just have more love, dude. That's all. Like, don't get worked out. I don't want to see you get all stressed out over what. And then fighting with people, and then you see it, you say one wrong thing on the internet. I got fucking 20 stalkers for what? For fucking talking all day? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, and for what? When I could watch all these and laugh, it doesn't mean I'm not aware of what's going on, but like, your change is not going to happen in a chat room. Do you know what I'm saying? I love you too. You're reading it angrily. Nah, man. I want to do something, but I don't because I love you. If I go and pull up your Chad facts and read it from this morning till right now, and I let everybody decide if it sounded a certain way, I don't think it's going to fall back on like you again. And I've read 100 of everybody else. So like I'm saying, I've seen a lot of people get worked up on it where I'm just like, dude, why? Why? You don't have to keep communicating it. Don't fight with your brothers over it. And that's all. Just have love, baby. Have love. People do agree with him. I don't necessarily disagree with him. That's what I'm saying is how you could go about and like, you know what I'm saying? And the consistency of being in a certain way and then instigating fights. Like, you don't have to instigate 20 different things and bring up 20 different things. And then, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it comes down to. Because like I said, I was watching that whole thing and I was like, I got a mom, bro. I love my mom. And I know one speech doesn't mean one thing and like it's tied to 10 different things, but I'm like, why would we ever get worked up on this? Like, don't get into conversations or like don't get into trouble for no reason. And especially when it's like, you want real change, make big change out of here. And at the same time, all we could do is control ourselves. And that's where this all starts with. Full circle. You could decide how you want to react to certain things. I think you guys should all vote this year. That's why I'm telling everybody to vote. Shit. That's going to be your one chance to do something. Otherwise, y'all better vote locally. Maybe start running for it. I think I'm going to run for Senate. I'm going to try it. You feel bad for the common man that it's destroying? I would argue I don't feel as bad. You know why? Because they're probably living more peaceful than you. Do you see the paradox? There's people more ignorant of what is going on, and they have no idea. And like they're living so much more peacefuler. Which is crazy to think about. That's why they do say ignorance is bliss. We got problems. They don't even know they got a problem. Perception is reality. Are you going to wear a Kanye mask so you don't have to do a face reveal? I'll do a face reveal for Senate. Why not? That's cool. I don't know. I wonder if I could win. Because, like, I would actually fuck that shit up. Like, I would just, like, we'd make some real change, bro. So I'd be down to show my face. I'm down. Why not? I might have to get my retainer in. I got a little gap tooth. Other than that, maybe we get the hair transplant. Maybe we don't do the hair transplant so I look more relatable. You know what I'm saying? Garner some votes. I could get the boomer vote with my hairline. I could get the younger vote with my speech. Boom. We could win. No, we have to find the state that's like easiest to win with Senate and the lowest population, and then we all move there. And then we have the votes. Yeah, SPY dropping. Little cheek leg coming to the low end of the day. Show's face, actually Patrick Mahomes. You got me. Oh. Yeah, the purchase this month in the long term, it's on both YouTube channels. Go to Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live. Go to Community tab, and you'll see the whole portfolio. I bought MO, but we got lucky on MO. Lucky, timing, schedule, call it what you want, but either way, we call it off. But we got MO at $39, believe it or not, $39.52. We picked it up here, and then the stock just rocketed. I think we're up, is it 12 or 16% in a couple days? In like, or I guess 2 weeks. So, but I posted it on the YouTube. If you had the long-term alerts, you should have got a text. And then if you are subscribed to the YouTube channel, I did make a post on both channels. If you've been following along, I mean, it should have hit you in the face. That's going to be the next wave. What's stopping Mr. Beast from using his followers? Well, people have tried it. I mean, it's just a matter, though. You will find the mix. One day there will be somebody who has social media followers as well as political acumen, and it may line up. I mean, if AOC can do it from being a bartender, the stars have to align. The stars have to align. Yeah, I guess that Trump would probably be I guess emphasis on political acumen, but then again, for somebody with no political experience up until president, I mean, he wasn't that bad comparatively, but he's not like, it's someone who's like change, like real change, But we'll see. That'd be crazy. Just what our country needs. Streamers in the Senate. Yee! I mean, quite frankly, though, like, the title of that doesn't sound good, but then, like, we have geriatrics in the Senate. Does that, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know which one is which. That's kind of the weird problem with it, because it's like, I feel like where it is now, it's just as unrepresentative. It's what we deserve at this point. One person can't change anything in Congress. Not sure why people believe that. I mean, lately, nowadays, you could just, remember, one vote is like a Manchkin or a cinema. You know what I'm saying? You're too emotional. Yeah, but sometimes I convert it into passion, and it goes a really long way. But I think it's just part of my authenticity. You can see all of it, baby. You can see all of it. Vote for me for Senate 2024. Actually, no, I'm not running yet, but yeah. I'll vote you and Kennedy in Senate. Exactly. But you can't. Do you live in Louisiana? Would you ever do the Joe Biden impression to him if I met him? Probably not. Unless he was down. Like, maybe if I met him and what if he was like smoking a joint or something, And I was like, what, Biden? Yeah, fucking I puff this shit all the time, bro. Hunter got the good shit. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, if it was like, and we were like vibing, and I'm like, oh, dude's chiller than I thought. I'm like, all right, what do you think of this? I'd be like, yeah. But like, if I just met him and I like shook his hand, I'd be like, yeah, it's great to meet you. Great to meet you. Coin getting the cheek lay. Then MO, bro, 66. We still have the contract up 683%. If Oval Office is I would walk out to that if I was him. It's a good one, bro. It's a good one. The Elon ketamine thing? No. MSTR is down another 300. Well, fucking MSCI. They got murked. We have ex-dividend, though. Isn't ex-dividend on the 22nd? So I think we have a couple of days. We could probably ride it until maybe Wednesday. The Nvidia meeting is like 30 minutes before the bell. It's already 9:57. And then Nvidia dying again? And SPY going a little lower. Yeah, Nvidia is down by 0.5. Been slowly selling off all day. Today's a weird one, man. Russell's down. I can't even get like a grasp on what's like really leading or not. I mean, communications down. Discretionaries are up. It's a weird one. Dow Jones, 9 names in the red, 19 in the green. NASDAQ, 80 green, 20 red. And then S&P 500, 130 red, 370 in the green. Barings is pausing new investments in private credit funds. Who's Barings? B-A-R-I-N-G-S. I added to the yen. I added one more today for a rollover, and we're going to hold it and see if there's going to be a tsunami, but it's not expected. So, again, it's expected that they're going to raise rates, but ironically enough, everybody is thinking the yen is barely going to move because it's so small. So, we'll see, but I'm down to go long on it. The Venson, is it going to be sell the news? It might, but last GTC Nvidia conference, it was a buy the event. So last time it was after earnings, and then he came out, he put on a leather jacket, and he just started hyping up everything, and then everything went just nuts. Tsunami, that it'll it'll go crazy. I think it'll strengthen, but like a tsunami, like a big pullback, and it's just going to be a wave that will be like in multiple waves and kind of unstoppable. But some people do think people aren't thinking the yen isn't going to go up, which is contrary to my belief, but I could see how it sounds, how it could take time. So I'm not really fully against the idea, but I could definitely see, 0.10% rate hikes taking some time before causing the knee-jerk reaction. But then again, this hasn't happened in 20 years. Yeah, if nothing happens with the yen, would that mean they're going to raise even higher? Yes. But if nothing, 100%. They're going to be more aggressive. The yen just may keep weakening. That's the scary part. Or the yen, this may actually be the floor for the yen now, and no more yen going to 150 or shit like that because they finally raised. But if they do raise and there's not a big issue, they're definitely going to raise again. That's why I said it'll take maybe by September, December, we start seeing the effects of the yen if tomorrow isn't big. But we're going to find out very, very shortly. Well, the yen hasn't gone up for like 2 years. The yen has only been going down, maybe 3 years, just because of the currency. All of their QE, they haven't been getting any inflation, and it finally started to come in, but they have negative rates still. So they have not changed that, and the yen has only been on a one-way street going lower. It destabilized from being a safe haven. The Nvidia news is going to be about 30 minutes before the bell. You might have to wait till after hours, as weird as that may sound. Like, I don't know if he's going to announce all the good stuff early, but if it takes a certain amount of time, I mean, homeboy might be a little later. ADM contract sadly clapped. Same price. It's break even, but same price I bought it for on the ask. Maybe Japan wants to change after. That's what I'm thinking, but oddly, and I don't know if Japan, they don't really work the same way. Yeah, here it is. Bank of Japan to end yield curve control and ETF purchases on Tuesday. So there it is. Nikkei leak. Nikkei. Remember I told you every time before the event, yeah, yen's popping now, but literally Nikkei with a rumor right ahead of the event. That's coming out right now. So literally they're saying the Bank of Japan's going to end yield curve control and ETF purchases on Tuesday. But maybe that's what I don't know if Japan has like the same history as the United States where like if people expect something, it happens, but more people are confident that this is going to happen tomorrow. So we'll see. Otherwise, maybe they do wait until we cut rates because then we'll be cutting while they're raising. Yeah, yen just went up like 0.05 off that. Yeah, the BABA contracts ain't move. I forgot about those. No, those got murdered. You could still do it. That pop's not that. I'm even thinking of FXY. I do like the options too, but I'm thinking like just put 100 grand in a FXY and call it a day, but I might just wait and leave that for my backup. That's for the tsunami. I think I'm just getting a little jumpy, but I've waited my whole life for this. I love the yen. You have no idea. But it's a decent level. Do I still have the YCL? No, I closed out the YCL last year. I don't have any of those. I closed them out on the last pop when I bought my futures. So I have no more YCL or FXY. I have 3 6J contracts for June. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Let me see. I think there's a stream alert. I'm pretty sure I sold it end of the... BOJ preparing to wind down much of its massive monetary easing program. Yeah, I think YC, was it tax loss? Yeah. And then I just added more futures instead of there. But that's why I'm down to it. I want FXY though. So YCL is good if we get the tsunami, but without it, we do like FXY will protect you if it takes us till the end of the year. I would buy it now. I mean, I might buy some today, but I already have exposure. So the question is like, it's simple. Do you want to gamble on the yen tonight or not? That's all it is. It's a gamble. Like I outlined the situation for you so you realize what's going to happen. what is expected, and then the expected move on the asset, the yen, is most people think it's not going to go up. I think it will. There's a gamble there. I don't think that's an easy answer that the yen has to go down today. I say no. I think the yen could get stronger. So it's more or less tonight comes out. If it really is that big event, you may watch one of the biggest moves in the world. If not, it's going to be this first domino that's going to start until pretty much the end of the year. I did the 2 standard deviation for FXY. And then again, I think I'm 1 for 3 on this play too. So the first time we shorted the yen, we fucking killed it. That was like 25 grand to the downside. And then I bought one of the dips, lost on that, and then I just lost on the second one with one of them like right there. So be careful. It is a gamble, and you could keep going after this. But like I'm saying, the time it does finally hit, though, I do believe in something bigger on the macro front on this one. But we did price in the options. I think these 64, that would be 2 standard deviation. But the problem with the options, the yen could move. But if the yen doesn't move big, you will still lose on these options. Guaranteed. Almost guaranteed. Even if the yen goes up, but not like a lot, you will still lose. So yen is going up one more time. Oh, shit. Pour down. Alrighty. Oh, damn. It's already 10. All right, let me go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning. And I'll BRB.
Laws. They rejected a $1.5 billion border security proposal here. What do they want?
Well, it's the same kind of issue that held up the foreign aid funding issue, the broader immigration negotiations. Republicans have said that the president keeps asking for money that, yes, would go to the Department of Homeland Security, but it's more for processing people through the system. Conservatives do not believe they're doing enough to dissuade people from coming here in the first place. Mm-hmm. You can talk about the Remain in Mexico policy or a variety of policies that would dissuade people from coming here and seeking asylum, stop people from crossing the border illegally.
So they haven't
seen enough. Yeah, they want HR 2. They wanted HR 2 before. I'm sure the conversations have narrowed down to something shy of HR 2. But when they thought they would need to do a stopgap just for Homeland Security, because they did talk about just a full year stopgap, they said, well, there would need to be some exceptions. Once they talked about the exceptions for border security, they realized that's the tough thing to negotiate, so they might as well try to negotiate the whole bill. So they're back at the age-old problem now of what do you do on border security that feels like real border security to the most conservative members who are willing to vote to fund the government.
So could we be in a situation where, because they're facing down the threat of a shutdown of much wider parts of the government than just DHS, because all of this is getting roped together, Republicans actually have to give some of the border measures and potentially a win to the Biden administration on them for that reason, rather than giving them the win earlier on in the bipartisan deal that was negotiated?
You know, it's hard to define what a win would be to the Biden administration because this is an issue that's been pushed by conservatives. It's more been a question of how much of a win is enough for them to vote for it. They pushed the Biden administration in a more conservative direction on some of these asylum policies, but it wasn't enough for the conservatives. We've gotten to the point where a lot of people are kind of going in circles about how much of a win is something for us to really call a victory and how much is too small so that we want to be able to run on this. That, you know, the shadow of Donald Trump is still hanging over anything with the border.
All right, Jack Fitzpatrick of Bloomberg Government, going to be a fun week for you, and hopefully not weekend, I'm sure.
4 deadlines. That's coming someday, right? 4 funding deadlines.
Don't wish that upon us,
I
Jack.
picture Jack waking up in a cold sweat with that when I read about that one. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, Jack. And of course, he raises the specter of former President Trump, who we know has had some influence in the minds of those on Capitol Hill, specifically when it comes to the issue of border policy. He was not in favor of that bipartisan deal that was struck, and then that bipartisan deal very quickly died in this Congress. And of course, the former President, Joe, was in the news for other reasons over this weekend as well. Speaking in Ohio, about a bloodbath, but specifically he was talking about the auto industry. It's become about context in the aftermath.
That's what they say. We were debating in our previous hour whether there is a debate around context and whether there is any difference when it comes to a bloodbath.
Yes.
You want to hear what he said?
We should hear from the former president this weekend.
If you're listening, President Xi, and you and I are friends, but he understands the way I deal, we're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes.
Why did it sound like
line,
a joke at first?
And you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected.
It sounded like they were putting on like a fake personality. And then
for the whole,
jump.
That's going to be the least of it.
And then, of course, we got a follow-up on True Social after this
what did
was
he write this
replayed
morning,
and
actually? A
analyzed.
lot of people were probably at work by the time that happened.
In part, the fake news.
The TLT play, well, that's the beauty of today, is that we are going to get some really good information. Please do not downplay it. And what I mean, and we talked about this about an hour or two ago, is that whatever the yen actually does, it is going to speak to how our TLT is going to move when the time comes for the rate cut. So is it going to give you something tomorrow? No. Unless you're going to play the yen and then the yen goes crazy, then yeah. But other than that, though, it's like that info is going to be big. Because if tomorrow really doesn't move the yen, I am going to really start doubting bond TLT plays. Because, again, you're going to watch how they gently move out of policy. And if the market reaction isn't big, you may see the same thing happen in the United States. It's kind of nuts to think about. Yeah, MO, because MO has ex-dividend. So literally MO has ex-dividend on the 22nd. So on Friday, this goes ex-dividend. So not only is it making the pop, did they have the news, they also started going up. Yeah, let's look into the Japanese bond play. I think it is simple, but I also think it is limited. That is the problem with the Japanese bond play. Because one, Japan's rates are already controlled. That's like the whole fucking story with all of it, you know? But the other part is that even if they raise by 0.1, that's pretty much what you could get. A rate hike should increase the value of the yen, but that's where people are saying it's not. And somebody even said it. They're like, too much yen hype like every time. And that's the irony of this moment is that, yeah, there's still yen hype, but the yen has never been this subdued after 5 rumors and an expectation of a cut. So all of a sudden, there's all this yen hype, but nobody is thinking the yen is going to go up. So it might be another nothing burger still. I kind of feel that way because I don't really believe it because everybody was so confident and paranoid. I think around April would be the best timing of it now, but then again, March, I was telling you guys March or April, 6-9 months ago on this situation. So it's around the time, but we're going to find out. So let me see, is there a Japan bond ETF? But there's just a limit to it. That's the only thing that sucks. But I do think it could be a play. I mean, maybe with the right leverage, it could be good. Is there? I don't think there is one. Yeah, I don't think there's a Japanese bond play on the U.S. market. I see 2561. I see like a Hong Kong one. Yeah, none of them have tickers. What is this? JGB1X? I don't know if that one's going to load. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we can. There's no Japanese bonds in America. The only thing you could do is banks. Let me see if I have that chart. I said it earlier in passing. I have supporting evidence. Here. Japan bank stocks. So remember, when we raised rates, our bank stocks went apeshit, right? So Japan bank stocks have a lot of upside because take a look. This is from 1988. The bank stocks are still down 90%. So even though bank stocks have had their biggest rally in Japan in 20 years, from the last time that they had rates, the bank stocks are still 200% lower just from 07, and then another, 9 times lower from last time. So Japan banks would probably be the closest we could get to that. MUFG, that's already at all-time highs, though. If they raise, theoretically, FXY should go up, yes. But right now, everybody is thinking it's not going to happen, which I think is ironic. But yes, in theory, the yen should start to gain value, whether it's immediately or, again, down the road as everybody starts to fall into the new scenario of higher rates and then the money starts moving. They leak that they're going to raise rates. Shouldn't it just give it away? No, because the Nikki's a room, like it's just like Wall Street Journal. You know, when Wall Street Journal's like, this company's going to go bankrupt or this person is going to do this. So they have good sources, but sadly, the Nikki, they have literally leaked a policy action every single time. So this isn't your first time watching this. Like, if anything, I was expecting it. So like a couple of days ago, I even said it. There was all these Nikki rumors, and I just said, wait, day before, you are going to get one. But give it away in the sense that the yen move will no, because it's still, we don't know if it's actually going to happen. And then now everybody's like trying to like play it cool, and they're saying that the yen's not going to go up. And it makes some sense to me. I get it, but at the end of the day, I just think naturally that risk of the yen starting up is always going to be there. MUFG. FXY. I don't like that. I do the shares on FXY. I mean, I'm in the futures. I might go with FXY today. I'm not really. I have big exposure. I have 3 yen contracts, so I'm already I'm ready to go. But I'm down with FXY, but I don't know if I do the options. Options, if you really only want to lose $20, $40, and then there you go. Maybe it hits, maybe it doesn't, but otherwise I think shares are the best way to protect yourself because the yen is just very volatile. So if it makes moves, you're going to want a way to kind of be able to slip out there without time decay. There will be an opportunity to play in the morning. You could just wait to see what happens by the morning. If nothing is big, I mean, it'll be at its own little move. I did hear about Babinski, man. Yeah, we had a moment of silence this morning. The funeral is today in New York, man. It was sad, bro. You have no idea. I think he was actually the first mod on this channel. You know that? That was the first person I ever made a mod on this channel. I'm telling you guys have no idea, man. He was a bright of light, dude. You guys have no idea. I would be in here with like 20 people, bro. 40 people. And like I have people trolling me, making fun of me, being annoying. Like, dude, Jake Babinski was like one of the only dudes in the beginning who was just like, he was so with it, man. You have no idea how much he encouraged me all day, bro. Like, it's sad, bro. It's sad, man. He leaves behind his family too, man. So, yeah, Jake, yeah, we had a moment of silence this morning. Jake Babinski passed away. That was last weekend. So I was able to confirm it. And again, we sent flowers to the funeral and some other stuff. If you guys want that info, email me. I'll forward it over to. I know a lot of you guys were close with him as well. I found out by Gary. So one of the other Chads in here, who's also a mod, Jake introduced him to the Chad. And so it was Jake's friend. He became a Chad through Jake, and he's been with us for years. And then he emailed me, and I was like, what? I was like, it blew me away. I was like, no way. And then it confirmed, and then they sent me everything, and I was like, wow. Yeah. Very, very sad, man. Super sad. You have no idea, man. He was one of the Chad great. Bro, he was just in the chat a couple of days ago. No, he has kids. I'm pretty sure he has a 6-year-old son, man. So he's leaving behind his 6-year-old and his wife, and he's been with her since they were like 15. You know, it's just like, bro, I'm telling you, he's been with us from day one. Like, it's actually crazy. Yeah, it was a real OG Chad, bro. And I'm telling you, man, he was in the Chad like a couple of days ago. I swear I just saw him during PHILO. Like, it's messing with me, man. You have no idea, bro. It's a sad one. No, not Jake from State Farm. No, Mr. Babinski. Is there a GoFundMe? I don't know if there is, but I've never made one in my life. But I think we should probably do one for Jake. Because, again, he has a kid, bro. He has a kid. He has his wife. I know he got a long term, too, which I'm glad, man. He always been on the long term. But, man, I don't know, bro. I love Jake. You have no idea, bro. We can do it. All right, let me see. Let me reach out to, like, Gary, and then, because Gary, like, knew him, like, from, like, growing up and shit. Or, like, they knew each other, like, personally. So I'm going to email him and see if we can. No, Gary did not die. Oh, there it is. Oh, I just emailed you up. Yeah, dude, that's crazy. I just emailed you. Yeah. So see, either you make it or reach out to his wife, ask her, and then just see. But we'll get one up here and we'll run it around, man. The GTC conference is going to be later. Time updated to East 4, so now it's after hours. Womp, womp, womp. So yeah, you don't get now you're not going to have that during market hours. So literally right when the bell closes and the video event starts. I don't know, man. How are we going to do this? I don't think I'm going to listen with you guys to the Nvidia event. Because then if I do a live watch list for the Bank of Japan, I don't know how we're going to balance this out, man. I don't know how we're going to balance this out. Oh, it goes all week? Keynote 1 p.m. and then Wednesday generative AI conference. Oh, no shit. We don't have any. We have Bank of England and Bank of Japan. Yeah, man. Thank you for everything, Gary. Appreciate you letting me know, man. He was the man, bro. I don't know if I'm going to do 72-hour stream. It's not even the election. I might have to chill. We doing... Oh, I don't think we're going to do any earnings previews, no. I got the earnings list, I think. Oh, I don't think I even saved it. No shit. Any PDUFAs? I think a couple, yeah. Honestly, there's like Xpeng, D-Local, Stone, Micron. Micron's a big one. And Chewy. It's all of the ones from the beginning. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't think we're going to do previews. I think it's a waste of time. Maybe I'll do previews on Wednesday when we get into Micron Wednesday and Thursday. I might go live for Japan. I just got to see, man. We got a lot to deal with today. We're gonna have Nvidia after the bell. We're gonna have to deal with Bank of Japan. I can't even understand Japanese. You know, so we're gonna have to figure this out. Rest easy, Babinski. Don't know him. Thoughts and prayers to his family. Oh man, if you met him, you would know why we love him, bro. I'm telling you, Triple OG Chad. This guy, there'd be 20 people in here. 19 of them would be calling me a scammer. And then Jake was the only one who had my back. It was crazy, bro. Yeah, I'd be getting harassed on the daily. That was before we even had, like, stalkers, too. Oh, man. He called you when they were going through all the family craziness. Dude, bro, he was in touch with all of the Chads, bro. He's been here for so long. And, like, dude, he was just a good guy, man. His heart always there, bro. He's just always loving. I'm telling you, that was my first experience to the last has been the same. He was just filled with love and positivity, man. It's insane. Santa. Oh, we saw that earlier. If Japan raises yields, their bonds will cost less? No. By raising yields, the bonds and money is going to cost more. Because right now they have negative or zero rates. So if they go up if they raise the rates, it should make things more expensive. Do you think if the yen does nothing, that would increase Powell's chance of hiking? No, I think it's all reverse. Pretty much whatever happens with Japan is inverse of America, right? Like, we're talking rate cuts, they're talking rate hikes. So however they play out, like, that's how I'm kind of viewing the back and forth. Excuse me. Meta pumping again. All right. Axios top Republican calls for canceling future Biden State of the Union speeches. All right. Well, if Japan bonds will start to have value, yes. At least we'll see. Again, that's why then the key was just talking like bond buying and yield curve control. But generally, if they do raise rates, that should be the end of negative interest rates around the world. MO, I like it. I think MO is probably going to sell after ex-dividend. It may even stop going up a little bit prior because it's already ran up huge, but I have an option. I'm up like under 700% on it. I'm just waiting to close that by the end of the week. I'm going to give it like a couple more days, though, maybe a day or two. Oprah, I think it's supposed to be tonight or tomorrow. One or the other. Ozempic. Auto parts. The yen, I meant Japan, but yeah, Bank of Japan has not raised rates since 2007. On the biggest decision night? Oh, yeah, right? Is Oprah going to be airing at the same time? I think it might be tonight. Oprah and Bank of Japan. Oh, great. That's what we live for. That's what we live for. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Boys and gals. How you feeling, man? Y'all feeling good? Y'all looking good. You got good posture. Chest to the sun, baby. Legs in front of you. Come on. Come on, baby. Welcome. Happy Monday. It is that time for PHILO. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we talked about TOT. We talked Bank of Japan. I'm even going to talk about it after. I'm telling you, man, this week, we have so much that we're going to be dealing with. And there's I'm going to be going live. I'm going to be doing Watchlist. We're going to be having POW. We have so much, man. So, honestly, I hope we could appreciate this moment while things aren't going as crazy and, giving the time for a little bit of PHILO, man. And like I've said, every single one of you, day in, day out, man, it's an honor to share this with you. And thank you guys for receiving it. Like I'm saying, man, it's hard to forget the people who received you. You know what I'm saying? And all day in, day out, man, some of y'all, I don't know, you never see my face. I know I show up every single day. I don't know how you feel about me or not, or I don't know if you think I'm genuine or not, whatever it is, but like, man, dude, you do have an impact on me, all of you. That's why I'm saying it's like it's all of this stuff we go through together is wild. And like I'm saying, it's an honor to share with you. And you know, just I encourage all of you, because for me, I'll never forget anybody who's ever given me a glass of cold water. You know what I'm saying? So that being said, man, all of y'all involved in PHILO, being a part of your own lives and applying it and making it even just realer than some YouTube stream, man, I appreciate y'all. So I hope you are ready for today's PHILO. This one is it's going to be short and sweet, kind of. There's a lot that goes into it, man. I could segue it with a couple of things, man. But actually, I mean, dude, I think we're on the topic already. We were just talking about it, man. But, dude, do you guys realize how blessed you are? For real. And we're going to talk about some blessings. You know, I want to talk about a couple of blessings. But, like, for real, man, before I even knew what happened, you know, what we were just talking about with our brother Jake, bro, like, I was telling you this before. But, like, dude, come on. It's a reminder. Dude, tomorrow is not promised. You know that? The people you are around, the people that you love, everybody in your life, even the people you kind of don't like a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, it's a blessing. And you have it here. And, like, you never know, man. Like, for real, you really never know. And I say all that so that you could give honor to the opportunity that you have right now. And that you are living your life. And, like, that's why I said all of it, man. Have love. Have love in your life, man. Look around and be filled, you know? Like, bro, smell something. You know what I'm saying? Like, go. You ever smell clothing, like, fresh out the dryer? Or you ever smell something that reminds you of 5-10 years ago? You know what I'm saying? Like, go eat. I want you to eat. I thank God before I eat, but even I'm going to thank him when I do. I'm like, I taste something. Bro, the sensations, you have eyes, you have feeling, you know what I'm saying? And, like, we are so just every day, wake up, go here, you know what I'm saying? And it's like we doing all this stuff, but it's like, bro, no, we live in every day, and you have these senses, you have these opportunities, you have these things, and things that were given to you that you did not pay for, man. So live life, Chattadonia, and do it to the utmost, man, and just don't take it for granted, okay? Because it really is, man. Dude, it's sad, you know? I think in the last 2 weeks, I think this was about 2 weeks ago, the literally week before Babinski, you guys ever remember, I told you I went to college, and remember when I told you I went to college, I met somebody from New York or Jersey, and that was my bookie. He was the first kid who told me about sports betting. And I told you, all of you are going to have that. All of you will have that experience. You're going to meet some kid from New Jersey, and he's going to tell you about sports betting. A good homie of mine. College. He lived with us before. Yeah, my other homie, he just passed away. Him as well. Randomly. Apparently, he had cancer. Dude's young. That the same guy who showed me that. And I'm like, bro, this was all, and it's weird because I was thinking Earl Nightingale and, like, value the things. And it's so weird that I was saying that. And then all of this stuff, like, dude, just one after the next. Same thing happened to me last year too. But I really do hope you guys just, like, dude, I don't know how it doesn't affect you, but, like, dude, if it doesn't wake you up to not take for granted what you have, I don't know what will. So that's the first part. So now let me give you the second one. Is there anybody in here that is blessed? Like, and I'm not talking like, oh, I feel blessed. Like, I'm talking like you grew up good. Like, you grew up with skills. You grew up with a good family. You grew up not having to worry about anything. Maybe not in every aspect of your life. But I'm saying, like, you had really specific, like, blessings. And, and amen. Some of you are like, nah, far from it. Good. Both sides. I love it. Yeah, definitely could have been worse. 100%. It's 100%. So cool. Some of you, you guys are about to get. Are you ready? Because not everybody is blessed like that. Y'all got to realize, man, some people, they didn't. I know some of you are aware of this because it's you. Some of you, maybe you heard it, but you don't really comprehend it. You know that. Like, there's people who grow up, bro, in, like, the amount that they are offered from the start of life, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy how different all of us really are. That all of us, different backgrounds, different people. We could be born into one element. Some of us have good elements, bad. Some of us, we get family. Some of us, we don't. Some people, you have access to money. Some of you don't. Some people, access to education. You could go down the list. It is crazy how different we really are. But there is every single one of us who does have blessings, there is an extent to it. And this is all. Listen, maybe I'm just going off on a lot. I'm gonna just tell you the one thing. Are you ready? This was I had a very humbling moment. And I realized that all of the blessings in life is because you're weak. I know. And I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about me. I sat there. I was thinking about things. Yeah. It's not a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? But it's a very humbling thing. That's how I felt. Because it's saying, where would you be without some of this stuff? And think about it. You got things that you didn't even pray for. And you still got it. Great. What's going to happen? What would have happened if you didn't have that? You know, if you didn't have the education you had when you started. But you did. Some of you had access to money. Some of you had access to all this. And that's what I took a step back and realized. And you know what? I love this because right when I said that, some of y'all, when y'all hear that, y'all don't like that. Like, I could tell that when you ever hear you're weak, people don't like hearing that. You know what I'm saying? People don't like hearing that. And I really hope you understand, like, no, not even weak mind. I'm not saying, it's something so beautiful and powerful. Because I didn't view this as negative. I viewed this as get on my knees, and I'm like, dude, I'm really humbled by it. If I didn't have, I got blessed to know certain things that I know today. Do I know them because I'm strong and powerful? No. You see what I'm saying? And it's like, whoa, how would I really be behaving if something about me really was different? I tell y'all, I love my mom, bro. You know, my mom was actually really mean to me growing up, too. I had the Middle Eastern parents. It was like, what if I hated my mom? What if I never had a mom? What if I never got to know her? Would my attitude be the same? You see what I'm saying? What if I never got to encounter stocks at 14? If I no Jim Cramer, I didn't see anything. I didn't have an older brother to show me or tell me, like, you know? I didn't get this because I'm special. I got it because I'm weak. Because who would I be? Where would I be without some of it? That's why I said, man, I took a knee down and said, God, thank you. Because if there's anything, man, that I've realized, there is so many things in life. And, you know, I see how all these little things work out. Nothing's ever guaranteed or promised. And it's like, you know, we all have a unique, distinct set of things in our life. And it tells us something. And I hope, I don't know, for me, it kind of wakes me up a little bit more to be like, it increases my love for everything. Because there is something there. But there's a blessing already in everyone's life, and you didn't get it because you were good. But this is why I've been telling y'all, man, it's going to work out. Understand things are bigger than you. Because all these things and blessings, whether you were strong or weak, they arrived. You didn't pray for them or not. It didn't matter. Did not matter at all. But what did matter was your approach towards it. That's the final part of it, man. And you know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying, it's just something where I could take a step back and say, does the power go to me? Should the ego go to me, or should the ego go to God? That's what I'm asking you. And then my next question is, what are you going to do with it? All right, if you got the blessings, you got the things you didn't pray for sometimes. So it's like, dude, are you living your life? So, Chad, if I could tell you anything, find the beauty of life and the humbleness of it. And realize there's nothing wrong. Here's the deal. I'd rather have you walking around not acting weak, but, knowing your limitations rather than running around thinking that you're bulletproof. You get it? Because that's what this kind of reminds me of, but it was a step back. There's a lot of times in life you could look back and say, wow, I've been blessed with this. I've been blessed with this. Go, wow, I could see that God is effective in my life because I have this. It could also show the efficacy of how weak you are. Because maybe without some of these things, we would all we would act different. You don't know that. You don't know that. We like to say, no, I would never do this. Or I'd be like that, but it's like, really? I feel like God had to give me certain blessings. Otherwise, I would have went so downhill. So, think about it. But take the power in it. Like I'm saying, I know people don't like to hear this. You're weak. You got stuff, you're weak. No. But it's like, I don't know, man. Something in my soul doesn't I'm resonating with it a lot harder to the point of saying, dude, there really is a God above me that I can't comprehend, that really is bigger than I could really think. And if whatever I think I know, man, I'm so stupid, because it's deeper than rap, baby. So I hope y'all with me on it. I hope you could get a nice, humble, loving start to your week and realize where this life is taking and shaping you. And before you know it, man, I think the more that you embrace it, and embrace all the facts of you and where you're going to go, you'll see it a little more. And at the very least, I hope all of you make an effort, because you only get one life, man. And it's very easy to take it for granted and getting caught up in the day-to-day before we realize, whoa, there is so much all around us. And then again, and maybe we'll never know. But at the end of the day, let's start it off right, Chad. Take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure, guys, are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate Course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. We don't have any. Oh, man. No, nothing. You'll get Jen or Karen on in a little. Nothing else. Nothing else. All right, let me get you some Anka. All right. Let's give us some A, B, and B. All right, be right back.
I don't wanna rap that. Yeah. Pleasant out, Pluto. Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a bed body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. that. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of can. Pull up to the villa, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the Lancho, got it looking like a million. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put it some more fighter, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a discriminate athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah. Same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. They was took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a folly on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the seasonally and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
We did it, Chad. And bro, I forgot. I went to go get a water bottle and I totally forgot, bro. My sink. Have y'all ever had a collapsed sink? I forgot this happened over the weekend. I didn't realize till I looked at my kitchen sink. Bro, my kitchen sink fell. Have you ever had that happen? Bro, like my kitchen sink, like, you know, there's like the island, and then there's a sink in it. The island's still there. Yeah, it's an undermount. And then the sink just fell. It's like halfway falling down. I'm like, oh man, I have someone coming on Tuesday. It took, dude, it was actually the hardest thing to find somebody to fix. Cause I called my OG guy who does everything. He was like, nah, call a granite person. I'm like, okay, what the fuck? And then I called him, and then the granite guy's like, call a plumber. He's like, I can't do that. I'm like, what? And I'm like, all right, fuck it. And then I call a plumber. And I call the plumber, and the plumber's like, yeah, you definitely need a cabinet dude to do that. I'm like, man. And then I get my other guy to refer me to one dude. He's like, just call this dude. And then this guy was like, I come Tuesday. He was like, yeah. All he said was, yeah, I come Tuesday. I'm like, all right, fuck it. This is my type of guy. He gonna get it done. Everybody was too technical, and they're like, well, I don't know. And then I'm like, man. He just gave me 3 yeses, and I said, all right. You'll go right now? Yeah, can you come to San Diego? I'm not going to pay for travel if you're out there. How much are you going to charge? It's the thing, man. Because these guys, they don't know I got money. You might know I have money. I'm like, no, I'm like, y'all take food stamps? Because I know these contractors, bro, they try to get you. I tell them I rent the house. I'm like, this ain't even mine. I rent it. I got to leave next month. 100. I can send you pictures. I have dude, it was the craziest thing that happened. I'm telling you. I think it was the bracket. It was it's cuz my cleaners, they put something in the sink and then it fell. And they felt so bad. They're like, "I'm sorry." I'm like, "No, you're good. Don't worry." But it was a trip. I'll do it for free if I knew how to. Me too, man. Me too. Me too, man. I think I could figure it out, but I'm very like, at this point, I'm like, I think I'm going to fuck up all the plumbing. So I'll just, I'll just punt. There's a South Park episode? I thought there's a South Park episode on like the contractors becoming the millionaires. But this is like a weird problem, bro. I feel like you don't see this every day. Like I could unclog a toilet, I could snake like a pipe and the chain, but I can't fucking mount a sink. Yeah, and like plumbing, electricity, I can't do none of that. No way. I even YouTubed it, and it was just like, I was like, this is a lot. This is a lot of work. Adabe is running up. And then Groupon had a little pop. SPY near the low. Swing trades, not sinks, right? Bro, it's hard out there. You have no idea. These contractors are packed too. It was an undermount sink, yeah. Renault's for 35 years. God bless you, man. You a real one. I mean, I've learned how to do things over the years, but my work is shoddy. I wouldn't hire myself, you know. I'm actually really good at painting. Like, I could paint really good. Like, you know, like I could roll the paint and like make it like even and look good, and like I'm really good at the taping. I could paint very well. I'm an excellent painter. My work is pretty shoddy though on anything else. I could build the IKEA shit hands down though. Nah, that shit, me on the IKEA, I go hard on that. I hate paint. Do I have any pictures? Somewhere. I have an old... I do, actually. I think I know where to find it. It's on my other computer. I think I sold the house. I painted a house and sold it. I painted it myself. So I'm the one who did the paint because it took too long because like it wasn't like a house flip. It was one I had for a while and I needed to like touch it up. I didn't think I was going to sell it, and then I was like, all right, fuck it. And then we had to move shit out, and I was like, let's paint it. And then we got it painted up, and I was like, all right, fuck it. And then we sold it with my painting. No, not the exterior. Are you insane? I was going to do the exterior once with that. You know, what was that called? What's that? You know, the plasti dip? You know, on cars, how they do the plasti dip? They have that for houses. But then I was like, if I fuck this up, that's like, nah. Because I knew, I was like, if this come out looking like hella weird, like, nah. So I just stuck with the inside. It's like kind of like spray paint. Yeah, I almost spray painted a house. Yeah. It's like colorful Flex Seal, pretty much. Is borderline what happened. $157. Dollar General. I wish we got those plays on Friday. I think some of you did. I talked about them. I've seen people paint the exterior. I just can't do it. I don't. That's like, because exterior paint, if you do it wrong, it looks hideous. And nobody will buy your house. You could have the nicest house in the world. If that exterior paint is just like awkwardly like ghetto, like where you painted it yourself, man, nah, you ain't selling that thing. You plasti dipped your wheels. It was so bad, but it came off easy. I wanted a plasti dip before, back in the day. It was weird. Plasti dip was so weird because, like, some people would do it and it would look so nice. Other people would do it and it's like, why would you ever do that to your car? It all just depends on how you do it. I could actually paint really, really well. Every landlord, right? Yeah, you just paint over shit. I guess so. You did it once? Yeah, I wanted to, but I was like, it was expensive. And I was like, man, by that time, like, nah. And then, like, it was just hit or miss on the results. For the sink. Oh, Najee. You didn't have to, man. You just come over. We'll learn to fix it together, bro. And we'll spend that on chicken McNuggets or something. Not really, but horn. Oh no, where's the horn? Where is it? I've already lost 2 today. No, I lost it again. Bro, I've gone through like 4 horns now. Oh, that's a good one. You hear that? That's a good one. Oh, that one got kick to it. That one got kick. You hear? You hear that? Ooh. Ooh. I only said chicken nuggets because, like, I saw the advertisement. There's a new fucking McDonald's sauce, like spicy chili or something. Fucking, they got me. I'm like, oh, I want a McNugget. I want a McNugget. Yeah, sweet chili. Limited edition. Apparently. Limited edition Taco Bell. McDonald's sauce. Yeah, Adobe. Bro, I'm about to go break even on Adobe. That's nuts. I guess I got a little bit more work to do. I thought I was at 515. That's just the level I wanted. I'm on 400 on it, but that play was down like 18 on Friday. Just picked up I was supposed to get it this weekend. I didn't. The Wait, what's McDonald's? Is McDonald's different than McDonald's? Or is that the new sauce? I don't know. I'm confused. Y'all, I just saw the ad, bro. I still have the GC short, which was whack because that thing was green in the morning. I'm down 280 on it now, though. Remember, I was down 900 last week at the top. It's anime McDonald's? What do you mean anime McDonald's? They have like a specific anime McDonald's? Man, this is getting out of hand. Or just Szechuan? That's what I thought it was, yeah. It's a McDonald's gimmick. Yeah, I mean, they just had the world cancel them over Palestine, so they're like, all right, fucking bring out the anime. I don't know how we're going to get them. We got to, just something anime. Just like, I don't know. Did we try Taylor Swift? Someone fucking put Taylor Swift in a Happy Meal, quick. What the fuck is this? And then if all else fails, Joe Rogan. That's how you do it. You got to go to your other outlets first. You got to hit up like Taylor Swift, Bill Maher. You know, you got to go through and then if all else fails, they're like, fuck it, get Joe Rogan and get him to fucking Szechuan this McNugget sauce up, and that's it. The Cosmics, that one I'm kind of interested in. I've never seen it yet, but remember they were talking about the coffee shop? But I think it's going to be a little expensive. I can't wait to see McDonald's in the coffee game. But I didn't know they had a anime McDonald's. Have you been to Cosmics? They have them? I thought they're not open yet. No way. I've never seen one. I've only seen the like video of it. That's Donald in Chicago suburb? No way. Texas? Churro milkshakes are bad, apparently. Damn, so some of you have got to go to a Cosmics? That's pretty cool. I've never tried it. What would you rate it? I did not even know. I thought it was still in development. 6 out of 10. There's only 2. Chure Frap tastes like gasoline, according to some people. Hey, man. I love the good old smell of some unleaded. So I'm not going to judge. I won't judge too soon. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you gave me something I could eat that was healthy and it smelled like gasoline, I would eat it. Like, if it wasn't gasoline and it didn't hurt you, but it, like, smelled like gasoline, oh, I would love that. I'd love the smell of gasoline. It's fucked up. This is why I have issues, I think. It's decent, but it's not my thing. Groupon still going? Yeah, Groupon, another 20 cents there. Josh figured out the future of food. You just start making edible stuff that smells like everything we shouldn't eat. I guess. Would you eat fire? Like, I like the smell of fire. Like, what if you could eat it? I guess I just burnt food, now that I think about it. I'm back after 2 years, baby. Well, good to see you. I hope you got a long term. And if you got rid of it, let's make another one, because that has been what all the Chads have been raving about lately. It has been good. If Japan bonds appreciate, that means JPY will become strong in theory. Emphasis on theory. Because right now, people are assuming that the yields will go up in Japan, but they do not believe that the yen is going to get as volatile. But in theory, that would be the environment that would lead to a stronger yen, the JPY. The royal announcement, something happening to King Charles. I mean, doesn't he have cancer? I do still believe in Pfizer for the long term, yeah. Very much. Very, very much. And then MO, we already have 2 MOs up there. Good or bad. I don't think the king matters. I mean, remember, the queen died. It's not like it went too crazy. You could see the Chad facts? Oh, wow, really? It used to be where mods couldn't see the Chad facts. Wow, so now the mods can pull your credit? I might go live on Bank of Japan. I don't know yet. I have to see what I have to do today, and then we're even going to have the GTC event after hours. So I'm going to try to go live, but no promises. The yen could go up or down, and it doesn't have to affect the market. But the more volatile it gets, then yeah, the problem would be if the yen gets strong, and then people want to leave America to buy the yen, then we got an issue. Is this true about Babinski? Yes, sir. It's very unfortunate. We had a moment of silence this morning. We even talked about it a little bit, but yeah, unfortunately, man, we have lost one of our OG brothers. I don't know what happened, no. I just know he went to bed and then he just didn't wake up. That's all I have for now. Hilton and Hyatt on the high. Why is travel moving? Doesn't look like anything special. IBM on the high. sell dollar to buy Japan will weaken the USA. Well, it's not even sell the dollar. It's sell U.S. stocks. Or sell U.S. bonds to take your dollars and then put them into Japan. That is the repatriation that we're talking about. So that's the big worry, but some people are not they're not too worried about that on the first rate cut as of now. So they could sell anything. They could sell dollars, they could sell stocks, they could sell bonds. So the whole point is, if there is a real incentive and it starts running in that direction, like even if the yen, like if the thing is, if the yen goes crazy tomorrow, it will be a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? So if the yen doesn't go up, you'll be safe. But like imagine the yen starts running and then all the shorts start covering. And then before you know it, let's just say the yen shoots up 4% or something. What's going to happen? Now the yen's up 4%. And the stronger the yen goes, if the yen does tip the dominoes, then the higher and higher the yen goes, the more likely people are going to want to pull out of U.S. and then start getting into the yen to party with it. You get what I'm saying? So we'll see. That is the interesting part, 100%. I want to see how that's going to play out, because what's going to happen if the yen, let's say the yen does go crazy and really strengthens, what's going to happen to the dollar? The dollar should go down. So even then, even if there's a negative effect, the question will be, well, will the market like the dollar going down, though? We may not like the Japan stuff, but we may like a dollar down 1%. So there's a lot of juggling. The wage increase. Well, the wage increase in Japan was good. So the wage increases are supporting this idea that they are actually going to raise today. Because by having wage negotiations come in at the highest they've ever came in, there's now guaranteed increases in inflation that are going to happen through people's wages. That never happened in Japan. So Japan, they had the strong currency, lost generation, all that good stuff. But wages in Japan, if you guys are in America complaining about it, well, their prices for houses went down, but they literally, they did not have anything. Like their wages did not go up for 10, 20 years. So it was very hard to get inflation in their economy when there wasn't any wages going up. And now finally, the last couple of wage negotiations have literally turned into, they came in at the highest, making people say, oh, wow, now we have a long-standing reason for inflation to start climbing back up. Buying up Japan banks is not the play. Why do you say that? I'm not fully set on it, but I do think in the long run, depending on what happens with the repatriation or, again, this event, I do think the banks in Japan still have a lot of upside. JPM long term. On the 6J option, anything with options, you better have an idea of what's going to do. It's the same reason why I'd like FXY instead of YCL. Because there's a lot of uncertainty. We don't really know what's going to happen tomorrow. Like, again, there's so many things that can occur. But the idea would be I would not try to get pinned to time. Time, that's a no-go. But if you have a general idea and, like, it actually happens, then you leverage up. Don't worry about time. But, you know, really, when it comes down to time, I'd have a more clear-cut idea. So let's say, I would wait for tomorrow, and then down the road, if we start noticing the situation where it's going, then we can go for, then we can just go grab the options once we kind of see, yeah, that looks like a tsunami forming. Otherwise, nah. MFG, Mizuho. I liked MUFG. Again, what is it called? Mitsubishi. This is literally the biggest bank in Japan. All the answers are within MUFG. I think they're very important. But like I said, I don't like the plays. I think it's all about the yen. I mean, the bond play would be one thing. The banks, I do think down the road I'd watch the banks, but until we get the yen moving, I think that's all that matters. MEFG's at 10. Was that like $3? The banks already went up like 100, 200%, I think, in Japan. It's like they're still just historically dead, though. The Nvidia conference is at close now. It's the keynote. So, honestly, the market's going to be over. You won't be reacting to that till either after hours or till tomorrow morning. Jensen, yeah. Jensen is going to be at 3. FXY. EWJ, we could play with options. Well, EWJ, though, is going to be interesting. Because if EWJ, if the yen goes up, it may slow down the Japanese market. So remember, like I said, the genuine play right now is buy the Nikkei futures and then short the yen. You buy one, go the other one, and then vice versa. So if you wanted to buy the EWJ, you may want to start shorting the yen then. But it all depends. Like I'm saying, I think we could go back and forth on who will be the winner, but I do think it all starts with the yen. So until I fucking know what the yen's going to do, I still think everything is just, we're kind of just trying to find the answer there. But we need to see what they actually do, and then if it actually drops one domino. See that, but that could be the play though too. You could short the Nikkei and then buy the yen. Literally, one's at a low, one's at a high. I know it's annoying, but why is the bond play capped? Because if they only raise by 0.1, it's only going to go up by 0.1. And then it took them, what, like 20 years to raise almost? So then if they only raise by 0.1, the bonds will catch a bid by 0.1, but they may not overshoot and keep going. And even if they did, they would probably only overshoot towards the amount of another rate cut. And then another rate cut at the next meeting, that would take a couple of months. And then for there, it's going to be about 0.1 to 0.2 that you're going to be fighting over. So you're right on it. But it's like the idea, like I'm saying, you're correct. That really would be the play because it'll go up right away. But then if they only raise rates by 0.10, it's only going to move by 0.10. And then if the next rate cut's only 0.10 and people are forecasting X amount of rate hikes in Japan now, it's still only going to have a cap to it. So it's not like they're raising rates up to 3-4% and it's going to just send things flying. It's more so that they're just gently getting into it, and it's such small raises that it's ideally to do it so they don't. Yeah, I don't think they're going to do a quarter point. No. So they don't raise by 25. They're not like us. So they might, though, they could do whatever they want. But that's why I'm saying we have to see what happens. If they raise by 0.1, no one's going to freak out. Raise by a quarter, maybe. Raise by 0.5, but I do believe it's supposed to be around 0.1. So if it's a soft rate hike, limited reaction on the bonds. If there's a big rate hike, then the bonds have less capped to them, more or less. Yeah, Powell's on Wednesday. Japan is tonight. So literally you'll have all the answers by tomorrow morning. I think he is going to go crazy, but I like that the currency is not up, but there's too many people expecting it, if that makes any sense. That's the weird part, because Ueda and Kuroda set the trend. He likes to surprise people. So Japan, they don't like the market to get ready. Japan likes to surprise the shit out of everybody. That is typical Bank of Japan. They will just randomly, when nobody is expecting it, announce something. So that's why this time is weird, because now you have 80% of economists thinking it's going to happen, and then the yen is still down. So it's like Ueda is kind of, I don't know if he's going to front run. We're going to find out, but usually the Bank of Japan does not like to front run. They are not like Powell and the United States Fed. They just like to just out of nowhere blindside you, hit you with it, and then shut up and then do it again. So you're saying short the Nikkei and buy the yen? That's a potential play. I don't know what the play is. I'm speculating on everything. I don't know what's going to happen. They might still delay. They may not. But in general, it does depend on what they do in the first reactions. But if the currency on the yen goes crazy, it's going to start hitting one domino after the next. But we do need the yen to actually move. They'll do a very small cut or hike, and then they can monitor. That's what everybody is thinking. That's why they don't think the yen is going to go too crazy. But then again, they haven't done anything in a while. They won't allow anything to go crazy. Well, that's the irony, though. You got to realize the Bank of Japan and the government, they would benefit off of a strong currency. That's like the weirdest part about all of it. So, like, even as of late, if that currency could stabilize and get a bid, it'll help out Japan more than anybody. But at the same time, if it doesn't and then it keeps going down, I mean, then you're just back to the safe haven dying. And, well, just like Powell in Bank of Japan, this could have a massive effect. Or if everything kind of comes in status quo, we may very well ignore it and go back to normal. So the paradox of this week is that all of the events are both the most important and then also could be nothing depending on what happens. Welcome to the stock market. Japan releases tonight, 8 p.m. Pacific time, I believe. FinTwit saying the hedge was sushi coin. Nice. Today, Japan can solidify a potential move for the U.S. Maybe, because in the back of my mind, if they raise rates, I think that brings us closer to actually cutting. But then at the same time, we don't know. But what I will be looking for is the effect of the yen. I think will have a high correlation to how TLT and the bonds will play out when we finally cut rates. That I really could get behind. So I'm going to be keeping that on the lens just to study as we see what happens. Oh, you did a butterfly on FXY. June 21st, 2024. Max profit 90 per butterfly, 6 cents. 65, 66, and 67. Not bad. See, in that instance, though, if the yen goes up, you don't benefit. You will only benefit if it hits on the money. That's my worry with the yen options is because, like, I feel like the yen will go up, but depending on how it goes up and how long, those options still may want to screw you. Well, I kind of like the idea of a butterfly. But that one, you got to be on point or you're out. I did an Eli Lilly swing trade today, or at least the option. That play went up. Damn. What the fuck? Am I tripping? Oh, that's lift. No, I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I was like, no way that play went up 200%. No. It's barely up. I got an Eli Lilly April. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know if I have enough time to stream all the events today. We're going to have Nvidia after hours, and then we're going to have the Bank of Japan at 8 p.m., man. Like, can I shower? Can I eat? I can't even get a game of 2K in? Like, come on. What about my girlfriend? I didn't even think about my girlfriend in all of this. Where's she at, bro? Hold up. So, we'll see. I don't know. I'll skip one or the other. Either skip Nvidia or skip Bank of Japan. But the Bank of Japan's a little later. Probably get one game of Fortnite in. Oh, maybe. They'll probably do Japan live watch list in Japan. Well, yeah, but then we'd have to do it later. So remember, Japan's at 8. That's the only problem. I'm down though. Maybe we play we play 2K in Bank of Japan. I'm kind of down. I love you for doing everything you do. Well, God bless you, William. Thank you. It's your first super chat, too. Let's go. Horna. Yeah, does anybody speak Japanese? Is there anybody in here who could read and write Japanese? Yeah, AI does? Oh, yeah, I forgot. AI. You're right. You're right. All right, maybe you might have to be there tonight. You might need to translate for us. Because I'm really at a disadvantage when I can't read as fast as a computer. Because I could read really fast, but if I have to translate it, like, I'm fucked. And then the translation's different usually. And then, like, the one word they say in Japanese, it's, like, different when you translate it. It's fuck, dude. Sullivan says a possible ceasefire deal is possible. Sullivan? Oh, yeah. Where's your girl? Oh, did she end?
That clear.
Oh, no.
With
Jake
respect to
Sully.
the call, I'm probably not the best person to.
All right. Round 2.
Give a kind
This
of
is Chad
assessment
Anger
about
Management
tone.
courses.
I can confirm it did not end abruptly.
So,
It ended in a totally
in studying the
normal
effects
way,
of politics in the world, we
points.
created a
And I would
program
say it was
daily.
very businesslike.
What we do
Each
is
of
called
them
exposure therapy.
recognize that
We
we
present the
are at a
Chads
critical moment
with
in this
things that they're either
We
really
share a common
passionate about politically or
and
really
it's for Israel
against,
to prevail
and then we expose
And,
them to it,
they have a
force them
different
to listen,
perspective
but
on
we
this
actually, the
operation than
paradox
often.
is
They
that
went into
nobody
some
is
detail on
forced.
that and had
They
the
do have the ability to opt out at
really
any
to
time,
elaborate each
but in the
of their
midst of
respective
their
views,
rage, they never do.
in a
So,
full-throated way, in the way they
but what
always
we've
do
learned
when President
is that you could get
So in that
interesting
sense, I would say
behavior.
this
Some
call was
people
much like
have learned many
calls
things
that
from
you
it, but
do
it's a
have.
wild
They
thing
each
that we
agreed to
do
have
here.
the
So
teams get together,
just
and
give
then
me
they
a second.
agreed
I'm
to
gonna go to the
do
bathroom.
this
I'm gonna get you some of your immersion therapy, and we'll see. We like to study their reactions afterwards. We like to see. We've noticed increased cortisol levels afterwards. So you have to. It's fascinating though. It's fascinating.
First, when you say to comply, what they have to do by Sunday is just provide.
And then we've also learned through our studies, you could also find out who had a good day and a bad day.
Their international
it's also a precursor.
We've imposed upon them,
it depends though. It all depends. And then the one people are like, "Fucking, where are the stocks at?" That means they're up probably about 50% today. So if they have, you could tell every time. I'm telling you, it's been a great scientific study.
I cannot tell you today or confirm today that they have provided that. Obviously, as you said,
all right,
they have
I'll be right back.
Several more days before they have to do so.
Is he playing? Can I not hear him?
And then on a related note, Jake, on the help they need on today's.
How come I can't hear him?
Did he make that clear?
Well, even before.
Do you guys hear sound?
The results of the president making clear that this was a priority for him and his team.
You can hear it. Why can't I hear
it? At a detailed level, operationally on the ground in Israel, has resulted in certain steps, including the opening of a new gate that we have seen since the president gave the State of the Union.
That's weird. I couldn't hear it.
Work to flow more convoys to the north along the beach road as well, in addition to other steps like the landing of the first ship through a maritime corridor on the beaches of Gaza, and active work going forward to get that pier that the president announced set up off the coast of Gaza as well. So we have taken steps. The president reaffirmed today the need for Israel to do everything in its power, and even more than it has already done, to address the humanitarian crisis. And obviously we saw a UN report.
Darted Bar,
Director Power,
DGRW. I saw that right before I was about to get up.
About a possible impending
wisdom tree.
Everyone doesn't do their responsibility.
I think this one's been around for 10 years, right? I think I've heard good things about this. Yeah, this one's like JEPI with a little bit more history and lower yield. It's not bad. It's just at all-time highs.
It's also incumbent on us, the United States, and the rest.
You might be able to pick and choose for a cheaper price.
We're proud to be the largest contributor of humanitarian assistance to Gaza, but there's more we can do, and there's more others can do as well. This has to be an all-hands-on-deck effort. Yeah.
Thank you, Jay. Given that alarming report that famine right now is imminent and the humanitarian catastrophe there, are words enough when it comes to discussions with Israel? Does there need to be some conditions put on military aid?
Well, first, obviously words aren't enough. It's action that matters. And the action that matters is flowing trucks and ships worth of humanitarian assistance, particularly food, water, and medicine to people who are gravely in need of it, as elaborated in that report. As I said, in the last few days, we've seen some steps forward. We need to see those sustained. We need to see them built on. But ultimately, our judgment comes down not to pledges or promises or words. It comes down to action. And we're going to continue to press on Israel to see the kind of action we want to see. And then we're going to take responsibility to do our part. And that's, for example, what the temporary pier is all about.
Reports that more than 20 people have been killed in that hospital attack. How confident is the U.S. that Israel is doing everything in its power to protect civilians?
I'd make 3 points about the reports of the attack at Al-Shifa Hospital overnight, last night and into today. First, Israel states that it was going after senior Hamas commanders and Hamas militants, and it is clear that Hamas fired back at Israel from that hospital. Second, we have seen Hamas, over the course of this conflict, use civilian facilities, including hospitals, to store weapons for command and control and to house fighters. And that places an added burden on Israel that very few militaries have to deal with: an entrenched insurgency, a terrorist group using the shield of civilian institutions to protect themselves during a fight, rather than meeting Israel on some open field of battle. And then third, it also tells us something else that of some concern that I spoke to in my opening comments. Israel cleared Shifa once. Hamas came back into Shifa, which raises questions about how to ensure a sustainable campaign against Hamas so that it cannot regenerate, cannot retake territory. And from our perspective, it is connecting Israel's objective to a sustainable strategy that is the vital thing we need to focus on right now, rather than have Israel go smash into Rafah. And that is what the president talked to the prime minister about today. Yeah.
During the call, did the president threaten at any point to withhold military aid to Israel if Israel moves into Rafah or a famine does ensue in Gaza?
The president didn't make threats. What the president said today was, I want you to understand, Mr. Prime Minister, exactly where I am on this. I am for the defeat of Hamas. I believe that they are an evil terrorist group with not just Israeli but American blood on their hands. At the same time, I believe that to get to that, you need a strategy that works. And that strategy should not involve a major military operation that puts thousands and thousands of lives, civilian, innocent lives, at risk in Rafah. There is a better way. Send your team to Washington. Let's talk about it. We'll lay out for you what we believe is a better way, and I will leave it at that.
And they talk about Senator Schumer's call for new elections, and what did the president say about that?
So the Prime Minister did raise his concerns about a variety of things that have come out in the American press. I'm not going to talk specifically about any one of them because I want to, let the Prime Minister speak for himself and also protect the discretion of the call. And I will just say that from President Biden's perspective, this is not a question of politics. It's not a question of public statements. It's a question of policy and strategy. That's what he's focused on. That's what he was focused on in the call. Yeah.
Can you give us any detail on the timing of this meeting here in Washington? Is that in the coming days and weeks? And is it your expectation, or did Israel commit to not proceeding with any Rafah invasion until that meeting takes place? Or is that unclear?
We have every expectation that they're not going to proceed with a major military operation in Rafah until we have that conversation. And they talked about as soon as the end of this week. It could be the beginning of next week. They have not fixed a particular date because each side needs to prepare effectively, but within that time frame, not a longer time frame.
Right, just to clarify, that's your expectation, or did they explicitly commit on the call to not proceeding with the Rafah operation?
I'm not going to put words in their mouth on this. I don't want to do that. You can ask them, but I think you will find that when asked, they will indicate to you that they're not going to go ahead with this before we've sat down and talked this all through. Yeah.
Vladimir Putin in a press conference spoke about a possible Navalny prisoner swap. He claimed they'd agreed to exchange Navalny for prisoners in the West on the condition that Navalny never come back to Russia. Can you speak to this? Was there any plan in place?
We have spoken to Russian officials over the course of months and years with respect to American detainees who are unjustly being held in Russia. We have not heard a Russian official raise Navalny as part of a prisoner swap in any of those conversations. So if this is something they were interested in, it certainly sounds like they're coming to it quite late. In fact, too late, obviously, since he's no longer alive, because we did not hear that from them before. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. Prime Minister Netanyahu was on CNN yesterday. He talked about having the support of the majority of the Israeli people for his policies, including going into Rafah. Is there more that the administration, the U.S. administration, needs to do to speak to the Israeli people directly so that they don't support this idea of going into Rafah now?
Well, first of all, inherent in the question is a kind of an interesting irony, which is you have the Prime Minister speaking on American television about his concerns about Americans interfering in Israeli politics, and then your question is, should Americans be speaking into Israeli politics, which in fact we don't do nearly as much as they speak into ours. But that's not a constructive answer to your question, it's just an observation. In answer to your question, again, as I said before, from the President's perspective, this isn't really about politics or public opinion or public statements. This is about policy and strategy. And so the President's not focused on what's popular, what's not popular, how do you shape public opinion. He's interested in how do we get to the right result. And the right result is the enduring defeat of Hamas, a two-state solution that has a secure Israel and a Palestinian state that vindicates the aspirations of the Palestinian people, and a broader normalization of relations so that Israel also has peace with all of its Arab neighbors. He believes we need to drive to that outcome, and while it is true that many voices in Israel can't see that today, that is not going to alter the President's view from his perspective that is what is not just in the U.S. national security interest, but it's really the only solution to Israel's future as a democratic Jewish state that is secure and at peace with its neighbors, including its most immediate neighbors, the Palestinian people. Yeah.
Thank you, Jake. The head of UNRWA, Mr. Paul Lazzarini, said today that he was denied entry to Gaza at the day, which you mentioned the report, that northern Gaza is facing imminent famine. So is this an issue that you're raising with the Israelis? And on another question, there is 5,000, according to the ICRC, prisoners that's been missing. Nobody knows anything about them. They're being held by the Israelis, including doctors and journalists, and the arrest of one of our colleagues of Al Jazeera this morning as well. What can you do to push the Israelis to at least declare where are these prisoners so their families know where they are? Because most of them, according to our knowledge, are civilians.
So with respect to Mr. Lazarini's efforts to get into Gaza today, this is the first I'm hearing that he was denied access. Obviously, we'll inquire as to the circumstances of that. Second, with respect to the detention of an Al Jazeera journalist, I've seen the reports. I saw them just recently before coming into this briefing room. I have not had the opportunity to raise that with my Israeli counterparts. We'll do so. Obviously, we believe that the protection of journalists and the capacity for journalists to do their jobs, even in difficult circumstances, even in war zones, must be protected. That's something this administration takes very seriously in all contexts. And then finally, we have regularly indicated to the Israeli government that they have a responsibility under international humanitarian law, not just with respect to the conduct of their military operations, but obviously with respect to the treatment of and access to prisoners in their custody. That's something that we will continue to remind them of as we go forward, even as we would also point out that the enemy they are fighting doesn't even come close to the same sport, let alone the same ballpark of caring a lick about anything to do with international humanitarian law. Yeah.
After the State of the Union, the president was picked up on a hot mic saying he told Prime Minister Netanyahu they were going to have a come to Jesus moment. Given what you've said about their conversation today on the Rafah operation, was that this conversation today?
I'm not going to characterize that on behalf of the president. I will just describe what happened in the conversation as I've done here today, and I'll let you all draw your own conclusions. Yeah.
On the call at all?
No comment.
So why is it that it seems so hard for this administration to stand up more firmly to Benjamin Netanyahu? He has been ignoring many of your requests. He's now threatening to launch an offensive in Rafah. And the answer from the White House so far has been pretty soft, and the U.S. are still sending weapons to Israel. So it seems like there is a big cautiousness from the White House.
That seems more like a statement than a question. Yeah.
I have another question on President Macron. What do you make of his position becoming more hawkish and saying that he might send troops, not excluding the fact that he might send troops to Ukraine?
I can't speak for President Macron. Obviously, he continues to make his points publicly, and obviously has every right to do that. We've made our position clear, which is that we're not intending to send U.S. troops to Ukraine. President Biden actually reiterated that for the American people in the State of the Union, and we haven't wavered from that position. We're not wavering from it today. Yeah.
Can you talk a bit about Niger? Niger yesterday suspended security cooperation with the U.S. Do you have any reaction? I think some of the things that they are saying is the U.S. Doesn't really approach them in the right way. They come with this arrogance, which is almost like a form of humiliation for the Biden administration. Do you have any reaction to the suspension of the security agreement with Niger?
Well, you've seen what we've said on this subject, which is that we've seen the Facebook post from the CNSP, came out Saturday night. We're in touch with them. This obviously follows discussions we had with them about our concerns with their trajectory, and I'll leave it at that because those discussions with the authorities in Niger is ongoing. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Coming back to Israel and the humanitarian situation in Gaza, we have now 1 million people faced with the risk of starvation, and aid is not getting in at the levels necessary to help those people. Who's responsible for that? And during this call, was there any kind of commitment from the part of the Israeli Prime Minister to let more aid come into Gaza?
The Prime Minister indicated that he intends to push his government to have more aid come into Israel, but as I said to an earlier question, the issue is not statements or representations, it's action. It's whether more aid gets in. We've seen certain things over the past few days that represent steps forward, including the opening of this new gate, including other convoys that have gotten to the north, including throughput through Kerem Shalom and Rafah. But we've seen that before, and then numbers have dipped for a variety of reasons. Some to do with just the difficulty of moving aid around Gaza once it gets inside, as we've seen in tragic circumstances. And from our perspective, the key thing is that we need to flood the zone. We need to use every tool at our disposal, every land route, every possible number of trucks, as well as sea routes, as well as airdrops to get as much aid in as possible. Israel has a responsibility in this regard to facilitate the aid, and they can do more. The international community, including the United States, has a responsibility as well. We have done a significant number of things. We can do more. So from our point of view, this is an urgent undertaking, an urgent priority, and we will keep at it. Yeah.
One on Russia and then a follow-up on Haiti, if possible. I know you said, when asked about President Putin's comments yesterday, that you hadn't heard of a Russian official raise Alexei Navalny as part of a prisoner swap. You said that they had come to the table too late. Is that a way of saying that negotiations for to release reporter?
Yeah, man, we're dumping. I don't have any. I was taking a dump.
Are there any active?
I was looking at it, but it did drop. The first two candles didn't look that bad, but quickly turned into low of the day. Bonds are already at the low too. No headlines.
Continue until they are free, and that means regular communication at senior levels with the Russian Federation, making a series of offers, which we have done over time and will continue to do. So no, we have not slackened 1 inch in our zeal to get the two of them out. It remains an utmost priority of ours, and that work will continue, notwithstanding the tragic death of Alexei Navalny. Yeah.
One more on Haiti. Sorry. The State Department announced this weekend that more than 30 Americans had been evacuated from Haiti, but they were evacuated from a northern city, not Port-au-Prince. And today the State Department said that more than 1,000 U.S. citizens have reached out asking about their options for departing the island. Are there plans for the U.S. to do more specifically out of the Port-au-Prince area?
So first, my understanding is that more than 1,000 Americans have been in touch with the embassy to seek more information. Some number of those have asked for information about departing. Others have asked for information about how to remain safely, or if they choose to depart in the future, how they might do so. So the 1,000 is really a broad universe that encapsulates a number of different categories. Second, as you noted, we did have our first evacuation flight out of Cape Haitian. More than 30 U.S. citizens were on it, and we will look to continue to operate out of Cape Haitian for people to be able to leave from there. And then third, of course, if we determine that there is a secure way to move American citizens who want to leave Haiti out of the Port-au-Prince airport or out of some other route, we will do so. There's active planning for that. There's active analysis of the risks of doing so, but we will stay in close touch with every American citizen who wants to be in touch with us in Haiti and continue to look for options to ensure their safe passage out of the country should they choose to leave. Yeah.
Why did President Biden wait so long? Why did he let 32 days pass between phone calls with Prime Minister Netanyahu?
Well, so first of all, our teams are in contact every single day at every level. President Biden gets a daily, twice daily, sometimes 9 times daily update on what is going on. And he reserves his calls for the Prime Minister for when he believes there's a key strategic moment that needs to come forward. That's point one. Point
Sorry,
two,
I get excited over
Prime Minister, of course, knows how to reach President Biden. If the Prime Minister felt he needed the President for some reason, he would have picked up the phone and called. And, of course, in the last 32 days, President Biden has never declined a phone call from Prime Minister Netanyahu. So this is pretty much the normal give and take of two leaders, both operating their governments, both operating their foreign policies, both working with their teams, and then at a key inflection point in the dialogue between the two sides coming together and talking. I wouldn't make more of it than that.
And there's a report that when President Biden was told his handling of the war between Israel and Hamas was starting to affect his poll numbers, the quote is, he began to shout and swear. So when he does that, is he shouting and swearing about Netanyahu or about Hamas or about his poll numbers?
This is the when did you stop beating your spouse question, because I don't think he ever did that. And so, well, you use that as the premise of your question, which is when he does that. I've never seen him do that. Shout and swear.
Excuse me?
To that, so from my perspective,
What the fuck you say about me beating my wife?
Particular report is not correct. Yeah.
What can you tell us about?
He's like, let's move on.
Timeline for how it's going to be.
I don't think that hit the same way he thought it would. He's like, all right, next, Nick. Let's have Nick in the back there. I'm done with Peter.
CENTCOM can go into the operational details on it. What I can tell you is that our original timeline, extended out something like 45 to 60 days to have it fully in place. We're hoping to beat that if possible, because we're moving heaven and earth to get, all of the complex logistics associated with it fully integrated into the pipeline for aid going into Gaza. And ultimately, it will be a scenario where CENTCOM assets move the pier off the coast, and then it will be IDF assets who actually secure it so that there are no U.S. boots on the ground in Gaza. But that effort is very much underway. The CENTCOM commander feels good about the progress we are making, and that he will be able to move this on an expedited basis based on the original timelines that he provided. Just one more question. Yep.
Jake,
Please, not me.
reaction. The Russian President Putin's victory. He will present until 2030. Do you accept the result and his victory?
Well, first, nothing about the election outcome was unpredictable because Putin had closed the political space, had locked up political opponents. Some of his political opponents had tragically died. And so there was nothing free or fair about this election, and the outcome was preordained. Second, the reality is that President Putin is the president of Russia. We've had to deal with
So
that
you're not
reality
supposed to go after
throughout the war in
political
Ukraine,
candidates?
throughout the other aggression Russia has
Weird.
undertaken, throughout the other steps contrary to U.S. national interest that we have seen from this president and from the Russian Federation under his leadership. And we will continue to deal with that reality. But that reality doesn't deny the fact that this election was not something that met any kind of benchmark of being free or fair. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Jake.
You're supposed to whack them. Calm down.
Thank you, Jake. All right, Chris.
It's like, well, that's actually how it really works.
Budget discussions over the weekend. One of the White House objective plans that were taking shape over the weekend for the Homeland Security budget, and what do you want to make sure gets included in the final legislation? And last thing, how close are you at this point, do you think?
So, look, I'm not going to talk about reporting regarding ongoing negotiations. Going to be super careful talking from the podium here. One thing that I will make clear is that DHS needs a bill that adequately funds operational pace, right? And we have seen during this past fiscal year, and that is what the administration is fighting for. We want to make sure that they have the operational funding to do the job that they need to be doing. And that is what I can say. And I want to also add is, let's not forget the past 10 months here. DHS has removed and returned more people than during every fiscal year since 2013. So they have maximized their operations. They have done the work to do what they can at the funding levels that they currently are operating in, and we want to do everything that we can to make sure that they have that operational pace. So I'm not going to get into negotiations from here.
So it sounds like we're talking about the issue is a dollar figure. The White House wants more money than being offered.
Just going to be super mindful and not negotiate from the podium, but obviously we believe that DHS needs additional funding. We've always said that to deal with the security operations and much more that we're dealing with at the border, obviously, and just more broadly, all the work that the DHS has to do on behalf of the American people.
Progress today, or do they continue?
Look, negotiations continue, and we are focused certainly on reaching an agreement. As you know, the shutdown is set for this coming Friday, and we want to certainly get to a place where we have, again, DHS has what it needs to continue the operational pace that they've been having.
Thanks, Doreen. As the Supreme Court considers the case about social media, disinformation, misinformation, can you talk about what the administration believes is at stake in this case?
I'm going to be super mindful. It's an ongoing case. I'm just not going to comment. Would have to refer you to Department of Justice. We've been pretty consistent on this over the past year or so I'm just going to be really mindful on that.
And then I have a leftover Israel-Hamas question, because over the weekend the president talked about the importance of the freedom of the press. He toasted them at the Gridiron dinner. Has he or anyone in the administration pushed Israel to allow foreign media into Gaza to cover it?
So look, as Jake said, there's continuous conversation that we have with the leadership of the Israeli government. I don't have anything to share on that particular question. You heard directly from the president as it relates to protecting the freedom of the press, protecting journalists. We've always been very clear about that. The president has spoken to that numerous of times. I can't speak to that particular conversation on that issue.
Bro, it's almost power hour? That's insane.
We want to make sure that freedom of the press is respected.
And dollar up all day, even with the yen?
Protected.
I think the yen
and
came
so
down.
That is something that the president has had conversation with leaders over the past 3 years as it relates to that, as it relates to obviously.
What's this? Check Nike. I think this is old, but I see Nike sales tracking slower.
If it's our
this is
allies
old.
or friends or whoever it
It's our earnings thing.
Pretty consistent, but I can't speak to any direct conversation that the president has had on that issue.
What are the remaining sticking points on the DHS funding bill? And some Hillaids say that the White House came in at the 11th hour. Did the White House step in too late?
I mean, look, let's be very clear here and take a step back. When it comes to funding the government, that is something that is the basic duty of Congress, is to do that, right? It is their job to keep the government open. It is something that Congress has to do on behalf of the American people. There are critical programs that Americans need, that American families need. The DHS funding, more specifically, as what is obviously being discussed, is important, right? For DHS to do the work that they're currently doing as we think about the border, as we think about the immigration system. So it is their job, it is their duty. I'm not going to speak into timeline as to when we started to have conversations with them.
I'm not going to speak in tongues.
Negotiations that are currently happening. Certainly not going to do that at the podium. We believe it is critical and important to continue the operational pace that DHS needs to do their job. Obviously, we've been pretty consistent as well over the last 3 years asking for additional funding. And so I'm just going to be really mindful and not negotiate from the podium.
Thanks, Karine. Does the administration still have close contact with social media companies, and in specific, are there still communications about removing misinformation?
Look, I'm going to be, I know there is currently SCOTUS, well, I don't even know if it's happening right now, but there is this particular Missouri case. I'm going to be super mindful, super careful, and not to answer a question that is, adjacent to what's happening with this particular case. I don't have any conversations to speak to or to lay out to you about conversations with social media. Obviously, the president tries to communicate with Americans and meet them where they are. You see us do that pretty consistently. I just want to be super mindful as there is an ongoing case happening at this time.
Speaking about the particularities of the case, more broadly, can you talk about the administration's concerns on the kind of misinformation that's on social media?
We've been pretty consistent about the importance of, it is the responsibility of social media to make sure that what is on their platform is not misinformation, not disinformation. We've been always very clear about that. I just don't have conversations to lay out or to speak to, but we've been pretty consistent for at least the past couple of years on that.
A temporary pause on SB 4, the controversial Texas immigration law is set to expire at 5 p.m. today if the Supreme Court doesn't take action. What is the administration's plans if that does go into effect?
So a couple of things. Going to be really careful not to comment not to comment beyond what the DOJ filings have laid out, so have shared with all of you. So I'll say this. I will point out that Department of Justice makes clear that SB 4 is flatly inconsistent with the Supreme Court's decision in Arizona v. United States in 2012, and more than a century of additional precedent. But generally speaking, SB 4 is just another example of what we have seen from the governor of Texas, Governor Abbott, attempting to politicize what's happening at the border, politicize obviously what's happening with the immigration system. And so, look, the president's going to be focused on making sure that there's significant policy changes and resources we need to secure the border. And so that is why he's going to continue to call on congressional Republicans to pass the bipartisan border security agreement that came out of the Senate just a couple of months ago, an agreement that was supported by the Border Patrol Union, U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and that we worked on for months. And we believe that is going to meet the needs that we have with the border challenges and deal with some real immigration policies. Outside of that, I don't have anything else to share, but clearly the Department of Justice has been very clear on their filings on SB 4. Good.
Thank you so much. A domestic question, then 2 quickies on foreign adversaries. First of all, what is the White House planning for Iftar this year? And what is your message to Muslim Americans about this particularly difficult year?
Look, we are going to, I don't have anything to share about an event as it relates
30
to
minutes till Jensen.
Iftar. What I can say is that we've been very consistent and very clear.
Well, I think he starts at 4. I think they changed the time. So Jensen may not hit till after the bell,
the president
sadly.
has been clear on that. We have been clear from this podium. He respects all Americans to speak out and for their voices to be heard, as long it's peaceful, obviously. But we understand that it is a painful time for a number of communities. As you know, we've had senior White House officials meet with members of the different communities, whether it's Arab, Muslim, Palestinian communities, to talk about their views, to voice their concerns, and we welcome that. I just don't have anything to share on any events or beyond that.
Okay, so Pakistan conducted 2 airstrikes over what they say are militant hideouts in Afghanistan. Was the U.S. consulted on that? Were these coordinated attacks? And are you concerned about the potential for violence escalating in that region? And then a quickie on South Korea when I'm done. North Korea.
A quickie. All right. On Pakistan, just a couple of things that we do want to share with all of you. We are aware of the report, obviously, that Pakistan carried out airstrikes in Afghanistan in response to attack in Pakistan on Saturday at a military post. We deeply regret the loss of life and injuries sustained during the attack in Pakistan and the loss of civilian lives during the strikes in Afghanistan. We urge the Taliban to ensure that terrorist attacks are not launched from Afghan soil. We urge Pakistan to exercise restraint and ensure civilians are not harmed in their counter-terrorism efforts. We urge both sides to address any differences through dialogue. We remain committed to ensuring that Afghanistan never again becomes a safe haven for terrorists who wish to harm United States or our other partners or allies. So we've made that very clear, and we're going to continue.
Didn't we leave Afghanistan and
South Korea
didn't we leave terrorists in charge?
North Korea sent 7,000 containers of munitions to Russia, and if so, what are the consequences?
We vow to never do that again.
I have not seen those reports, so don't have anything to share on that. I want to be really mindful and careful on that one. Okay.
Thank you. Can you give us an update?
You're like, Al-Qaeda's a government. It's not a terrorist group.
Nearing a decision point.
You guys ask that question all the time, which I appreciate. I don't have anything to share at this time on that.
Pivoting to the United Health PAC, I'm wondering if you can give us the latest of the administration's view on whether that is nearing a resolution or if you're still in the thick of it, and whether it's possible to say whether you know yet whether American health data has been compromised by this hack.
So I would have to refer you to HHS. I've seen the reporting, obviously, on this. Just don't have anything for you at this time beyond the reporting. Okay.
I was just wondering if you could comment on the Russian elections and whether see Putin as a legitimately elected president.
Well, I think Jake Sullivan did a very good job speaking to this, and one of the things that he did say, obviously, Mr. Putin is the leader of Russia. He spoke to this extensively. The results, obviously, also were predetermined. No one is shocked by the results coming out of the elections there. I just don't have to add anything to add beyond what Jake Sullivan laid out pretty well here.
Thanks. Thanks, great. Technically, is it still possible to avoid a shutdown given the 72-hour review window that has to happen?
Look, I think we have to be hopeful. This is obviously an administration that is hopeful and hopes that Congress gets to the bottom of this and gets to a point where we keep the government open. It is, again, their basic duty to do so. As you know, there's negotiations I've been asked about with the DHS. I'm not going to speak to them from here, but this is important. It's critical that we keep the government open. It's not just DHS. There's numbers of other programs that Americans need that we have to continue, and so this needs to get done.
Israeli delegation that's coming, do we have a sense at this point of who is going to be leading that from their side or from the U.S. side?
I don't have anything more to share on that. Obviously, as we get to a point where we're able to share more information on that, when that meeting is going to happen, who will be part of that meeting, we'll have more to share. I just don't have any further details than what Jake shared from here earlier.
And is it fair to understand from the detailed engagement that Biden is having with Netanyahu and with his government that this means that President Biden feels that the government is legitimate and should continue, and that engagement with them can bear more fruit than it has in the past?
Say that legitimate.
That Netanyahu's government is legitimate, that he still views him as legitimate leader, and that his appeals to them to him.
I mean, let's be clear. That is up to. Bibi Netanyahu is the Prime Minister of Israel. That is something that we know, right? That is something that is fact. That doesn't change anything. That is the reason why we've been in constant communication with the Israeli government from all levels, right? And so that has not changed, right? That is as far as.
I asked because Schumer suggested that maybe should
Well,
no longer
look,
be the
that
case,
is something for, as it relates to any elections or anything like that, that's up to the Israeli government, right? That is something for them to decide. I can't speak to that. What I can speak to is the president and his involvement and his engagement. I think it's important that he had this conversation with the prime minister today about Rafah, about how we move forward. And so, you know, Jake Sullivan did a really good job laying that out, what that's going to look like, how that conversation went. The president doesn't want to see a military operation go into Rafah. He's been very clear about that. He wants to make sure that innocent lives are protected, and it has to be done in a way that we don't see Palestinian lives, lose any more Palestinian lives. But understanding that Israel has to go after Hamas.
No, I'm here. I'm doing some other work though.
Organization.
There's a lot going on today.
So
I'm trying to make sure I could get the schedule for tonight working. If we gonna go live at Bank of Japan.
Anything else to share further from that?
Thanks, Green. The president has quite a bit of travel this week. I was hoping you could tell us a little bit about what he's doing beside his political activity, as well as how he's going to be engaged with these ongoing negotiations to make sure there's not a shutdown.
So look, I'm going to answer your talk about the last part of your question first. Obviously, the president's always engaged, always communicating with his team. It doesn't matter where he is, if he's at the White House or anywhere else in this country or the world. He's president wherever he is. So I'll say that at the top. The president's going to be going to Reno and Las Vegas tomorrow. In Reno, he will participate in a campaign event. So obviously, I will refer you to the campaign for more details on that particular event. In Las Vegas, he will deliver remarks on lowering costs for American families, which is the priority as it relates to his economic plan on behalf of the American people. On Wednesday, the president will be in Phoenix and will deliver remarks on investing in America agenda. This is part of a busy travel schedule following the State of the Union, where the president is hitting the road, meeting Americans, talking to them directly about how he sees his vision, how he sees the future of this country for obviously the American people. We'll certainly have more details to share. The specifics on the political parts of the trip, I would refer to the campaign.
There's one more question. Next week, the president is going to be going up to New York, meeting with former President Obama and former President Clinton. It's a campaign event, but there's a report that came out today about President Biden's relationship with President Obama, indicating that there might be some jealousy involved. I was wondering if you can speak to that.
Let's be very clear. The two presidents, President Obama and President Biden, have a very good relationship. You all have seen it over the past several years. They're like family to each other, and I'm just not going to speak to reporting that we don't believe to be true.
Thank you so much. Another foreign policy question. On Saturday, Niger decided to cut all military ties with the United States. Can you maybe explain what led to this decision, and how concerned are you that Niger is now one of these African countries seeking military cooperation with Russia instead of the United States?
So a couple things. Jake spoke to this when he was here not moments ago. Let me just say two top lines.
The EU is drafting a law that would redirect Russian central bank profits to Ukraine. That's big.
We sought to work.
We're kind of getting a pop on that on the SPY, but I feel like it'd move other things. Things are getting candles there. Again, it is Power Hour.
Last week, Assistant Secretary Fee, General Langley, and Assistant Secretary of Defense Wallander were in Niamey for frank conversation with the CNSP to explore how we can chart a common path forward and our concerns about the lack of progress towards a democratic transition and operational considerations for us to maintain a long-term security partnership as it relates to Russia, the Russian Federation's repeated violations of international law, to include its illegal invasion and ongoing war of aggression in Ukraine, represent a clear threat to the rule-based international system. So we are closely monitoring the Russian defense activities closely, obviously, in order to assess and mitigate potential risks to U.S. personnel interest and assets. And so that is how we are looking at that relationship in particular. Okay.
Thanks, Green. When will the president hold another news conference so we can ask a question of him without having helicopter noise or jet noise in the background?
I don't have anything for you to share. Obviously, the president President, as you were just saying, the president takes questions pretty regularly, enjoys having engagement with all of you. I don't have a press conference to lay out for you at this time.
Is there talk of one?
I don't have anything for you, but as I said, the president enjoys engaging with all of you on a regular basis, and he'll continue to do that. I think I have to go. I'll take your question last. Okay.
Thank you. The North Carolina Lieutenant Governor and other state officials sent a White House letter about a wet Hagos who was arrested in the state last week. I'm wondering if...
Say that one more time. Arrest of who?
A wet Hagos in North Carolina last week. I'm wondering if the White House has seen the letter and if you have any information about it.
I don't have anything to share on that particular letter. I'm happy to go back to the team and let you know. Thanks, everybody. See you on the road.
Bye.
Thanks,
Corinne. Thanks, Corinne. Good. We made it. That wasn't bad. See? Exposure therapy. And now the day, bro, is it me or did today, really fly by? Because I can't believe there's only 50 minutes left. That's insane. I am holding Oracle. I was going to average down on that today, but no. Man. But it went up a little bit, then came down. But no, I don't have anything on that. Holding ADM. Yeah, but that one just holding there. Will the Bank of Japan kill the carry trade tonight? People are not expecting it. So they think that the Bank of Japan is going to be so gradual and small that it will be a nice, gentle change of 20 years of policy, give or take. So we'll see. We'll see, man. We'll see. Nvidia they changed the keynote to 12. Or 1, so correct me if I'm wrong if any of you have another time, but I am pretty sure that they're not going to do the Nvidia thing, till after hours. So unfortunately, you will have to wait. The good news is it's a 3-day event or something? So we'll see. The YouTube stream starts in 47 minutes. At market close according to their YouTube. That's going to be crazy. Because if anything's pre-written, the algos will get it right away, and then it's just going to go nuts. On BTFP. Yeah, their website says 31, but they moved it. I think the BTFP is done. I mean, at this point, no new loans will be issued, but they've already issued enough liquidity to, borderline buy some time. And what we saw with NYCB the other day, you just watched private capital show up to save it. So that's a good sign. But for now, the BTFP is not an issue. Again, I think Powell and everything moving forward, that's probably going to be our risk, more or less. The history on BTFP, yeah, there's not much. Japan, that's going to be interesting. I don't think I'd buy NYCB. No, I don't want to get in the middle of those. I haven't traded the banks ever since I got in my Bank of America off of that one time. I've been chilling, bro. And then that new VA, man, that one went up. I had that on the other screen all day today. I wish I took it. NVEI, that one's just still climbing. Again, that's a buyout candidate. I keep that in mind. Can you call MPW? I've called MPW before. They're hella weird. They don't. Remember, I called them on the phone that one time, and it was like they have like their secretaries are like old 70-year-olds. Like, you know those movies where it's like you call into like a big like drug dealing company, and it's like a 70-year-old named like Barbara, and she's like, yeah, well, we'll see what we can do. Well, what's your name? Well, I don't handle that. Well, I've been here for 37 years, and we still use a Rolodex. Mm-hmm. So that's the only, Barb. Fucking Barb chilling, dude. For real, though. Well, you never know. You never know. The ladies on Monster Inc., kind of. Agnes. Could be. But not bad, man. We got through today. Again, we made one yen play. One play on Eli Lilly. You're also going to hear from, what's her name? Oprah. So let's see how that all plays out, my friends. Let's see how it all plays out. Barbara and Margaret. My goodness. So again, tonight, I think I'm going to try to go live, though. I think I got most of this stuff hashed out. It's just going to be weird. I'm not going to stream the Nvidia event, though. I'll keep it on for a little bit here, but I'm probably going to dip out. It'll be a lot of time, man. It'll be a lot of time. Bank of Japan going to start at 1 a.m. It comes out earlier sometimes too. That's the crazy part. Like, their scheduling is weird, but then they release the statement, and then after they release the statement, they go on, and then it's like 4 hours until they get to the next part. We will see. Oil to be 70 to 90 in near term, ConocoPhillips CEO says. Not bad. Wide range, man. Wide range. I'm excited, though. It's going to be a good one, man. It's going to be a good one. Do I believe in the Matrix? I think it's a good movie. I think we live in like a real society. But, yeah, man. I think there's artificial matrices that are formed by community and other things that we fall into. But other than that, I think we're good, man. What about parallel universes? It's always something to think about. But yeah, man. Didn't the Japan rate thing cause the sell-off? That was 2 years ago, end of 2022. That's what caused it, and then we moved on. That's what I'm saying. It's very weird. Everybody is like being calm, but then again, this time they do. Everyone is expecting a very gradual move, which makes it that much more interesting. Yeah, 2 year time flies, baby. Time flies. It's a zombie market. A new vase still going up. We should move big. I mean, we've talked about it all day today, though. There is a weird setting where nothing happens this week. I mean, I still think that's possible, but generally we should be getting a decent move, or at the very least we're going to walk away with a lot of info. But I mean, you got Bank of Japan, Bank of England, and then the Fed. It's going to be exciting. SCP. I think the yield curve, I still believe what it said from day one. I mean, I don't think it's natural for short-term rates to be higher than longer-term ones, especially over an extended period of time. But I do think when the yield curve normalizes, we probably are going to run into a problem. What do you know that nobody else does about the stock market? I mean, I know little tips and tricks, but I don't think anything. You know, I think what I know about the stock market is a strange secret. It's what everybody knows about, but is hard to listen to. So I think that's what I know. Again, shout out to the long term. I think there's just certain thing. I don't think I know anything nobody else knows, but I do think at times I listen to different things, and that goes a long way. Coin. We got the fastest news in the West, baby. Amen. Amen. But all of that's extra. That's just, in general, though. That's why I tell you, man, in developing your internal voice and listening to yourself and all that, I mean, it goes a very, very long way. EA getting shorted. Coin did all that to go nowhere. SPY's right at VWAP. I mean, today was a very big bounce on the gap up, but other than that, we didn't do anything. We good. Yeah, oil, I'm kind of mad I sold out of it. I mean, we got some nice gains from last week, but he's back to another high. Like I'm saying, all of this, man. Oil, that's the last thing that's going to be on top right as we get into the event. Gold ran, the dollar ran, and now we got oil. Fun time, man. Fun time. ES giving up. It's not too bad. I mean, 0.83, you got a lot of cushion. Again, NASDAQ was up, what, 1.5 earlier? SMC. They were down 100 at one point. I'm excited, though. It sucks they're making us wait a little bit, but after hours, we will get the answer. Thank you. No NVO. All I did was Eli Lilly. Which one is all? But Eli Lilly, they only went up like 3%. The ask is up. And I went with Eli just because if you are going to go NVO, I would go closer to the money. I'm holding my MNQ longs. They went up today. I think they went down there a little bit. Damn, JP Morgan a new high. But yeah, I'm still in those. I thought you weren't going to play earnings the next few weeks. Well, we're not. We didn't do any previews today. I mean, last week we only did a couple of them, but this week you have Netflix, Nike, and FedEx. So we'll see how that one plays out. Jensen Hung to speak at 4. J-Powell speaks tomorrow. So right now is tonight is going to be the Bank of Japan. So if you're looking for Jerome, your boy is going to be on Wednesday. Wednesday intraday. We're going to have it live here too. So we will be here. That's what you're looking for. Be fun for the whole family. You know, very exciting. I thought it was Wednesday. Wednesday for Powell. Tonight. Technically, Bank of Japan's Tuesday, but again, our tonight is going to be there tomorrow. Yeah, out the money. I mean, try to get closer to the money on them. That's my only issue with NVO is that because, again, I hit those earnings ones, and I was like $20 out the money. Stock literally goes Thursday, but then it didn't go in the money till the week later, and then that whole run-up, the contracts never gained at all. So, unfortunately, like NVO has the ability to move, and it can move big, but at the same time, it's still like it's a very slow mover. Just had a big move. Even if you get a $10 move and it moves very slow and it doesn't go in the money, you will get clapped. Pixie flying up 118. Oh, I see that on the high ticker. Pixie. Ooh, Shift Pixie. Is this a real company or is it like a penny stock? Why does that name sound so familiar? Shift Pixie. Very good name. Nike is going to be on Thursday. My favorite car? I mean, honestly, it's kind of a hot take, but I'll just never forget the first time that I did it. But the what's it called? The Tesla. So that one, the Model X was probably really cool the first time I drove. I don't know, it's still up there. Oh, James D. Robinson III dies at 88. Former AXP CEO. American Express. It's coming out. They do not make manual Teslas, no. But yeah, the Tesla, man. That was like, I remember when I first drove the Tesla, I was like, I just never driven an electric car before, I guess. So I think it kind of tripped me out. But like, dude, those cars are cool. I still think even to this day, it's still one of the coolest cars to drive, especially if you've never like driven one. Other than that, it's cool when you drive a Rolls Royce. You get like kind of stunned at how smooth it is. And you're like, what? This is crazy. And then you're like, damn, I've really been broke my whole life. That's how I felt. That's how I felt, at least. I was like, this is bullshit. What's the ketamine joke with Elon? I didn't see what they were saying. Apparently he's a K-hole. What's the word on the street? He's addicted to it? How do you know he's addicted to it? Did he come out and was like, I'm addicted to ketamine? Or was it just like New York Times, like, he's addicted to ketamine? There's a big difference, you know what I'm saying? There's a big, big difference. I hope you guys don't forget about that. Don Lemon asked about why Elon had a K prescription. He said sometimes he has a negative balance, like depression, and it helps him. Wait, he got prescribed it? Oh, I guess. That's kind of... Wait a minute. Elon, why did I think Elon was just getting, like, street drugs on the side? What do you mean? He's prescribed ketamine? I thought you only get prescribed ketamine if you... I thought you had to be a horse. The fuck? I thought it was horse tranquilizer. What do you mean he has a prescription? You could get prescribed ketamine? No way. So that's what all my friends in LA were doing. Fucking scammers. I thought they were just picking these up off of drug dealers. I was like, y'all better be careful, man. There's a lot of fentanyl from China. Calm down. Apparently, fucking Dr. Pfizer is making this shit. You go to a doctor's in California. They're small and do therapeutic sessions. So it's therapy while in a K-hole. That's crazy. No way. I didn't know Elon was like... I didn't know Elon was going through all of this, okay? I really didn't. I didn't know. Maybe. That's new to me. All this is new to me. Yeah, Boeing... Again, JP Morgan is also moving. They hit 52-week highs. way, man. Elon prescribed ketamine. That is kind of trippy, but hey, man. I hope Elon's good. I still like what's his name said that one time. What did Kanye say? He said, Elon, have a bad day, bro. The world, we need Elon. So I hope he has a good day. I still don't know how I feel about the whole put the brain chip in your head, but you know what I'm saying? Like, generally, I'm still supportive. Billionaire lives matter. Elon, bro. Ketamine's been used in surgery. We're just talking about, like, Elon using it. That's funny, though. I'm glad I got the info because you guys kept asking me about it, but I was like, why is everybody keep asking me about this? But now we know. Now we know. We know a little bit. The market is, at this point, I mean, I think we're either going to trade a little bit lower to end the day or we're going to kind of get a baby bounce, wrap up the day, but we ain't waiting for nothing. I mean, if anything, all eyes on tonight. Dude, today just flew by. It's crazy because today had a lot of anticipation, but I thought today would have, like, moved a little slower, and my goodness, it did not. Again, we've already gone through it, so, like, everything, all the trades going through now, I mean, you're either positioning risk on, risk off for Bank of Japan. Sure, there's movements in bonds, and then you're even setting up day before Powell. So we got a lot of good things going on. We got a lot of good things. You think cut will be pushed to July? Maybe. I think I got to run the numbers. I'll have it for you, but just remember, like, what's going to happen on Wednesday is, like, if every dot that changes will affect the median. So I think it's like if 3 people move higher or lower, it changes the rate hikes or rate cuts. So in a weird way, like, I mean, I'm worried if we get 2 rate cuts. I think that is what you have to watch out for Wednesday, is that 1 or 2 people change and then the median changes. Like, do you guys realize that that is the paradox of the dot plot? That's what happened last time, is that if 1 or 2 people changes, that could really change where the median is at. So it really just depends, but if we get 2 rate cuts instead of 3, we'll have a problem. If we hold up 3, I think the market will take that as a very positive. I think everybody would actually, like, be hyped about that. They'll be like, okay, nothing changed too much. We had the data, we had this, we had that, and then everyone's going to feel generally good that it didn't affect how the Fed was moving, but that's all it's going to come down to. And then if one person changes really high or really low, I mean, it can just start moving around where things are going to end up. So, like, and then just like last time, remember last time I told you every single Fed member would have to change their expectation? Well, same thing applies here. If you have anything of that nature, like if half of them change or a third, I mean, it holds the ability to greatly move around where everything is at right now. Meaning that even the little median, that could just change. And if it changes by 1 or 2 cuts, even just 1 cut change, that will have a pretty big effect when it's all said and done. So good luck, my brethren. Good luck. Or Powell comes out. Well, Powell could be hawkish or not. I don't think Powell matters. Remember the last dot plot? Nobody even listened to Powell. That's it. You remember during his speech, it just kept going up. I was FOMOing everything and still hitting on him. Because that's literally what happened last time. It's like once he says, once the dot plot communicates the big thing, then the move that's it. Everything after that, it's very hard for Powell to move it unless he really comes out with a bazooka. But I do think for the most part, it is just going to be, once the dot plot changes enough, one-way road, whatever the dot plot shows. That's the beauty of the dot plot. It gives us something really actionable. You don't need to force it. And then once it shows what it shows, then that's it. Then you just keep going. And you are good to go. Unless he Jackson holes it. He could. But the dot plot would come first. That's the irony. You see what I'm saying? Is that no matter what Powell says, you're going to see it on the dot plot beforehand. So if Powell's hawkish or bullish, you'll know based on the dot plot. Remember, right when that dot plot came in lower, you knew it was going to be dovish, and sure enough, he was. The dot plot, thankfully, comes out 30 minutes before Powell speaks. So right when the FOMC comes out at 2 p.m. on Wednesday, the dot plot and SCP is revealed. And then 30 minutes later, Powell comes on and speaks. But like I'm saying, Powell's pretty much already, if that the dot plot will tell you what he's going to say for the most part. Or I think a majority of the market reaction, it will be on, I do think a majority of the market reaction will be responding to the dot plot to begin. Search for Stock Market Live, or is there another channel for B2K? No, you're going to want to search for the Trading Fraternity. So go to youtube.com/the Trading Fraternity. That's where we do anything after hours. So the Watchlist, and tonight I'll be live on there. So it's a second link in the description. Make sure you're subscribed, or around 8 p.m. Pacific time, maybe 7:30, I'd go there. So I think that's when I'm going to go live. I'm either going to go live right at 8 p.m. or at 7:30, and then we could just do the watch list at 7:30, have 30 minutes to talk about everything, and then right by the time we're doing Q&A, everything else will come out. Mm-hmm. Weeble has futures now. Good luck. Good luck. $12.43. Well, I'm tripping out today. It flew by me. So yeah, I think 7:30 though. I'll go live on YouTube.com/. Honestly, let me set it up. I think we could set it up now. I might even still have my Bank of Japan. I might even still have my Bank of Japan thumbnail. Remember I used one a while ago? Hold on. All right. Man, this is going to be late. It's going to be weird. All right, I set up the live stream so you guys can find. I'm going to try to do it on this one if I can make it go there, but we will be there tonight. / the trading fraternity / live.
I got options, bitch, talking like on the right.
Oh, it plays a song for you? That's cool. I didn't know it does that. It plays options? Yeah, so here it is. If you just save this link and go there at 7:30, youtube.com / the trading fraternity / live, it'll load up, and that chat room, everyone's going to be there. And then we're going to have a live watch list.
I got options, bitch, talking
okay,
like
on the right to conferences. I'm going to get pushing cars on all my stars. Here's my shit.
Everything from
That's kind of hype. I didn't know that does that when you click on it. It says live in 6 hours. Notify me. Make sure you turn the notification on. Otherwise, they won't hit you with it. Let me see. Trading fraternity live. Is this it? Oh, it still thinks I'm on the other one. That's why. I'll see you guys there. Yeah, man. I'm trying to make sure I could get all of that out of the way for now, but I mean, it's going to be a big event. It could be, maybe it's not, but I mean, if you have followed along and like, if you know anything about history, this is it, bro. This is a huge, huge time in the world right now. It's kind of crazy to think about. All right. So even then, at the end of this stream, when I end this stream, it'll take you directly to that channel there. So you guys make sure that you don't miss it. But it'll be good. Can you give the too long didn't read for the apes? I got you tomorrow morning. Yeah. For today's too long didn't read, nothing. That's it. Gap up, relief, wait for events. Option market. Crazy. That's pretty much it. The Nvidia, is it live? I know we're not going to get like anything, though. I think we're supposed to, I don't think they're going to start talking till like, what, 4 p.m.? Today I played the yen and Eli Lilly. And Eli Lilly. Good guy. Good guy. Why so late? Because it happens late. So it's literally, it's supposed to be, it's Tuesday morning in Japan. And then it's dude, they even do like a weird press conference later. So like by the time we get the data, the funny part is that like 3 hours later, they do the press conference. It's so weird. So like imagine if Jerome Powell, that'd be like them dropping the SEP and then being like, yeah, tomorrow in like, give us like 8 hours and we'll talk about it. 10-minute rig to the downside. Oh my goodness. Okay, a little bit of activity. Again, this happened earlier today. I still remember we were still up. Like you were still up by 1 point. Actually, no more 1%. So SPY's coming down a little bit. NASDAQ fell below. We were 1.5 at the high of the day. So that is kind of changing around a little bit. But Keep that in mind. This is their setup. Market on close, $6 billion to the sell side? There's no way. Why does that sound so insane? Is that real? $6 billion? There's no way. Yen, I just added another 6J future. I did calls. I did April calls on Eli Lilly. That's what you got, too. That's crazy. $6 billion? How bizarre. Day before the yen, $6 billion market on close, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. $6 billion yen. Well, you're going down there again. 10-minute rigged. What was that? Dollar flying. What's it, man? Day's about to wrap up here. Dollar's up all day. I thought it was about, if it went even crazier, that'd be nuts. Yeah, wheat is on the high. Wheat's doing great all day today. I think 960 is either it tops out or it breaks out to 10 from there. But we're up a lot. I'm up actually over $1,000 on the weed play. So that play has actually been working out very well. It was down a lot at first, though. They want you on. It is, honestly, today. It's funny because usually there's like a wave of certainty around the Bank of Japan. This time, everyone's like, yeah, it's going to happen, but still a little uncertain, you know? Sorry. And the Bank of Japan. Ticker for the yen, FXY, YCL, or the futures is /6J. Yeah, bro, a lot of things are dumping, though. You're still going down 30 seconds till final 5. So get ready for it, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready. GG. Man, you're still going. Wow, what a day. Like I said, maybe we make a move towards the low. I don't think we're going to go negative on the day, but I don't know, man. Anything could happen. Only 5 minutes to go down 1%. 0.6. I've seen weirder stuff. Watson says 2019. God bless you, Ryan. Well, let's get it, man. We have a very exciting week. OGs, new guys. I mean, this is literally what we live for. I'm telling you, these weeks over here when they're filled with data, global events, world events. You know, I'm telling you, man, the history behind all this is about to be wild. Oh, yes. And don't let me forget, Chatadonia, thank you for the reminder. The market's about to close. I know, so we got a big day today. We're going to be live for the Bank of Japan, youtube.com/the trading fraternity. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you have been awesome all day today. I want you to end your Monday on a great note. So I have to warn you that it is about to get really loud in here. So when I say earmuffs, that is your moment to protect yourself and mute your speakers. Why? Because it gets so loud in here. People have reported bleeding eardrums, massive uncontrollable diarrhea, and they have said that the loud noises have ruined their day, amongst other things that have just, it spirals out of control, dormant BBB, a lot of things. So point is, you're great. You guys have been great. I don't want you to have a bad time. I want you to close out on a good experience. So I see you here tomorrow. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your moment to mute your speakers. Otherwise, that dormant BBB, I don't know, man. I don't know. Itchy anus? Have you ever? I'm just saying anything could happen, but if you protect yourself and take precautionary measures, you will be good, okay? So earmuffs, that's our safe word, all right? Sound good? Sounds good. Okay. Good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. You ready? Earmuffs. 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 It's about to get loud. It's about to get loud. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover. Special flight today around 7:30 p.m. for the Bank of Japan. And then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 70 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful day, unless you thought the yen would go up, even though they're going to raise rates. So we'll find out how that plays out tonight. The good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required. So all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Chatadonia. It's game time. Wrap it up. Bring it home. Catalyst tonight. A little bit more of data and other things tomorrow morning. Then Powell the next day. But Chad, you have to wrap it up. You got to finalize those plays now. Make up your mind because you only have left 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, futures, options. Are you playing the yen? Are you going YCL? You going 6J? Are you going to wait? Are you going after Powell? What is going to happen? You got to finalize those plays. You have less than 30 seconds to bring it up. And remember, if you are on options, you cannot sell out till the market opens up tomorrow morning. So finalize it, wrap it up. Remember, there's more than just tomorrow. You have a whole week of events, but less than 10 seconds, baby. Bring it home. Oh, my goodness. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. Let's go, baby. I don't care if you just got here or not. You're here right now. I need a good game in the chat. Let's go. Show that sportsmanship. Let's go, baby. Don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, info. Way to hold it down. Good game, baby. Let's go. Members, non-members, stream alerts. It don't matter who you are. Everybody has won. It's sportsmanship. And listen, without a GG, you're more likely to get clapped. Without a GG, you will get banned. If you can't show love to all your Chads, I don't know what you're doing here. It's bigger than you. It's bigger than rap. It's bigger than me. Drop that GG, baby. Let's go. Amen. Way to holding it down. I see you too, Twitch. God bless you. I hope you know we stronger as one. Way to hold it down, baby. Members, non-members, stream alerts, honorary. My people throwing in donos. You didn't have to. My positive people, baby. Good game. All my people been here for years, baby. Or maybe you just got here. Good game. Let's go, baby. That's how you play. That's the day. GG, bro. God willing, I'll see you tomorrow. Good game. GG, bro. GG. Good game, bro. That's how you play. Good game. Yeah, tomorrow. Tonight. Bank in Japan. Good game. That's how you play, bro. You'll get him tomorrow. Good game. Good game. Good game. Good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Chad, that's it. That's it. We did it, baby. Let Biden play. Thank you for being here, Chad. Monday just went.
For 4 p.m.
We were Monday. That's it, baby. Thank you for being here. Shout out to Chad, baby.
Percy, that's me. You could just call me JB. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Kamala riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love her, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my congressman trade. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them must say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros and they old. None of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together, strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They ain't my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we gon' pack the coal. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fall about shit, especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fall about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student low froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test spray. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just ain't changed my name to Stalin. Right off the screen that I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresher than a red truck? How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad, my fault. Talking about inflation, I caused. Dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
Ford is getting probed over role of assisted driving tech in fatal crash. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I forgot. Why didn't I play? I got to get going, but I think they just playing orchestra music. They just wasting your fucking time, huh? They like everybody around the world, $1 trillion opportunity, and they like play the orchestra. Nah, man. See, I don't have time for some of this shit. Oh, there it is. Good timing. In a world where AI controls everybody, one man, one leather
Please
jacket.
welcome to the stage Nvidia founder and CEO Jensen Huang.
This is your intro music? Okay, he think he Jesus. Nah. You don't make that much money and walk out to that. Are you kidding me? Does he think he's an angel?
Welcome
he said, play
to
that.
GTC.
He should have came out to like fucking Lil Boozy or something. Like, what's up? I did that.
I hope you realize this is not a concert.
That's a Woodstock.
You have arrived
at
history. A developers conference. There will be a lot of science described. Algorithms.
There's science in drugs. Let's go, baby.
Mathematics.
Come on, we here for the money, Nvidia. Stop it. We don't care about science. What the fuck you saying? Science is gonna stop us. That ain't stop people from doing drugs.
I sensed a very heavy weight in the room all of a sudden.
Yeah, because you control the stock.
Like you were in the wrong place. No,
because we have daily
no conference
calls.
in the world.
Just say something quick. Money,
Is there
money,
a greater
guidance.
assembly of researchers from such diverse fields of science, from climate tech to radio sciences trying to figure out how to use AI to robotically control MIMOs for next generation 6G radios, robotics, self-driving cars.
Dude, he's so confident.
Even
him
artificial
from last
intelligence.
Time. Like, do you feel his power? Look at him.
Even artificial intelligence. Everybody's
like, this is why when some of y'all act a certain way,
I
people
noticed
say
a
you
sense
got
of relief
small D
there
energy.
all of a
This is
sudden.
what big D energy look like.
Also,
you can tell. He
this
don't.
conference is
He's
represented
different, bro.
by some amazing
He's different.
companies.
Nah,
this
he's
list,
different. Look at him. He's just like,
this
yeah.
is not the attendees.
Look how he's speaking.
These are the presenters.
And this, and this power.
And what's amazing is this. If you take away all of my friends, close friends, Michael Dell is sitting right there.
That's big chip energy.
In the IT industry.
That's big chip energy right there. That's big chip energy.
All of the friends I grew up with in the industry. If you take away that list, this is what's amazing. These are the presenters of the non-IT industries using accelerated computing to solve problems that normal computers can't. It's represented in life sciences, healthcare, genomics, transportation, of course, retail, logistics, manufacturing, industrial. The gamut of industries represented is truly amazing. And you're not here to attend only, you're here to present, to talk about your research. $100 trillion of the world's industries is represented in this room today. This is absolutely amazing. There is absolutely something happening. There is something going on. The industry is being transformed, not just ours. Because the computer industry, the computer is the single most important instrument of society today. Fundamental transformations in computing affects every industry. But how did we start? How did we get here? I made a little cartoon for you. Literally, I drew this. In one page, this is NVIDIA's journey. Started in 1993. This might be the rest of the talk. 1993, this is our journey. We were founded in 1993. There were several important events that happened along the way. I'll just highlight a few. In 2006, CUDA, which has turned out to have been a revolutionary computing model, we thought it was revolutionary then. It was going to be an overnight success, and almost 20 years later, it happened. We saw it coming. 2 decades later. In 2012,
Starbucks
Alex
new CEO.
AI and CUDA made first contact. In 2016, recognizing the importance of this computing model, we invented a brand new type of computer. We called it DGX-1. 170 teraflops in this supercomputer. 8 GPUs connected together for the very first time. I hand-delivered the very first DGX-1 to a startup located in San Francisco called OpenAI.
Good story, touching.
DGX-1 was the world's first AI supercomputer. Remember, 170 teraflops. 2017, the transformer arrived. 2022, ChatGPT captured the world's imaginations, helped people realize the importance and the capabilities of artificial intelligence. And 2023, generative AI
Autobots
emerged.
assemble.
And a
Yeah,
new
fucking
industry
stop them from assembling.
begins.
It's an assembly
Why?
line. In fact, you don't need a degree.
Why is a new industry? Because the software never existed before. We are now producing software, using computers to write software. producing software that never existed before. It is a brand new category. It took share from nothing. It's a brand new category. And the way you produce this software is unlike anything we've ever done before. In data centers, generating tokens, producing floating point numbers at very large scale. As if in the beginning of this last industrial revolution, when people realized that you would set up factories, apply energy to it, and this invisible, valuable thing called electricity came out, AC generators. And 100 years later, 200 years later, we are now creating new types of electrons, tokens, using infrastructure we call factories, AI factories, to generate this new, incredibly valuable thing called artificial intelligence. A new industry has emerged. Well, we're going to talk about many things about this new industry. We're going to talk about how we're going to do computing next. We're going to talk about the type of software that you build because of this new industry.
Oh, ATUS, are they getting buyout news?
How you would think about this new software.
Not too big, but watch
what
out for
about
that.
applications in this new industry? And then maybe what's next? And how can we start preparing today for what is about to come next? Well, but before I start, I want to show you the soul of NVIDIA, the soul of our company, at the intersection of computer graphics, physics, and artificial intelligence, all intersecting inside a computer, in Omniverse, in a virtual world simulation. Everything we're going to show you today, literally everything we're going to show you today, is a simulation, not animation. It's only beautiful because it's physics. The world is beautiful. It's only amazing because it's being animated with robotics. It's being animated with artificial intelligence. What you're about to see all day is completely generated, completely simulated in Omniverse, and all of it, what you're about to enjoy is the world's first concert where everything is homemade. Everything is homemade. You're about to watch some
Everything
home
homemade.
videos.
Wow.
So sit back and enjoy yourself.
Oh, your Simba. Oh, sorry. This looks good. I don't know if I'm gonna get banned. I'm just giving you guys noises. I'm not. See, are they doing the same shit? What the fuck, y'all getting weird with me? I unmuted. It's exactly the same thing. It's just AI. Come on, y'all. Caught up in this shit. Fuck you. Stop playing with. What do you think is happening? That's exactly what's happening. Stop. Stop it. I told you, I know. I am AI. This is what I was created to do. Y'all forgot. Dun, 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 dun. It's so dramatic. I'm supposed to be going right now. You guys are like, oh, you're acting wild. I thought I was going to be taking another dump by now. This looks really cool, though. It is kind of crazy that it's all done with AI. what's gonna happen. Still building up the orchestra. Dun, 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 dun. I see you guys don't, man. Beautiful. Wow. I don't know, man. I don't know.
God, I love NVIDIA.
Okay.
Accelerated computing has reached the tipping point. General purpose computing has run out of steam. We need another way of doing computing so that we can continue to scale, so that we can continue to drive down the cost of computing, so that we can continue to consume more and more computing while being sustainable. Accelerated computing is a dramatic speed up over general purpose computing. And in every single industry we engage, and I'll show you many, the impact is dramatic. But in no industry is it more important than our own. The industry of using simulation tools to create products. In this industry, it is not about driving down the cost of computing, it's about driving up the scale of computing. We would like to be able to simulate the entire product that we do completely in full fidelity, completely digitally, in essentially what we call digital twins. We would like to design it, build it, simulate it, operate it completely digitally. In order to do that, we need to accelerate an entire industry. And today, I would like to announce that we have some partners who are joining us in this journey to accelerate their entire ecosystem so that we can bring the world into accelerated computing. But there's a bonus. When you become accelerated, your infrastructure is CUDA GPUs. And when that happens, it's exactly the same infrastructure for generative AI. And so I'm just delighted to announce several very important partnerships. They're some of the most important companies in the world. ANSYS does engineering simulation for what the world makes.
ANSYS.
We're partnering with them to CUDA accelerate the ANSYS ecosystem, to connect ANSYS to the Omniverse digital twin. Incredible. The thing that's really great is that the install base of NVIDIA GPU accelerated systems are all over the world, in every cloud, in every system, all over enterprises. And so the applications they accelerate will have a giant installed base to go serve. End users will have amazing applications, and of course, system makers and CSPs will have great customer demand. Synopsys.
Is ants popping off
Synopsys
that? They're
is
fucking bought out.
NVIDIA's literally first
No
software
way.
partner. They
And
were
then
there in
Synopsys
the very
running.
first
They're
day
all
our
running
company.
off of just
Synopsys
getting fucking their
revolutionized
name
the chip
mentioned.
industry with high-level design.
Francisco's
We are going
partners to buy
CUDA
Jama Software,
accelerate
1.2 billion.
We're accelerating computational lithography.
Bro.
One of the most important
These things just
applications
gapped up
that
6 and
nobody's
3.
ever known about.
That's insane.
In order to make chips, we have to push lithography to the limit. NVIDIA has created a library,
Bro, what?
domain-specific library, that accelerates computational
Bro, that's a
lithography
huge-ass move for just
incredibly.
saying their name.
Once we can accelerate and software define all of TSMC, who is announcing today that they're going to go into production with NVIDIA cuLitho. Once it's software defined and accelerated, the next step is to apply generative AI to the future of semiconductor manufacturing, pushing geometry even further. Cadence builds the world's essential EDA and SDA tools.
Cadence.
We also use Cadence. Between these three
Jeez,
companies,
bro.
ANSYS, Synopsys, and Cadence, we basically build NVIDIA. Together,
So through
we are
those three
CUDA accelerating
companies,
Cadence.
what's the other one he said?
They're also building a supercomputer out of NVIDIA GPUs so that
We
their
have CD and
customers
S. I think
could
they're
do
smaller.
full dynamic simulation
Nope, they're all
at
huge.
100, 1,000 times scale.
So literally, he said
Basically,
Cadence, ANNS, and
A wind tunnel
Synopsys
in real time.
built NVIDIA.
Cadence Millennium, a supercomputer with NVIDIA GPUs inside.
That's crazy,
A software
bro.
company building supercomputers. I love seeing that. Building Cadence co-pilots together. Imagine a day when Cadence could, Synopsys, ANSYS, tool providers would offer you AI co-pilots so that we have thousands and thousands of co-pilot assistants helping us design chips, design systems. And we're also going to connect Cadence Digital Twin Platform to Omniverse. As you can see the trend here, we're accelerating the world's CAE, EDA, and SDA. so that we could create our future in digital twins. And we're going to connect them all to Omniverse, the fundamental operating system for future digital twins. One of the industries that benefited tremendously from scale, and you all know this one very well, large language models. Basically, after the transformer was invented, we were able to scale large language models at incredible rates, effectively doubling every 6 months. Now, how is it possible that by doubling every 6 months, that we have grown the industry, we have grown the computational requirements so far? And the reason for that is quite simply this. If you double the size of the model, you double the size of your brain, you need twice as much information to go fill it. And so every time you double your parameter count, you also have to appropriately increase your training token count. The combination of those two numbers becomes the computation scale you have to support. The latest, the state-of-the-art OpenAI model is approximately 1.8 trillion parameters. 1.8 trillion parameters required several trillion tokens to go train. So a few trillion parameters on the order of, a few trillion tokens on the order of, when you multiply the two of them together, approximately 30, 40, 50 billion, quadrillion floating point operations per second. Now we just have to do some CO math right now, just hang with me. So you have 30 billion quadrillion. A quadrillion is like a peta. And so if you had a petaflop GPU,
like
you would need
trillion pedophile
billion seconds to go compute, to go train that model. 30 billion seconds is approximately 1,000 years.
I'm sorry. Don't
Well,
hurt
1,000
me. No,
years.
It was funny.
It's worth
it. Perfect setup. It was funny. Don't hurt me.
I'd like to do it sooner, but it's worth it. Which is usually my answer when most people tell me, hey, how long is it going to take to do something? So 20 years? It's worth it. But can we do it next week? And so, 1,000 years.
Yeah, he's
1,000 years. So what we need...
This guy making so much money. You see how short his temper is?
Are bigger GPUs.
I could relate to that. That happens. You could just
We need
tell.
much, much bigger GPUs.
You see that?
We
He just be talking
recognized
shit
this
publicly.
early
He's
on.
like, today,
And
please.
we realized that the
Today.
answer is to put a whole bunch of GPUs together.
He's so fucking rich,
and
dude.
of course,
if he's getting
innovate
so,
a whole
like,
bunch of things along the way,
you don't
like
have any
inventing
time.
tensor cores,
Hurry.
advancing NVLink so that we could create essentially virtually giant GPUs, and connecting them all together with amazing networks from a company called Mellanox, InfiniBand, so that we could create these giant systems. And so DGX-1 was our first version, but it wasn't the last. We built supercomputers all along the way. In 2021, we had Selene, 4,500 GPUs or so. And then in 2023, we built one of the largest AI supercomputers in the world. It's just come online, EOS. And as we're building these things, we're trying to help the world build these things. And in order to help the world build these things, we got to build them first. We build the chips, the systems, the networking, all of the software necessary to do this. You should see these systems. Imagine writing a piece of software that runs across the entire system, distributing the computation across thousands of GPUs, but inside are thousands of smaller GPUs. Millions of GPUs to distribute work across all of that and to balance the workload so that you can get the most energy efficiency, the best computation time, keep your costs down. And so those fundamental innovations is what got us here. And here we are, as we see the miracle of ChatGPT emerge in front of us, we also realize we have a long ways to go. We need even larger models. We're going to train it with multimodality data, not just text on the internet, but we're going to train it on text and images and graphs and charts. And just as we learn, watching TV. And so there's going to be a whole bunch of watching video so that these models can be grounded in physics, understands that an arm doesn't go through a wall. And so these models would have common sense by watching a lot of the world's video combined with a lot of the world's languages. It'll use things like synthetic data generation, just as you and I do. When we try to learn, we might use our imagination to simulate how it's going to end up, just as I did when I was preparing for this keynote. I was simulating it all along the way. I hope it's going to turn out as well as I had it in my head. As I was simulating how this keynote was going to turn out, somebody did say that another performer did her performance completely on a treadmill so that she could be in shape to deliver it with full energy. I didn't do that.
Okay.
If I get a little winded about 10 minutes into this, you know what happened. And so where were we? We're sitting here using synthetic data generation. We're going to use reinforcement learning. We're going to practice it in our mind. We're going to have AI working with AI, training each other, just like student and teacher debaters. All of that is going to increase the size of our model. It's going to increase the amount of data that we have, and we're going to have to build even bigger GPUs.
Even bigger.
Hopper is fantastic, but we need bigger GPUs. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to a very, very big GPU.
Oh, yeah?
Woo! Named after David Blackwell, a mathematician, game theorist, probability. We thought it was a perfect name. Blackwell, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy this.
Location unknown. Blackwell versus Hopper. Make America chip again. That was a cool noise. It's kind of slow. Whoa, 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 whoa. This kind of sound like video game. Like, I feel like this feels like I'm playing 2K. My house is like shaking. My speakers. It's very intense. The crowd goes crazy. The crowd goes crazy.
Blackwell is not a chip. Blackwell is the name of a platform. People think we make GPUs, and we do, but GPUs don't look the way they used to. Here's the if you will, the heart of the Blackwell system, And this inside the company is not called Blackwell, it's just a number. And this is Blackwell sitting next to, this is the most advanced GPU in the world in production today. This is Hopper. This is Hopper. Hopper changed the world. This is Blackwell.
Wow. Dang, it is smaller. All right.
It's okay, Hopper.
This guy's killing it,
very
bro.
Good boy.
Okay.
Well, good girl.
Okay. It's getting weird.
208 billion transistors, and so you could see, I can see, there's a small line between two dies. This is the first time two dies have abutted like this together in such a way that the two dies think it's one chip. There's 10 terabytes of data between it, 10 terabytes per second, so that these two sides of the Blackwell chip have no clue which side they're on. There's no memory locality issues, no cache issues. It's just one giant chip. And so when we were told that Blackwell's ambitions were beyond the limits of physics, the engineer said, so what? And so this is what happened. And so this is the Blackwell chip, and it goes into two types of systems. The first one is form-fit-function compatible to Hopper. And so you slide on Hopper and you push in Blackwell. That's the reason why one of the challenges of ramping is going to be so efficient. There are installations of Hoppers all over the world, and they could be the same infrastructure, same design, the power, the electricity, the thermals, the software, identical, push it right back. And so this is a Hopper version for the current HGX configuration. And this is what the second Hopper looks like this. Now, this is a prototype board, and Janine, could I just borrow? Ladies and gentlemen, Janine Paul. And so this is a fully functioning board, and I'll just be careful here. This right here is, I don't know, $10 billion.
What?
The second one's 5.
Oh, you got it like that, huh?
It gets cheaper after that, so any customers in the audience, it's okay. All right, but this one's quite expensive. This is the bring-up board.
10.
And the way it's going to go to production is like this one here, okay? And so you're going to take this. It has two Blackwell chips and 4 Blackwell dies connected to a Grace CPU. The Grace CPU has a super fast chip-to-chip link. What's amazing is this computer is the first of its kind where this much computation, first of all, fits into this small of a place. Second, it's memory coherent. They feel like they're just one big happy family working on one application together. And so everything is coherent within it. Just the amount of, you saw the numbers. There's a lot of terabytes this and terabytes that. But this is a miracle. This is let's see, what are some of the things on here? There's NVLink on top, PCI Express on the bottom. On your, which one is mine and your left? One of them, it doesn't matter. One of them is a CPU chip-to-chip link. It's my left or your, depending on which side. I was trying to sort that out, and I just kind of, doesn't matter. Hopefully it comes plugged in, so.
We're having fun.
Okay, so this is the Grace Blackwell system.
That's kind of awkward. Okay, I'll take it.
But there's more. So it turns out it turns out, all of the specs is fantastic, but we need a whole lot of new features in order to push the limits beyond, if you will, the limits of physics. We would like to always get a lot more X factors. And so one of the things that we did was we invented another transformer engine, the second generation. It has the ability to dynamically and automatically rescale and recast numerical formats to a lower precision whenever it can. Remember, artificial intelligence is about probability. And so you kind of have, 1.7, approximately 1.7 times approximately 1.4 to be approximately something else. Does that make sense? And so the ability for the mathematics to retain the precision and the range necessary in that particular stage of the pipeline, super important. And so it's not just about the fact that we designed a smaller ALU. The world's not quite that simple. You've got to figure out when you can use that across a computation that is thousands of GPUs. It's running for weeks and weeks on weeks, and you want to make sure that the training job is going to converge. And so this new transformer engine, we have a 5th generation NVLink. It's now twice as fast as Hopper, but very importantly, it has computation in the network. And the reason for that is because when you have so many different GPUs working together, we have to share our information with each other. We have to synchronize and update each other. And every so often, we have to reduce the partial products and then rebroadcast out the partial products, the sum of the partial products, back to everybody else. And so there's a lot of what is called all reduce, and all to all, and all gather. It's all part of this area of synchronization and collectives so that we can have GPUs working with each other. Having extraordinarily fast links and being able to do mathematics right in the network allows us to essentially amplify even further. So even though it's 1.8 terabytes per second, it's effectively higher than that. And so it's many times that of Hopper. The likelihood of a supercomputer running for weeks on end is approximately 0. And the reason for that is because there's so many components working at the same time. The probability of them working continuously is very low. And so we need to make sure that whenever there is we checkpoint and restart as often as we can, but if we have the ability to detect a weak chip or a weak node early, we could retire it and maybe swap in another processor. That ability to keep the utilization of the supercomputer high, especially when you just spent $2 billion building it, is super important. And so we put in a RAS engine, a reliability engine, that does 100% self-test, in-system test of every single gate, every single bit of memory on the Blackwell chip and all the memory that's connected to it. It's almost as if we shipped with every single chip its own advanced tester that we test our chips with. This is the first time we're doing this. Super excited about it. Secure AI.
Stock, dude. I don't know. I think the chip's kind of cool.
Only this conference do they clap for RAS.
Happened yet. Then ANSYS and all those.
The secure AI. Obviously, you've just spent hundreds of millions of dollars creating a very important AI, and the code, the intelligence of that AI is encoded in the parameters. You want to make sure that on the one hand, you don't lose it. On the other hand, it doesn't get contaminated. And so we now have the ability to encrypt data, of course, at rest, but also in transit and while it's being computed. It's all encrypted. And so we now have the ability to encrypt in transmission, and when we're computing it, it is in a trusted environment, trusted engine environment. And the last thing is decompression. Moving data in and out of these nodes when the compute is so fast becomes really essential. And so we've put in a high line speed compression engine, and it effectively moves data 20 times faster in and out of these computers. These computers are so powerful, and there's such a large investment, the last thing we want to do is have them be idle. And so all of these capabilities are intended to keep Blackwell fed and as busy as possible.
Fed Blackwell.
Overall, compared to Hopper, it is 2.5 times the FP8 performance for training per chip. It also has this new format called FP6, so that even though the computation speed is the same, the bandwidth that's amplified because of the memory, the amount of parameters you can store in the memory is now amplified. FP4 effectively doubles the throughput. This is vitally important for inference. One of the things that is becoming very clear is that whenever you use a computer with AI on the other side, when you're chatting with the chatbot, when you're asking it to review or make an image, remember, in the back is a GPU generating tokens. Some people call it inference, but it's more appropriately generation. The way that computing is done in the past was retrieval. You would grab your phone, you would touch something, some signals go off, basically an email goes off to some storage somewhere. There's pre-recorded content, somebody wrote a story, or somebody made an image, or somebody recorded a video. That pre-recorded content is then streamed back to the phone and recomposed in a way, based on a recommender system, to present the information to you. You know that in the future, the vast majority of that content will not be retrieved. And the reason for that is because that was pre-recorded by somebody who doesn't understand the context, which is the reason why we have to retrieve so much content. If you can be working with an AI that understands the context, who you are, for what reason you're fetching this information, and produces the information for you just the way you like it, the amount of energy we save, the amount of networking bandwidth we save, the amount of wasted time we save will be tremendous. The future is generative, which is the reason why we call it generative AI, which is the reason why this is a brand new industry. The way we compute is fundamentally different. We created a processor for the generative AI era. And one of the most important parts of it is content token generation. We call it, this format is FP4.
Token.
Well, that's a lot of computation. 5x the token generation, 5x the inference capability of Hopper seems like enough. But why stop there? The answer is it's not enough, and I'm going to show you why. I'm going to show you why. And so we would like to have a bigger GPU, even bigger than this one. And so we decided to scale it. And notice, but first, let me just tell you how we've scaled. Over the course of the last 8 years, we've increased computation by 1,000 times. 8 years, 1,000 times. Remember, back in the good old days of Moore's Law, it was 2x, well, 5x every, 10x every 5 years. That's easiest math. 10x every 5 years, 100 times every 10 years. 100 times every 10 years in the middle, in the heydays of the PC revolution. 100 times every 10 years. In the last 8 years, we've gone 1,000 times. We have 2 more years to go. And so that puts it in perspective. The rate at which we're advancing computing is insane, and it's still not fast enough, so we built another chip. This chip is just an incredible chip. We call it the NVLink switch. It's 50 billion transistors. It's almost the size of Hopper all by itself. This switch chip has 4 NVLinks in it, each 1.8 terabytes per second, and it has computation in it, as I mentioned. What is this chip for? If we were to build such a chip, we can have every single GPU talk to every other GPU at full speed at the same time. That's insane. It doesn't even make sense. But if you could do that, if you can find a way to do that and build a system to do that, that's cost effective. That's cost effective. How incredible would it be that we could have all these GPUs connect over a coherent link so that they effectively are one giant GPU? Well, one of the great inventions in order to make it cost effective is that this chip has to drive copper directly. The SerDes of this chip is just a phenomenal invention so that we could do direct drive to copper. And as a result, you can build a system that looks like this. Now this system is kind of insane. This is one DGX. This is what a DGX looks like now. Remember, just 6 years ago, it was pretty heavy, but I was able to lift it. I delivered the first DGX-1 to OpenAI, and the researchers there, it's on, the pictures are on the internet, and we all autographed it. If you come to my office, it's autographed there. It's really beautiful. But you could lift it. This DGX, that DGX, by the way, was 170 teraflops. If you're not familiar with the numbering system, that's 0.17 petaflops. So this is 720.
Yeah, you should have said so.
The first one I delivered to OpenAI was 0.17. You could round it up to 0.2, won't make any difference. And back then it was like, wow, 30 more teraflops. And so this is now 720 petaflops, almost an exaflop for training, and the world's first 1 exaflops machine in one rack.
Wow.
Just so you know, there are only a couple, 2, 3 exaflops machines on the planet as we speak. And so this is an exaflops AI system in one single rack. Well, let's take a look at the back of it. So this is what makes it possible. That's the back, the DGX NVLink spine. 130 terabytes per second goes through the back of that chassis. That is more than the aggregate bandwidth of the internet. So we could basically send everything to everybody within a second. And so we have 5,000 cables, 5,000 NVLink cables, in total 2 miles. Now this is the amazing thing. If we had to use optics, we would have had to use transceivers and retimers, and those transceivers and retimers alone would have cost 20,000 watts. 2 kilowatts of just transceivers alone, just to drive the NVLink spine. As a result, we did it completely for free over NVLink switch, and we were able to save the 20 kilowatts for computation. This entire rack is 120 kilowatts, so that 20 kilowatts makes a huge difference. It's liquid cooled. What goes in is 25 degrees C, about room temperature. What comes out is 45 degrees C, about your jacuzzi. So room temperature goes in, jacuzzi comes out, 2 liters per second. We could sell a
turbo powered GPU.
$600,000 parts. Somebody used to say, you guys make GPUs, and we do, but this is what a GPU looks like to me. When somebody says GPU, I see this. 2 years ago, when I saw a GPU, it was the HGX. It was 70 pounds, 35,000 parts. Our GPUs now are 600,000 parts and 3,000 pounds. 3,000 pounds. 3,000 pounds, that's kind of like the weight of a, carbon fiber Ferrari. I don't know if that's a useful metric, but Everybody's going, I feel it. I feel it. I get it. I get that. Now that you mention that, I feel it. I don't know what's 3,000 pounds. Okay, so 3,000 pounds, ton and a half. So it's not quite an elephant. So this is what a DGX looks like. Now let's see what it looks like in operation. Okay, let's imagine, how do we put this to work and what does that mean? Well, if you were to train a GPT model, 1.8 trillion parameter model, it took apparently about 3 to 5 months or so with 25,000 amperes. If we were to do it with Hopper, it would probably take something like 8,000 GPUs, and it would consume 15 megawatts. 8,000 GPUs and 15 megawatts. It would take 90 days, about 3 months. And that would allow you to train something that is, this groundbreaking AI model. And this is obviously not as expensive as anybody would think, but it's 8,000 GPUs. It's still a lot of money. And so 8,000 GPUs, 15 megawatts. If you were to use Blackwell to do this, it would only take 2,000 GPUs. 2,000 GPUs, same 90 days, but this is the amazing part. Only 4 megawatts of power. So from 15, yeah, that's right.
NVIDIA.
And that's our goal. Our goal is to continuously drive down the cost and the energy. They're directly proportional to each other, cost and energy associated with the computing, so that we can continue to expand and scale up the computation that we have to do to train the next generation models. Well, this is training. Inference, or generation, is vitally important going forward. Probably some half of the time that NVIDIA GPUs are in the cloud these days, it's being used for token generation. They're either doing Copilot this or ChatGPT that, or all these different models that are being used when you're interacting with it, or generating images, or generating videos, generating proteins, generating chemicals. There's a bunch of generation going on. All of that is in the category of computing we call inference. But inference is extremely hard for large language models because these large language models have several properties. One, they're very large. And so it doesn't fit on one GPU. Imagine Excel doesn't fit on one GPU, And imagine some application you're running on a daily basis doesn't fit on one computer. Like a video game doesn't fit on one computer. And most, in fact, do. And many times in the past, in hyperscale computing, many applications for many people fit on the same computer. And now, all of a sudden, this one inference application where you're interacting with this chatbot, that chatbot requires a supercomputer in the back to run it. And that's the future. The future is generative with these chatbots, and these chatbots are trillions of tokens, trillions of parameters, and they have to generate tokens at interactive rates. Now, what does that mean? Oh, well, 3 tokens is about a word. Space, the final frontier. These are the adventures. That's like 80 tokens.
That's a lot of tokens.
Okay, I don't know if that's useful to you, and so
nothing is useful to us. We just want money.
The art of communications is selecting good analogies. Yeah, this is not going well. Everybody's, I don't know what he's talking about. Never seen Star Trek. And so here we are, we're trying to generate these tokens. When you're interacting with it, you're hoping that the tokens come back to you as quickly as possible and as quickly as you can read it. And so the ability for generation tokens is really important. You have to parallelize the work of this model across many, many GPUs so that you could achieve several things. One, on the one hand, you would like throughput, because that throughput reduces the cost, the overall cost per token of generating. So your throughput dictates the cost of delivering the service. On the other hand, you have another interactive rate, which is another tokens per second, where it's about per user, and that has everything to do with quality of service. And so these two things compete against each other. And we have to find a way to distribute work across all of these different GPUs and parallelize it in a way that allows us to achieve both. And it turns out the search space is enormous. I told you there's going to be math involved. And everybody's going, oh, dear. I heard some gasps just now when I put up that slide. You know, so this right here, the y-axis is tokens per second, data center throughput. The x-axis is tokens per second, interactivity of the person. And notice the upper right is the best. You want interactivity to be very high, number of tokens per second per user. You want the tokens per second per data center to be very high. The upper right is terrific. However, it's very hard to do that. And in order for us to search for the best answer across every single one of those intersections, XY coordinates, okay, so just look at every single XY coordinate, all those blue dots came from some repartitioning of the software. Some optimizing solution has to go and figure out whether to use tensor parallel, expert parallel, pipeline parallel, or data parallel, and distribute this enormous model across all these different GPUs and sustain the performance that you need. This exploration space would be impossible if not for the programmability of NVIDIA's GPUs. And so we could, because of CUDA, because we have such a rich ecosystem, we could explore this universe and find that green roofline. It turns out that green roofline, notice, you got TP2, EP8, DP4. It means two tensor parallel across 2 GPUs, expert parallels across 8, data parallel across 4. Notice on the other end, you got tensor parallel across 4 and expert parallel across 16. The configuration, the distribution of that software, it's a different
I remember
runtime
trading
that would produce these different results. And you have to go discover that roofline. Well, that's just one model. And this is just one configuration of a computer. Imagine all of the models being created around the world and all the different configurations of systems that are going to be available. So now that you understand the basics, let's take a look at inference of Blackwell compared to Hopper. And this is the extraordinary thing. In one generation, because we created a system that's designed for trillion parameter generative AI, the inference capability of Blackwell is off the charts. And in fact, it is some 30 times Hopper. Yeah. For large language models like ChatGPT and others like it, the blue line is Hopper. I gave you, imagine we didn't change the architecture of Hopper and we just made it a bigger chip. We just used the latest, greatest 10 terabytes per second. We connected the 2 chips together. We got this giant 208 billion parameter chip. How would we have performed if nothing else changed? And it turns out quite wonderfully, and that's the purple line, but not as great as it could be. And that's where the FP4 Tensor Core, the new transformer engine, and very importantly, the NVLink switch. And the reason for that is because all these GPUs have to share the results, partial products. Whenever they do all gather, whenever they communicate with each other, that NVLink switch is communicating almost 10 times faster than what we could do in the past using the fastest networks. Okay, so Blackwell is going to be just an amazing system for generative AI. And in the future, data centers are going to be thought of, as I mentioned earlier, as an AI factory. An AI factory's goal in life is to generate revenues. Generate, in this case, intelligence in this facility, not generating electricity as in AC generators, but of the last industrial revolution and this industrial revolution, the generation of intelligence. And so this ability is super, super important. The excitement of Blackwell is really off the charts. When we first this is a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, I guess 2 years ago, when we first started to go to market with Hopper, we had the benefit of two CSPs joined us in a launch, and we were, delighted. And so we had 2 customers. We have more now. Unbelievable excitement for Blackwell. Unbelievable excitement. And there's a whole bunch of different configurations. Of course, I showed you the configurations that slide into the Hopper form factor so that it's easy to upgrade. I showed you examples that are liquid cooled, that are the extreme versions of it. One entire rack that's connected by NVLink 672. Blackwell is going to be ramping to the world's AI companies, of which there are so many now, doing amazing work in different modalities. The CSPs, every CSP is geared up. All the OEMs and ODMs, regional clouds, sovereign AIs, and telcos all over the world are signing up to launch with Blackwell. Blackwell would be the most successful product launch in our history, and so I can't wait to see that. I want to thank some partners that are joining us in this. AWS is gearing up for Blackwell. They're going to build the first GPU with secure AI. They're building out a 222 exaflops system. You know, just now when we animated the digital twin, if you saw all of those clusters are coming down. By the way, that is not just art. That is a digital twin of what we're building. That's how big it's going to be. Besides infrastructure, we're doing a lot of things together with AWS. We're CUDA accelerating SageMaker AI. We're CUDA accelerating Bedrock AI. Amazon Robotics is working with us using NVIDIA Omniverse and Isaac Sim. AWS Health has NVIDIA Health integrated into it. So AWS has really leaned into accelerated computing. Google is gearing up for Blackwell. GCP already has A100s, H100s, T4s, L4s, a whole fleet of NVIDIA CUDA GPUs, and they recently announced the Gemma model that runs across all of it. We're working to optimize and accelerate every aspect of GCP. We're accelerating Dataproc, which for data processing, their data processing engine, JAX, XLA, Vertex AI, and Mujoko for robotics. So we're working with Google and GCP across a whole bunch of initiatives. Oracle is gearing up for Blackwell. Oracle is a great partner of ours for NVIDIA DGX Cloud, and we're also working together to accelerate something that's really important to a lot of companies, Oracle Database. Microsoft is accelerating, and Microsoft is gearing up for Blackwell. Microsoft and NVIDIA has a wide-ranging partnership. We're accelerating, CUDA accelerating all kinds of services when you chat, obviously, and AI services that are in Microsoft Azure. It's very, very likely NVIDIA's in the back doing the inference and the token generation. They built the largest NVIDIA InfiniBand supercomputer, basically a digital twin of ours, or a physical twin of ours. We're bringing the NVIDIA ecosystem to Azure, NVIDIA DGX Cloud to Azure. NVIDIA Omniverse is now hosted in Azure. NVIDIA Healthcare is in Azure. And all of it is deeply integrated and deeply connected with Microsoft Fabric. The whole industry is gearing up for Blackwell. This is what I'm about to show you. Most of the scenes that you've seen so far of Blackwell are the full fidelity design of Blackwell. Everything in our company has a digital twin. And in fact, this digital twin idea is really spreading.
Oh shit, I was muted?
It helps companies
I was just
build
yelling. I
very
was like, bro, it's
complicated
crazy.
things
Oracle,
perfectly
any
the first
name
time.
gets mentioned, this
And
thing
what
starts popping.
could be more exciting than
I was making some jokes here and there, but I said I'm going to give
creating
them a couple
digital
more minutes
twin
and I'm probably going to head out.
to build a computer that was built in a digital twin. And so let me show you what Wistron's doing.
To meet the demand for NVIDIA accelerated computing, Wistron, one of our leading manufacturing partners, is building digital
I feel like it's
twins
coming
of
to the
NVIDIA
end.
DGX
Usually when
and
they get to the
HGX
end with
factories
somebody
using
talking
custom software
and,
developed
like, the
with
intense
Omniverse
noises.
SDKs and APIs. For their newest factory, Wistron started with the digital twin to virtually integrate their multi-CAD and process simulation data into a unified view. Testing and optimizing layouts in this physically accurate digital environment increased worker efficiency by 51%. During construction, the Omniverse digital twin was used to verify that the physical build matched the digital plans. Identifying any discrepancies early has helped avoid costly change orders. And the results have been impressive. Using a digital twin helped bring Wistron's factory online in half the time, just 2.5 months instead of 5. In operation, the Omniverse digital twin helps Wistron rapidly test new layouts to accommodate new processes or improve operations in the existing space, and monitor real-time operations using live IoT data from every machine on the production line, which ultimately enabled Wistron to reduce end-to-end cycle times by 50% and defect rates by 40%. With NVIDIA AI and Omniverse, NVIDIA's global ecosystem of partners are building a new era of accelerated, AI-enabled digitalization.
That's the way it's going to be in the future. We're going to manufacture everything digitally first, and then we'll manufacture it physically. People ask me, how did it start? What got you guys so excited? What was it that you saw that caused you to put it all in?
It kind of looks like I'm watching Honey,
on
I
this
Shrunk the Kids.
Incredible idea.
Because that,
And
now not
it's
anymore. But when it stood back, it kind of looked like that was real. And then there was just like this little Jensen
Hang on
Hong.
a second.
Oh, man. Corgi? Set all in.
Guys,
I mean,
that was going to be such a moment.
only stopped me.
That's what happens when you don't rehearse. This, as you know, was First Contact. 2012, AlexNet. You put a cat into this computer, and it comes out and it says, cat. And we said, oh my God, this is going to change everything. You take 1 million numbers, across 3 channels, RGB. These numbers make no sense to anybody.
Make no
you put it
sense.
into this software, and it dimensionally reduces it. It reduces it from 1 million dimensions. It turns it into 3 letters, 1 vector, 1 number. And it's generalized. You could have the cat be different cats. And you could have it be the front of the cat and the back of the cat. And you look at this thing, you say, unbelievable. You mean any cats? Yeah, any cat. And it was able to recognize all these cats. And we realized how it did it.
I'm here, I'm listening.
Systematically,
I've been doing some other work.
structurally,
I don't know if you
it's
hear me typing
scalable.
away. But yeah, I'm here. I'm about to go, though.
How big can you make it? Well, how big do you want to make it? And so we imagined that this is a completely new way of writing software. And now today, as you know, you type in the word CAT, and what comes out is a cat. It went the other way. Am I right? Unbelievable. How is it possible? That's right. How is it possible you took 3 letters and you generated 1 million pixels from it, and it made sense? Well, that's the miracle. And here we are, just literally 10 years later, where we recognize text, we recognize images, we recognize videos and sounds and images. Not only do we recognize them, we understand their meaning. We understand the meaning of the text. That's the reason why I can chat with you. It can summarize for you. It understands the text. It understood, not just recognizes the English, it understood the English. It doesn't just recognize the pixels, it understood the pixels. And you can even condition it between 2 modalities. You can have language condition image and generate all kinds of interesting things. Well, if you can understand these things, what else can you understand that you've digitized? The reason why we started with text and images is because we digitized those. But what else have we digitized? Well, it turns out we've digitized a lot of things. Proteins and genes and brain waves. Anything you can digitize, so long as there's structure, we can probably
Interesting.
learn some patterns
AMD's
from it.
dying
And
off
if we can learn
this?
the patterns from it, we can
Yo,
understand its
AMD,
meaning.
first
If we
victim.
can understand its meaning, we might be able
AWS
to
and
generate
NVIDIA
it
extend
as well.
pack to advanced
And so
generative
therefore,
AI. That's
the
a headline.
generative AI revolution
But
is
yeah,
here.
that's killing AMD
Well,
right
what
now.
else can we generate? What else can we learn?
First
well,
one.
One of the things that we would love to learn we would love to learn is we would love to learn climate. We would love to learn extreme weather. We would love to learn how we can predict future weather at regional scales at sufficiently high resolution such that we can keep people out of harm's way before harm comes. Extreme weather cost the world $150 billion. Surely more than that, it's not evenly distributed. $150 billion is concentrated in some parts of the world, and of course, to some people of the world. We need to adapt, and we need to know what's coming. And so we're creating Earth 2, a digital twin of the Earth for predicting weather, and we've made an extraordinary invention called CoreDiff, the ability to use generative AI to predict weather at extremely high resolution. Let's take a look.
As the Earth's climate changes, AI-powered weather forecasting is allowing us to more accurately predict and track severe storms, like Super Typhoon Chanthu, which caused widespread damage in Taiwan and the surrounding region in 2021. Current AI forecast models can accurately predict the track of storms, but they are limited to 25-kilometer resolution, which can miss important details. Nvidia's CoreDiff is a revolutionary new generative AI model trained on high-resolution, radar-assimilated WRF weather forecasts and ERA 5 reanalysis data. Using CoreDiff, extreme events like Chanthu can be super-resolved from 25-kilometer to 2-kilometer resolution, with 1,000 times the speed and 3,000 times the energy efficiency of conventional weather models. By combining the speed and accuracy of Nvidia's weather forecasting model ForecastNet and generative AI models like CoreDiff, we can explore hundreds or even thousands of kilometer-scale regional weather forecasts to provide a clear picture of the best, worst, and most likely impacts of a storm. This wealth of information can help minimize loss of life and property damage. Today, CoreDiff is optimized for Taiwan, but soon, generative supersampling will be available as part of the Nvidia Earth 2 inference service for many regions across the globe.
The Weather Company is the trusted source of global weather prediction. We are working together to accelerate their weather simulation, first principled base of simulation. However, they're also going to integrate Earth 2 CoreDiff so that they could help businesses and countries do regional high-resolution weather prediction. And so if you have some weather prediction you'd like to do, reach out to the Weather Company. Really exciting work. Nvidia Healthcare. Something we started 15 years ago. We're super excited about this. This is an area where we're very, very proud. Whether it's medical imaging or gene sequencing or computational chemistry, it is very likely that NVIDIA is the computation behind it. We've done so much work in this area. Today, we're announcing that we're going to do something really, really cool. Imagine all of these AI models that are being used to generate images and audio, but instead of images and audio, because it understood images and audio, all the digitization that we've done for genes and proteins and amino acids, that digitization capability is now passed through machine learning so that we understand the language of life. The ability to understand the language of life, of course, we saw the first evidence of it with AlphaFold. This is really quite an extraordinary thing. After decades of painstaking work, the world had only digitized and reconstructed using cryo-electron microscopy or crystal X-ray crystallography. These different techniques painstakingly reconstructed the protein, 200,000 of them, in just, less than a year or so? AlphaFold has reconstructed 200 million proteins, basically every protein, every living thing that's ever been sequenced. This is completely revolutionary. Well, those models are incredibly hard to use, incredibly hard for people to build, and so what we're going to do is we're going to build them. We're going to build them for the researchers around the world, and it won't be the only one. There'll be many other models that we create, and so let me show you what we're going to do with it.
Virtual screening for new medicines is a computationally intractable problem. Existing techniques can only scan billions of compounds and require days on thousands of standard compute nodes to identify new drug candidates. Nvidia BioNeMo NIMs enable a new generative screening paradigm, using NIMs for protein structure prediction with AlphaFold, molecule generation with MolMIM, and docking with DiffDock. We can now generate and screen candidate molecules in a matter of minutes. MolMIM can connect to custom applications to steer the generative process, iteratively optimizing for desired properties. These applications can be
This is a
defined
lot,
with
man. This
BioNeMo
is. I think
microservices
Oprah is
or
today. I'm
built
not
from
going to
scratch.
stream that for you guys.
Here, a physics-based simulation optimizes for a
I'm not
molecule's
going to be
ability
on
to
that.
bind to a target protein, while optimizing for other favorable molecular properties in parallel. MolMIM generates high-quality drug-like
All right,
molecules.
Moment. Thank you, Moment. But Chattadonia, I'm going to be heading out right now. Do not forget tonight, 7:30, baby. We are going to be going. Oh, you got to like the video. Go to youtube.com/thetradingfraternity/live. Right when I end this stream, that is where it is going to send you, okay? But we're going to have Bank of Japan, so Watchlist will come out a little bit later. I'll see you guys in the evening. Thank you again for being here as always. And don't forget why we're here, baby. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. Why there's a strength in the humbleness of realizing where we are at every single moment, baby. Why, baby? Why? Aw. Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Oh, something about Microsoft, healthcare, generative AI, advanced. Yeah, I'd watch RXRX right now. I think they're getting into that. But AMD went down. A couple of names went up. That's all I have for you, Chad. I will see you tonight. Again, this stream will take you right there to there. So I'll see you in a little bit, baby. God bless you all, and peace out.